listening to Pete and Baz, you're making a huge mistake. Damn. It don't matter how tired I am. I'm incredibly tired. We'll get into that in a second. It don't matter how much of a long day I've had, how busy I've been, man. I just heard of these guys like for the first time last week. Blow me away. Blow me away. Maybe we'll play some of their music later, but I don't know. I kind of wanted this to be a serious video. Pantera, yeah, I mean, of course, Pantera's fantastic. Rammstein. Never got to see Pantera Rammstein live. I used to go to a bunch of metal shows, but those are two that I like. I'll admit, I'm not the hugest Rammstein fan. I like some of their songs, but I never really got into them. But Pantera, certainly. But, Pete and Bass, man. And I know you guys don't know who it is. They're the best rappers going. And I know what you're saying. I don't like rap. You like Pete and Bass, trust me. They're like these 80-year-old British guys. They are the shit. It just gets me pumped up. Oh, you saw them in Germany. That's a completely different thing. I had a friend that saw them in Germany. Loved it. Welcome to Normal Merrick's Show. Host Rob Noerr. I'm running on about an hour of sleep. So we'll see how this one goes today. I got my Pepsi Zero here. So we'll see how it goes. I think I'll be all right. There's some coffee over there if I need it. I left the pot running. Big day. We're going to talk about this Colorado case. So the reason I didn't have much sleep is because the nature of my work, even if I clock out in the evenings like I usually do to be able to sort of do the streaming and things like that, there are times when things come up, not necessarily emergencies, but they require my attention and that I can't really sleep. So that was the case last night. Thanks. I like the tunes. So I didn't get much sleep. While I was awake doing work stuff, I was communicating on Twitter. We're not going to go through all of the tweets that I had back and forth with various people and things like that, but I do want to focus on the look that I had into this court case and maybe approach things from a way that maybe people haven't really been talking about as much. I will have to say, someone that I'm becoming more and more pleasantly surprised with, that's not even the right word, that I'm paying more and more attention to. I shouldn't say surprised because I've known they're good. I think Viva Frei is a must-follow on X. I really do. I think he's absolutely brilliant. He seems incredibly likable. Seems like someone that, while he's talking about cases and things like that, you actually get the feeling he's enjoying himself and he knows what he's talking about. And there was something that when I was reading this court case this morning that popped out to me that I hadn't heard anyone say. And I put a post up about it. And of course, unfortunately... Oh, and by the way, Aircraft, I have no idea. For some reason, I wasn't following you on X. I would put dollars to donuts that I have followed you. And I certainly never intentionally clicked to unfollow. But, so I just followed you now. I don't know what's going on with that. I apologize. Barnes is good, too, that does videos with Viva. But, what was I talking about? It was an amazing little tidbit that's in this court hearing that blows the top off of the January 6th narrative. Blows the top off of it. And I couldn't believe it was just right there. And unfortunately for me, I only ever reach to, I'll get 10 relikes, 10 likes and reposts. It is what it is. I'm not here to sit and complain about it or anything like that. But oftentimes I feel like when it comes to this or the Russiagate stuff or the Burisma stuff, I'm going in depth in it and I think of it in a way that's different that I just don't hear many other people talking about. And so I'd like to get those sort of opinions and voices out there. So I was pleasantly surprised to see Viva Frei picked up the exact same thing as me because someone linked, once I put my thing, someone retweeted it to me and was like, dude, check this out. Viva just said the same thing like 20 minutes before you. Absolutely fantastic. And look, my thing's always been this. I enjoy doing this. It'll never be a career for me, probably. It's okay. It's a hobby for me. No problem. I just wish that people that were like-minded to me and was looking at things in similar ways and had similar opinions were getting their voice out there. So, hey man, if I post something and Viva Frei posts the same thing and it's a really important point that other people aren't talking about and it blows up on his end, more power to him. I don't care. By the way, he posted it before me. I didn't read it. You'll have to trust me on that. We'll get to what it was. I didn't read it. But even if I would have posted it first, no hard feelings. I'm glad that the information's getting out there. I still don't hear many people talking about that particular issue. I hear you, Randy West. So that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to demoralize you. It's designed to make it seem like it's an uphill battle that's insurmountable. So there's a bunch of things to talk about. Last night we were talking about this court case, and I just learned about it 5-10 minutes before I came on the stream. So I clearly didn't read a 200-page thing. Did I read 200 pages of a court case today? No. I read about 90 pages. Let me tell you what not to expect from me today. I basically skipped the first 100 pages. It's more process-oriented. Like, this is why we feel we're entitled to hear this case. This is why we feel we're entitled to rule on this case. I know there are credible questions as to whether or not the 14th Amendment applies to the President of the United States. In fact, I believe, and again, I'm sort of talking out my butt here, I believe that's exactly why the lower court said we can't remove Trump from the ballot. And this court's reversing it, saying, yes, we can. We can't do that. Those arguments might be completely legitimate. They may be. But I'm not going to touch on them. I can't claim to have read those pages, nor am I a legal expert that's proficient with that. What I am is an expert at looking and... I won't say expert. I'm someone who's good and used to reading and seeing the corruption of our institutions that are going after people they don't like. So what I was concerned with was... how are they defining insurrection? How are they defining that Trump engaged in an insurrection? Those were the things I was concerned with. And that starts at about page 99 or something like that. So that's where I started reading. And of course, at the end, you got sort of pages that you don't have to worry about. So that's where the primary focus was. There was also things that I talked about last night I'll hit on briefly, right? And so that would be sort of the overarching, what is the intent of this? I think there's a better than not chance. I would put it at about a 95% chance that the Supreme Court overrules this. I think that's going to be the case. We talked about how, like, Viva Barnes talked about it, so I cribbed it from him, or Viva Frei, not Viva Barnes, and I'm combining him and Barnes. But we talked about how this was, they're going to have a stay if the court agrees to hear it, which I think is likely to occur, and so this won't go into effect anyways. We talked about this is designed to try to convince some horrible Trump person to do something horrible. We talked about how the feds will be trying to convince people, like with the Whitmer case, to go out and get unhinged and do something, and that'll allow them to say, we're going to crack down more on your rights. We talked about all that, and then we talked about, and I have seen other people say this, but Ian Novak here in my channel brought this up right before I did, which kudos to him. I always love it when people are thinking on the same wavelength as me. This will be used as an excuse if the courts rule that, no, you can't do that, the Supreme Court rules that, then the Democrats will use this as further ammo for, well, now we got to pack the courts. Now we got to attack Clarence Thomas. Now we got to get Gorsuch off, right? That's what it'll be. It'll be, and we talked about how it's not necessary, the question of don't worry about it, the court will overturn it, or don't worry about it, Colorado, Trump wasn't going to win Colorado anyways, Republican wasn't going to win Colorado, so it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Again, I don't understand that second point, because I don't see how, if the court rules that Trump can't be on the primary ballot, why they wouldn't just repeat it for the general. So, like, if the court wouldn't weigh in, or they do, and they say, yeah, you could do that, wouldn't the same people bring the same case? Oh, and by the way, Trump shouldn't be allowed to be in the general. So even if they do a weird caucus system, and they would get Trump and say, well, we don't need the state's permission, whatever. And then, of course, you're already seeing this today. A bunch of other states, my state of Pennsylvania will be one of those, I would guess, eventually, are proceeding with the same thing. Now, the only thing that will prevent that is if these people in the establishment send the message out like, dude, you're galvanizing Trump supporters too much. That could put an end to this, right? Every move that they're making, there's a question, and this is a serious debate. Was this part of an overarching plan, or was this just hubris? Either way, it's not good. Not everything's this skull and bones plan where people are sitting around drinking blood out of skulls going, here's our next move to keep the people under our boots. It's not how things work most of the time. Obviously, that's hyperbolic, but you see what I'm saying. Most of what we're seeing from these communists, these cultural Marxists on the left in the establishment, is just they have convinced themselves that are morally superior to you, and therefore anything's on the table. And so it's not like Biden had to, or the people running Biden's team had to reach out to Letitia James and say, we want you to go after Trump for his business dealings and stuff. They don't have to do it. Letitia James knows that's the goal. That will bring me success. That'll make me a celebrity with the people on my side. It'll only increase my career, and I get to feel virtuous and moral like I'm doing a great thing. That's what was going on with Lois Lerner at the IRS. I have no doubt that Obama never set Lois Lerner down and said, hey, we want you to target like Christian groups, conservative groups. She just knew the message. Obama's great. His opponents are evil. They're racist. They're scumbags. These religious groups are terrible. Let's go after them. That's it. So there is a question of, is this part of a calculated, orchestrated plan to, from the establishment, be like, we're going to systematically say, oh, we got these charges coming from Jack Smith and other people, and simultaneously we'll kick them off the ballot, and then we'll proceed apace. That could be. Or it could be that this was just hubris for these people in Colorado that wanted to, get their notch. And maybe if it's the latter, the people really in charge are going to start telling people, like, yeah, we may go too far. The reason Trump won in 2016 wasn't that there wasn't corruption and things like that. It's that these corrupt institutions believed their own hype. They were a victim of their own hubris. They thought, Hillary's got a 99% chance to win, no problem. We got it wrapped up. Same thing with Brexit. It was the exact same thing. And then they lost. And they were like, uh-oh. And they said, we're not going to make that mistake again in 2020. Maybe they'll make it in 2024. I don't know. That's the point. But for the sake of tonight, it doesn't matter if it's coordinated or not. What really matters is this. Don't think of it like, well, the Supreme Court will overrule it. Ask yourself this. What if chips would have went the other way? Like, God forbid, what if something happens to 2 conservative Supreme Court justices tonight? And then Biden puts 2 liberals in, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to overrule it. Then what? That's how close we are. I mean, we talked last night. I showed you, like, polling and comments and things like that of how many people on the left literally wanted to take, like, 1/3 polled said they wanted to take children away from parents that weren't vaccinated. 50% said you should be locked in your home or put in some sort of facility. The only thing, like, these people won't stop. You are the enemy. You will go along. And by the way, if you're like, well, they're not going to come after me, I'm on the left. They will. It's the exact same as cancel culture, except the stakes are raised. Look at, like, Twitch, for example. Once they got rid of enough prominent right-wingers, then it was, oh boy, let's go after the lefties that we don't like. And that's what'll happen. It'll just be a nonstop, perpetual snake eating its tail. So, it is, in that sense, like, it's not, I've been saying it for years and years and years. It's why corruption's the biggest issue that I talk about. I see the writing on the wall. I know where we're going. It's why in 2020, when I was talking to a bunch of conservatives and they were saying, Trump's going to win 48 out of 50 states, I was like, wait and see what happens. I might not know specifically, and I would never claim to. You've never heard me once say, I know they're going to use a pandemic. But I was like, they'll do something to crush the economy, no doubt. They're going to come up with all kinds of heinous shit to stop Trump. And boy, did they bring out the toolbox. Lockdowns and riots and protecting Hunter Biden and, they're going to do it again in 2024. It's why I said, even if the polls were accurate that Trump's beating Biden, even in, like, a popular vote, I don't believe that, but even if they were, I do think Trump would win if it was a fair election. He would win today, if the election was today. But it's sort of irrelevant because until the primary's over, they haven't even begun to come after Trump. The shit that they're going to throw out there, the selective footage, and, we found an email, Trump said this, and what could that mean? It's a dog whistle to violence and a dog whistle to an insurrection. And that shit's going to be blared 24/7 on every social media place, every celebrity. And that's without even getting into conversations of mail-in voting and ballot harvesting and all of that stuff. So, that's what you should be asking yourself. If you're like, no big deal. If you're a lefty or a righty, and you're like, hey, I'm glad this happened to Trump. You're a piece of shit. Fuck off. I don't even care if you hate Trump. You could say, to hell with Trump. I hate him. I hope he gets 0 votes. I don't give a shit if the guy goes to prison if he really committed crimes. But if you're cheering for this, the dude didn't even have an opportunity to defend himself. He's literally been accused of something, an insurrection that no one's been charged with, himself included. He didn't have discovery. He only had 2 weeks in a civil matter to provide evidence against a criminal charge that he's never even been charged with. A panel of 7 Democratic judges, amazingly 3 dissenting, voted to unilaterally kick him off the ballot. And it's terrible. Wait until it is worse than you would imagine when you read this court decision. Holy shit. And by the way, I'd like to send a special shout out to a friend of the show, Pisco, for actually helping me along in a smug attempt to criticize a video I did earlier today, trying to sort of nitpick on me saying something and saying, technically that's not right. He actually made me hyper-focus on maybe one of the most ridiculous issues in this entire court decision. Special thanks to him. Of course, once it was brought to his attention and to everyone's attention just how corrupt this is, he didn't say, oh, you're right, my God, that's terrible. He said, yeah, I'm all for it. Great. Of course. But thank you anyways. Always appreciate when those that support the corruption make it obvious to the rest of us how much corruption there is. So, and the other news that would be the biggest news, okay, let me not phrase it that way. The thing that would be the topic that I would be talking about the most today is I've changed something between the last 2 days. I'm no longer voting for Ron DeSantis in the primary. I am not. And we'll talk about it briefly and then we'll get into the court. I will be voting for Vivek Ramaswamy, unless, at this point, anything could change. I could go back to DeSantis, I could go to Trump. At this point, I'll be voting for Vivek. That's what I'll be doing. I'll explain briefly why. I thought DeSantis' comment last night was pretty milquetoast. He waited like 3 hours, then put sort of a milquetoast, yeah, this is corrupt, blah, blah, blah. Vivek was on fire as always, came out and was like, we have to come together as a party to say, if you won't let him on the ballot, we won't come on the ballot. Now, I don't necessarily mind DeSantis saying, no, and let me be clear here, DeSantis is not, he is under no obligation whatsoever to kiss the ass of Donald Trump. None. I've given my opinions on how I thought his campaign should have been ran, and he should have understood, even if he doesn't morally agree with it, that the best way to run the campaign would be understanding that Trump's the de facto incumbent, and he needed to get Trump people on his side, and so he should have praised Trump and praised Trump supporters, even if he didn't like some of them, even if he thought some of them were bastards and cultists, and some are. Don't get me wrong, even if he personally thinks Trump could be an a-hole, totally true. For strategic reasons, he should have been like, hey man, you helped put a spotlight on so many issues, illegal immigration that Republicans weren't talking about, draining the swamp, the corruption that came after you, it's unbelievable, it needs to be dealt with, but I think you screwed up on some issues. Let no one take away from what you did in 2016. It's time for someone else to carry the ball and go forward. That's going to be me. Here's where I think you went wrong on things, and here's what I would do. And here's why I would be better. I thought that was DeSantis' best path. I thought that's what he should have done. I think that the people that are involved in his campaign are running him aground. I don't get it. Like, it sounds dumb. Like, I'm not going to get into how his campaign's been ran, really. But I'm not impressed, to say the least. Should have hired me, DeSantis. I'd have did the job for free. But what can you... Well, okay, not for free, because I would have probably had to quit my real job, so I do have to provide for my family. But trust me, dude, I'm not a wealthy man. I would have did it for peanuts compared to the millions you're probably paying people. So I don't necessarily... I think Vivek's spot on strategically. That was the right thing to do. And morally, I think it's the right thing to do to say, hey, man, if Trump's not allowed on the ballot, then I'm going to withdraw from the ballot in Colorado as well. I think strategically that's the smart thing to do. I think there was a way to say, no, I'm not going to do that, but to not lose my vote. You're going to, like, the DeSantis camp is right. Everybody knows. Like, does anyone disagree with this statement? The Democrats want Trump to be the primary, just like they did in 2016. Now, they may eat those words. They might regret getting what they wish for, like they did in 2016. But that was the play in 2016. There have been books that talk about it. Hillary Clinton wanted Trump. So the media was just wishy, well, Trump's quirky, blah, 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 during the primary, and then Trump wins the primary against all odds, and then bam, full-throated, Trump's the worst, Trump's Hitler, blah, 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 blah. That's going to be the play here, except it'll be amplified by 10. So the DeSantis team's right. When they come out, he was doing a presser today, and he said that. He's absolutely right. And I don't blame him for saying, I'm not just going to drop out of the race. I know there's a lot of Trump people. Now's the time to drop out. I don't blame him. I think he absolutely has the right. So then why am I not voting for DeSantis? Because if I'm a single issue voter on corruption, and the corruption now is so blatant, it's so in front of your face, does anyone get the vibe that like DeSantis has any sort of enthusiasm that that's like an important issue to him? Yeah, this shouldn't stand. Like, we shouldn't have courts doing this stuff. But anyways, back to the border, and I'm gonna stay in the ballot. What's the plan here, dude? What's the plan? The only person that I'm hearing right now that actually seems to be taking it incredibly serious. You could argue maybe Trump, but he said some crazy shit too. Oh, Newsom's not that bad. And he's out there he's out there this week when all this shit's happening. What's he doing? Attacking Chip Roy? I'm not saying that you can't attack Chip Roy. There's things he's not, I don't like. But really? On the list of people to criticize Chip Roy? So, I understand I have friends that are DeSantis voters that'll probably be pissed at me because I have been telling them, if the election was held today, I'd vote for DeSantis, but I'm still open. I may switch back to DeSantis. I may switch to Trump. Who knows what could happen? Who knows? It probably won't matter anyways because in my state of Pennsylvania, we're like in the bottom third time frame of when we get to vote for the primary, so it'll probably be decided. Trump will probably have wrapped it up well before. And I think it's all but wrapped up for Trump. I think that there's a 95% chance that he wins the primary. And I think this will boost his numbers, as the DeSantis team's predicting. But I don't give a shit. John could be mad. If he doesn't understand that I'm a good, I'm a person that has my reasons for doing it. I'm not getting fucking paid money or anything like that. But importantly, if it was DeSantis, Vivek, or Trump, I'm definitely supporting him in the general. So, it is what it is. But I've been, let's just say, nonplussed with DeSantis' reaction to the blatant corruption. I think probably, if I'm just spitballing here, I think DeSantis would do a couple, shake some things up, fire this person, fire that person, appoint someone. But would basically be it's time to move on type guy. And he might even do some good things with like fiscal conservative things and push for like border wall type things and things like that. He'd probably end up going for, like, sending money to Israel and Ukraine and shit like that. He'd probably do that, which I wouldn't be the biggest fan of. And you'd say, this is worlds better than a Biden presidency. But I don't think anything substantive will be done about the corruption, and I think the corruption will come after him. And I think even if the corruption temporarily through a potential DeSantis term would be stymied somewhat, it'd pick right back up. And we don't want to just halt the advancement of the corruption. We want to start to deal with it. And so right now, even if he's full of shit, even if he's a charlatan, the only person saying anything that inspires me that they would actually attempt to deal with the corruption is Vivek Ramaswamy. And that's why he's getting my vote. Because I'm a single issue voter on that issue. So that's that, to say that. Also, I know I said we'd get into the Colorado court decision here. Anybody know that another business associate of the Bidens just testified to Congress today? Isn't that weird? How almost every time that like there's testimony of business partners saying about Biden corruption, there's another indictment. There's another court case about Trump. Isn't it weird? I saw a meme. I don't know if it's true, but it was literally like 7 examples. On the 21st, this something about Biden. On the 22nd, a Trump indictment. It's crazy. Well, let me just read you part of this story real quick. I mean, it's unbelievable. We'll go through it quick. Witness links Biden money to sketchy business of brother. Deals include loan sharks bilking seniors. From today. Or yesterday, I guess. Sorry. President Biden allegedly profited from his brother's fraudulent business deals, according to a new witness in the House impeachment inquiry. James Biden, 74, often leveraged his elder brother, including a promise of access to a future Biden administration, to cash in on lucrative and sometimes shady business deals. House investigators now have followed the money trail into the president's bank account. According to new witness testimony, the source of the $200,000 check that James Biden paid to his brother in March of 2018 could have come only from predatory loans or senior citizens' money fraudulently invested by James Biden business partner Michael Lewitt. Where the hell's the rest of the article? There's a subscriber-only article. Well, shit. Let me what? Well, we'll have to deal with it later. Basically, you'll just have to take my word for... Oh, what's going on here? Wait a second. Hey, you. Here we go. Whoop! Move me up a little. Basically, what's being accused is this person that was working for this company that did an audit, realized all sorts of shady money was in the form of a loan, that there wasn't good paperwork, was going from that company to James Biden, and then it went directly from James Biden, like a $200,000 check is written to James Biden without any reason for the loan or anything like that given, and it goes directly to Joe Biden. $200,000 from the shady business transaction, and then that day or that week goes directly to Joe Biden. And that money came from basically ripping off elderly people and things like that. And there were quotes where James Biden, I don't know if it's text messages, phone calls, or whatever emails that they have access to, that's like, Joe's in the room with me right now, and they were promising them access on things that would get done for them in a potential Biden administration. So, story worth looking into. Just another example. But he didn't know anything. He didn't have any financial ties or anything like that. So. Oh, Lavin, last thing he says, I'm a proud DeSantis man, but I've been disappointed in how so many of my fellow DeSantis supporters are celebrating Trump being taken off the ballot. Yeah, there's this guy, Tim Cool, I think he goes by. He's been on a Spaces with me. I've been on. But he's a big DeSantis or bust guy. And I mean, this guy, he's doing a space yesterday that's literally like, yeah, with 100 people DeSantis, but fuck Trump, he did it. Yeah, he's guilty. This is totally legit. Yep, this Colorado case is legit. And I was just like, Pim Tool, is that it? Yeah, whatever. And then... I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? This is insane. This is shit. And then someone was like, yeah, look what he said in, May about the Second Amendment. And he's just like, it's time to give up your ARs, conservatives. Pistols are fine, but other than that. Now, one of the things, someone like John Burke, one of the legitimate criticisms he has of Trump, and many people are like, Trump's shit in the Second Amendment. Trump's violated the Constitution in certain ways. He said things that I find to be a violation of the Constitution. That's a valid point. It definitely is. But what's this guy? Well, fuck the Second Amendment. I don't care about that part of the Constitution. So he's not really mad about Trump and bump stocks, I'm guessing. So what's he mad about? What's the big issue? And like I said yesterday, I think for a lot of people, it's just either a grift, I won't accuse him of that, or it's just he feels personally insulted, or he doesn't like the tenor of the way Trump and Trump supporters speak. Having said that, I refuse to allow myself to give these people the satisfaction of them being the reason that I vote or don't vote for someone. It doesn't matter how shitty DeSantis influencers get. It doesn't matter how shitty Trump influencers get. I'm not personally holding DeSantis or Trump accountable for that, unless they're specifically out there pushing that. So, but worth talking about. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like a lefty to me. And that's what I said yesterday. There's an awful lot of people that are just always were never Trump, always were lefties, and now they found something to glob onto. That's not every DeSantis person. There are absolutely DeSantis people that supported Trump. But there's another group of DeSantis people that supported Trump, and I mentioned this yesterday, that didn't say shit in real time when Trump was screwing things up. Trump could do no wrong. I'm sitting here screaming what do you mean he's embracing lockdowns? He's bombing Syria. He's spending more money than Obama. What the hell's going on here? What? And I think that was the unique time to say that, to try to steer Trump in the right direction. But instead, these people were all like, yay, Trump could do no wrong. And then as soon as a DeSantis or someone comes along that they could rally around, they're like, fuck Trump, he's terrible, he did all this stuff. Right. If your criticism of Trump is that he supported lockdowns and things like that, show me what your posts were when he was doing it. Were you calling him out? I was. What were you doing? Just saying. It doesn't mean you're a shit person. You can say I was wrong. Yeah. I got that one wrong. But Trump was president. He should have known better. Those are all fair. I'm just saying. That doesn't mean there's plenty of good DeSantis supporters. And again, I'd support DeSantis. Anyways, let's get into the court case, all right? Let's do it. So the first thing to know when looking into this, let me just give you the Cliff Notes version. I'm not going to get into the process issues of this, like the lower court said this, and then, but said that they didn't have the authority under the 14th Amendment to apply to the President of the United States. I'm not saying those arguments are bad. I'm saying that's not what I'm focusing on. Trust me, I have so much to get to, so it's not like I'll be a lack of content because of this, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, in general, this is what you need to be aware of. Let me preface it by saying this. I am not a lawyer. I am not a legal expert. I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm not an economic expert. I'm not a virologist. Yet somehow, so many times I get things way more right than those people. But I'm fully admitting that I'm not a legal expert. So take that into consideration when I'm discussing this stuff. And to the best of my ability, I will show the actual source documents. And shame on me, someone said this in the chat, why haven't I told you all Merry Christmas? Merry Christmas to all of you. I don't know when I'll be streaming again. So Merry Christmas. I should have mentioned that. I have a fantastic audience. So the 14th Amendment was basically passed in like mid-1800s after the Civil War. The idea was this. They didn't want people like, if you were like, Jefferson Davis, you're the president of the Confederacy, and then the war ends, they didn't want him bebopping in being like, by the way, I'm running for senator of U.S. Congress now. That was sort of the implication. Or if you were, right, if you were one of the generals that was attacking the Union, maybe we shouldn't let you be a senator or be a public servant or official, right? That's sort of the idea of what was going on there, right? What's up, CTV, man? Long time no see. Hope everything's going good. Merry Christmas to you as well. So, what I'm interested in is in this. What does this specifically say? Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So, the first thing we need to do is look at it. This is the section here. Quote, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector or president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state. Okay, let's break that down. And the only thing for my purposes that I need from here on that, because again, I'm not talking about whether or not this applies to the president. That's saying, dude, we're talking military, we're talking federal elected officials, we're also talking state elected officials. And keep that in mind. That's going to be important later. So we're talking every official. This isn't just, well, you can't be senator or you can't be vice president. We're talking, dude, you can't be a military officer. You can't be your state treasurer. That's my reading of this. Yeah, that's Casimir. Shh. You're blowing up my spot. That's exactly right. Casimir's exactly right. Based on a direct reading of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, basically 80 to 90% of our politicians would be forced to be removed from office. I'm all for it. If that's the price, if Trump has to get off the ballot for that, I'll take it. Now, as we all know, they'll never apply it to anyone on the Democratic side. But anyways, that's the first part you need to know. Tons and tons of politicians, state level, federal level, military, etc., 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 they all fall under the umbrella of this section. Next. Having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state. So if you've served and you were sworn in and took an oath. Now again, this is where people say it doesn't say President of the United States there. So does it apply to Trump? But I'm not going to get into that. So applies to all sorts of people, even at the state level. And it applies only to people that have previously taken the oath to serve as a member of Congress, as an officer in the military, in the state legislature. Right? Got it? Nothing too controversial here yet. And this is the key part. Shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution of the United States or the United States, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress, so that basically says, okay, dude, if you took this oath before, you can't be in any of these positions that we outlined before if you have engaged is the word, in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. and the U.S. Constitution, arguably, or, not and, or given aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States. And then the last part's going to be irrelevant for us for now. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. So if 2/3 of the House and Senate would come out and say, "No, we're cool with Trump being on the ballot," then he'd be on the ballot. That's not going to happen. Now, I might bring this up. We'll see how far we get with this. One of the things I thought was interesting is there's 3 sort of crimes that could get you dinged here. You did an insurrection, you did a rebellion, or you gave aid or comfort to enemies of the United States. Now everybody's focusing on, correctly, what's the definition of insurrection? So what I get from my reading of this, my mind, again, and maybe this is because I debated. In debate, you had issues called theory issues and topicality issues. There was these meta debates that would occur in policy debate where you would look at the resolution and be like, they would say, the United States federal government should substantially reduce subsidies in one of the following 5 areas. And so then you would break that down and be like, okay, what is the United States federal government? Well, we interpret that to mean Congress. We think if the court acted, we wouldn't consider that topical. Wouldn't, in this sense, wouldn't make sense. And what does substantial mean? Well, we think substantial means that. So you break it into parts. What are all these parts? So when I look at this, the 2 parts that I break it into is the potential crimes, insurrection, rebellion, giving aid and comfort to the enemies, and engaged in. So it's not just there is an insurrection. It is, did you engage in insurrection? Did you engage in rebellion? Did you engage in giving aid or comfort to the enemy? So the 2 things we need to define are, what's the definition of those crimes? What's the definition of insurrection? What's the definition of rebellion? What's the definition of aid and comfort? And what's the definition of enemies of the United States? And how do we define engaged in? Those are the 2 things that we're looking at. And so everybody was like, well, what's insurrection? How do you define insurrection? And obviously this is a huge point because they've been claiming without ever charging anyone in January 6th that it's an insurrection. And this is a point that I've been pushing back and many other people have been pushing back. They are gaslighting you. It was a riot that got out of control that was facilitated by the FBI and intel agencies that wanted these dominoes to fall. That's what it was. There were certainly bad actors there that engaged in violence and they should be punished. But the majority of people were peaceful. It wasn't a serious attempt to overthrow the government. You don't overthrow the most powerful government in the world, the most well-armed government in the world, with zip ties and a fake gallows. That's bullshit. We all know it. And we all know that there was more violence, including on places like May 30th, 2020, that directly tried to attack the White House, that used more lethal means, in that form Molotov cocktails, that no one gave a shit about. So they have won the narrative that this was an insurrection. They had a phony baloney committee that was basically no opposition. It was just 2 token rhinos that were there that also hate Trump. Remember, this isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue. This is a institutional establishment versus those that are seen as the outside. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, I don't give a shit if they call themselves Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian. I don't give a shit what label they are. They are pro-establishment. They hate Trump. They hate people that are potential outsiders. So we had a January 6th committee that was doing all this shit in secret that all of a sudden they lost all. We've lost the Secret Service's text phone records. We lost them the day of January 6th. Oh, boy. We lost a bunch of testimony. Oh, boy. Most of it held in secret, where they hired a TV producer to try to sell it to the American people that this was the worst day since 9/11 and it was an insurrection. All bullshit. So clearly the focus on insurrection, obviously, that's the first thing your eyes are going to draw to. Here we go again, trying to bullshit us. So not only is this court saying that January 6th was an insurrection, they're saying Trump engaged in the insurrection. Now, for me, it is easy when I see something like this to say, my stance has been consistent throughout all of these alleged scandals from the beginning and even before Trump came into office. And that is, I may disagree with certain laws. I may disagree with certain penalties, punishments, etc., etc. But to me, the biggest issue is corruption. And the most blatant face of that corruption is weaponizing these institutions in a two-tiered system. To go after people that you politically dislike and to protect those that you politically like. Or let me make it simple for you. In the words of Chuck Schumer, you can't criticize the FBI or they'll find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Which is exactly what they did. That's the problem. So, let me give you a real example. I thought it was asinine to say that there needed to be an investigation or that a criminal charge brought against Don Jr. because he met with a suspected Russian lawyer in Trump Tower for 10 minutes. And it was, he was attempting to get dirt from a Russian against Hillary's team. That's a crime. I said, I don't think that's a crime. Then we found out Hillary's team actually did get dirt that actually was disinformation by someone who actually was credibly accused of being a Russian spy. And certainly at the very least was a Russian national. Now, I don't think that Hillary's team should go to jail for that. I think politics is scummy. I think that it may be unethical. But if I'm running for office and some Ukrainian comes up to me and says, Rob, I got dirt in your opponent, it's illegal for me to hear that? No, I shouldn't be allowed to be like, yeah, if you give me that dirt when I get elected, I'll do favors for you. Shouldn't do that. But how do you know I wouldn't get that dirt of crimes and then go right to law enforcement and say, look at this. This foreign national gave me, evidence of serious drug ring being ran by my opponent. However, someone that said, look, Don Jr. should go to jail for this, but so should Hillary's team. I disagree, but I respect that that's a consistent perspective. Our country can survive that sort of application of the law. Again, I would argue against it, but I would say that's within the realm of reasonability. If we're going to say you can't get dirt on your opponents from Russians, then it applies equally. But that's not what the left said. The left said, no, Don Jr. can't do it, but Hillary's team can. And that's the problem we're having. That's what Chuck Schumer said. Those that enforce the laws and investigate and adjudicate the laws oftentimes are protecting the people they see as allies and aggressively, beyond the scope of legality, going after those they disagree with, which is exactly what this court case is. So for me, when I say, okay, the two definitions I'm interested in is the potential crimes, insurrection, rebellion, aid and comfort to the enemy, and what does it mean to engage with those? Those are the two definitions that I'll be looking for. What I'm going to be looking for, because I know this is a bullshit charge and it's so broad, it's so overreaching, is, okay, if we applied this standard to everyone, what would it look like? That's it. And this is something that's very important. Let me tell you a trick that you'll see these cultural Marxist, communist sacks of shit do over and over again. One of the reasons that it might seem pedantic and boring sometimes to watch me debate, because one of the things I like to do is to get people, before we get into the nuts and bolts, to sort of give an outline of what they're talking about. So I've talked about this incident a lot. When I used to post on the blog Above Top Secret, there was a ton of dumb shit lefties there, but there were a couple that I thought were shit. They were partisan hacks, but they could argue, sort of like Pisco. They could argue and they would push back and forth and stuff like that, right? These weren't people I considered dumb, okay? Now, one of them in particular, when I was writing in 2017 and I was saying, this FISA warrant against Trump's team seems like the biggest political scandal in the history of the country. It looks like the FBI knowingly took disinformation from Hillary's team and didn't verify it and used it to spy on the President of the United States. That's what it looks like. And I was gaslit. You're a conspiracy theorist. That could never happen. The FBI would never do that. And then step by step. First, they were like, Hillary's team didn't pay for it. Okay, they did. Well, the FBI would never use it. Okay, they did. Well, if the FBI used it, it was because they verified it. Okay, they didn't. Well, it wasn't a crucial part of the warrant then. Okay, it was. Every step of the way. And the last thing that they fell on was this. They were like, well, the allegations were so serious against Trump, maybe he had to break a few rules. I mean, after all, the allegation was that he had all these shady connections to Russia. And so I started to realize what the game was, the constant moving of the goalposts. So what I did was I asked all these lefties, I said, tell me right now, I just want to get it on record before we get further into this story. And this was before we got to the, oh, they didn't verify and all that. I said, if that's going to be the argument that the allegations were so serious, then explain to me what is the threshold for we say these allegations are so serious that maybe the FBI has to break some rules. What is the threshold? Because if you don't say that, you know what their answer will be at the end? This situation. This one. That's the threshold. It's this. It's when Trump's team, Cohen went to Prague and it was accused of, and Carter Page was it. That's it. That's the threshold. And it's like, but that can't be the threshold. For example, let's take a law that we all adhere to every day, the speed limit. You can't be like, officer, what's the speed limit? And they say, what you were driving right there was over it. And it's like, right, but what is the speed limit? You were going over it. What you were doing was over it. Right, but say tomorrow, I want to know what the speed limit is. Right? What is the limit? 50 mile an hour? 65 mile an hour? What is it? No, what you were doing was over it. That's all we'll talk about. This right here means that you're guilty of violating the speed limit. But what is the speed limit? We're not going to tell you. We're just going to say, right now, what you did violates it. So if you were driving 57, they'll say 57. That's it. That's over the speed limit. And you're like, oh, okay, so the speed limit's 55. I didn't say that. I just said you're going over it. That's it. And so you need them to be like, okay, before we get any further, what's the speed limit? And they'll be like 55 mile an hour. And you'll be like, okay, well, here's a bunch of other people that were going over 55 mile an hour. And it's selective in some way. You know, only men are getting pulled over. Only Democrats are getting pulled over. Only wealthy people are getting pulled over. There's a double standard in the application of the law. Now what do? Why shouldn't this person? That's even more important when we're talking about, like, politics. And the FBI and other agencies getting involved in elections and presidential campaigns and spying on presidents and shit like that. Right? So that's was sort of when I started to realize, like, you got to get them to define this shit. You have to. So that's always my interest when I'm looking at this. We have indisputably an unprecedented situation. We have a state court saying that the former president cannot be on the ballot, who also happens to be the front runner to be the candidate for the opposition, the Democratic Party. And we have 7 Democrat judges ruling on it. And there wasn't a charge, a criminal charge. Trump hasn't been found guilty. He hasn't even been charged with insurrection. Completely unprecedented. And so your gut reaction right out of the gate's like, unprecedented situation. And by the way, not only is it unprecedented, but the standard should be even higher when we're talking about the potential involvement into elections. In other words, it should be beyond reproach. Even the appearance of impartiality or, bias should be sought to be avoided. So, like, for some reason, it's always the opposite when it comes to Trump. You're going to get FISA warrants to spy on a president? Holy shit! The threshold for that, you have to be goddamn certain. But instead, they didn't even attempt to verify. You're getting a warrant to literally kick in the door of a former president's house and take shit from that? That warrant better be the most tailored warrant ever that says we're looking for these 3-4 things. They took fucking cocktail napkins and souvenir baseball bats. So with this situation, it's like, okay, everything better be I's dotted, T's crossed, by the book, specific, because this is going to set a precedent. This is what politics will be from now on. And if you're a Democrat and you're thinking, I don't care, I hate Trump, fuck him, I don't care, think of it this way. What happens if a deep red state like Kansas has an attorney general that says, yeah, fuck it, we're going to kick every Democrat in the state out of office? Because we're going to say that they engaged with a rebellion, an insurrection, or giving aid and comfort to the enemy. And this says it's not just federal office, even state office. So we'll have us as conservatives go to a court made up exclusively of Republicans and say, let's kick all Democrats out of this state, out of office in this state. You would say, wow, some asshole, because, the left is, oh my God, you're right, some asshole conservatives would do that. They would. Right, then you would want this case that's going to set that precedent to be very specific as to what those things were in defining those terms. So I'm very interested to see, for example, how the term insurrection is defined. And then I'll say, is this being applied fairly? Is the definition of insurrection that they use only applicable to Donald Trump, since he's the only person that this has ever been used in this way for? Or is it broad enough that all sorts of other people would be involved? And that's the problem. If they're like, an insurrection is complaining about the government, okay, that's anyone with half a fucking brain. So that was my interest. People were talking about the term insurrection. What about the term rebellion? What's rebellion mean? What's the difference between an insurrection and a rebellion? I don't know. There's literally hundreds of dictionaries you could consult. Probably dozens of legal cases. Scholarly articles. So what are they using? But what we should all agree on is, regardless if we think this is a good decision or not, that because of the unique, unprecedented nature of the situation, all of these things need to be clear and articulate in their definitions. What about giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States? What does that mean? Now, this is actually the easiest case to make for why this would be bad for people of all political persuasions. I've been accused of spreading Putin's talking points dozens of times. Am I giving aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States? Is me pressing for not wanting money to go to Ukraine, is that aid and comfort to Russia, which is an enemy of the United States, according to them? Does that mean if I was in office and I was saying, hey, I don't think we should send money to Russia or to Ukraine anymore, does that mean I've violated my oath of office and I've given aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States? You can't see how this will be applied? Wait, though, lefties, before you say, fuck it, we should give money to Ukraine. What if you don't like Israel? Oh, you're supporting Palestine and Hamas? Those are enemies of the United States. What if you supported the Iran deal? Oh, you want to give billions of dollars to Iran where Hezbollah's at? That's an enemy of the United States. You supported, that's aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. What if you were against the Iraq war? Oh, you're helping Saddam, aid and comfort to Saddam. What if you're against intervention in Libya? What if you're against intervention in Syria? What if you're pro-open borders? And I can make the argument that benefits our enemies that might want to send clandestine individuals in. Can you see the problem? You see the problem? Why shouldn't Joe Biden be taken off the ballot and removed from office today, given Section 3 of the 14th Amendment? He gave a bunch of money to Iran. Iran's an enemy of the United States. Remove him from office. Now, I obviously wouldn't want to see that happen. The point I'm making is this is so broad. Literally, if we're going to crack the bottle open, okay, let's do it. And it's just like cancel culture. Until these pro-establishment people, predominantly on the left, are victims of the same consequences they seek on you, they will never change. It doesn't even cross their mind. They don't give a shit. By the way, some of the DeSantis people are like this as well. I've seen these fuck Trump pro-DeSantis people saying, it would never happen to DeSantis. They'd never charge him because he's not a bad guy. You naive, dumb, stupid shit. And it'll eventually happen to people on the left. Maybe it'll start with members of the squad that are criticizing Israel. But let's see where it goes from there. Rebellion. Now, I could bring up, in fact, I should do this. Definitions of the word rebellion. Now, I don't want to make this about one person or anything like that, but I was having a lot of back and forths with Pisco. Forget the individuals of what was going on. One of the things he told me, one of the first things that just open was, where did they get their definitions? Dictionary. So I was like, okay, let's look up some dictionary definitions of insurrection and rebellion and see if it applies to some other people. And then, of course, him and other lefties were like, ha ha! Rob thinks it's absurd to use dictionaries in court cases. I didn't say that. I said if that's what was used here, let's look at other dictionary definitions and see what comes up. That was before I even read. That's just the first process that comes to me. It's like, okay, they're saying, how do we define insurrection? Court says, let's go to the dictionary. Cool, let's go. Let's see what different dictionary definitions are. To sort of prove the point, like, this could be interpreted in a way to uniquely go after people you have a partisan axe to grind. So then Peace goes like, no, it's not just using dictionaries, dude. You have to use contemporary dictionary. That's the best. They only use, and then when I pushed, I was like, but they use current dictionary definitions. And he said, yeah, but the current dictionary is just to further buttress or give some added flair or meaning. But the contemporary definition is what you want. In other words, if the law was written in 1865, you want a dictionary from around that time. Because maybe those terms meant something different. So if you're trying to be an originalist and saying, what did the founders or what did the people that actually created this laws intend? Well, then we should look at how they define the words. And the best possibility to do that, unless they have it specifically written down, is to look at what dictionaries of the time said. It's actually not a bad argument. So, let's look at a contemporary definition of the word rebellion. Now, in the court case, as we'll get to here, it uses the American Dictionary of English Language, 1860, which is, I believe, edition 4. The original American Dictionary of English Language, which you might know as Merriam-Webster now, was crafted in 1828. And it happens to be completely online for free. And so I've brought up from the exact same dictionary, different edition, but same dictionary, in the 1820s, a contemporary definition, what they use the word rebellion to mean. Ready? Rebellion. Noun. Quote, an open and avowed renunciation of the authority of the government to which one owes allegiance. Or, not and, or the taking of arms traitorously to resist the authority of lawful government. Rebellion differs from insurrection. Okay. Number 2, rebellion. Open resistance to lawful authority. Can you think of a movement recently that openly renounced the United States or law enforcement of the United States? Or that were openly resisting law enforcement? Can anyone think of a movement recently that's done that? Let's put our thinking caps on. Maybe in the past 3-4 years. BLM, Antifa, immigration activists, that literally tearing down and burning flags of the United States, physically challenging law enforcement, saying that they should be completely eradicated or defunded. Now notice that definition didn't say you have to engage in violence. Didn't say that. Open resistance to lawful authority. Or an open and avowed renunciation of the authority of the government to which one owns allegiance. Shit, you know who meets this definition probably better than anyone? Our friend Casimir. It's in chat right now. Anarcho-capitalist. You might say, I don't like that definition. It's overly broad. No shit. But if one wanted to say, I think we should kick everyone who supported BLM out of office, you could say, look at the definition. Who's to say you're wrong? Well, that's overly broad. Tough shit. Then this court decision better have some sort of limitations, right? We'll see if it does. And of course, when I provide these definitions, basically the only thing the people I'm arguing with on the left have to say is like, well, no. Like, January 6th was a violent attempt to overthrow the government. They tried to stop the peaceful transition of power. Show me where the definition of rebellion says anything about stopping the peaceful transition of power. Show me where it says that it has to be a violent insurrection or anything like that. Okay, rebellion's different than insurrection. Glad you agree. Rebellion is different than insurrection. Too bad for you, the 14th Amendment says that the prescription for engaging in a rebellion is the same as the prescription for engaging in an insurrection, which is removal from office. No person shall be blah, 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 it's taken an oath, that shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Black Lives Matter's entire mission was to say that this country and its law enforcement is systemically racist. Does that sound like and I'm quoting now, open resistance to lawful authority? Yes! That's exactly what it sounds like. Black Lives Matter is a rebellion, according to the contemporary dictionary definition. Therefore, everyone who gave support to Black Lives Matter engaged in a rebellion and should be removed from office. That's potentially thousands of Democratic officials. But Black Lives Matter was for a good cause. Doesn't matter. It's a rebellion, according to this definition. But it was mostly peaceful. Doesn't matter. The definition of the term rebellion says nothing about engaging in violence. Nothing. But it wasn't at the Capitol. The definition of rebellion says absolutely nothing about Capitol. But it wasn't trying to prevent the transition of power. The definition of rebellion says absolutely nothing about transitions of power. Nothing. And there was incredible amounts of violence. Incredible amounts. Over 2,000 officers injured, over $2 billion in damages, far more than January 6th. 40-something people dead. Well, you can't do that, that's too broad. Right. That's why it's important now that this court set a precedent to have limiting principles. And we'll get to that, what they did. So I've already talked to you about what enemies, giving aid and support to enemies in the United States, how broad that could be. It could literally mean anything. Rebellion. I just articulated how thousands of Democrats will be off the ballot if we find we still have to prove they engaged in rebellion, which we'll get to what engaged in means. Insurrection. What is the definition of insurrection? Well, first off, would you be shocked to know, as we begin to go through the actual document, that it literally doesn't even attempt to define rebellion or attempt to define aid and comfort to enemies of the United States? Doesn't even mention it. Doesn't even attempt to define it. So we have this landmark, unprecedented court decision that literally says that members of a political opposition party can say on their own, without any criminal case being brought or any charges being brought of criminal charges, let alone the case actually occurring to be found guilty, they can say, nope, you're not allowed to be in office. On their own. And they didn't even bother to define, these are the exact scenarios, the 3 crimes that are outlined, what would meet that threshold. They don't even attempt 2 of them, rebellion or aid and comfort to enemies of the United States. But they do talk about insurrection, which they're accusing January 6th of being, and Trump of having engaged in. Remember, it has to be one of those crimes, insurrection, rebellion, and giving aid and comfort to an enemy of the United States. And the person being removed has to have engaged in that. It's not enough to just say there was an insurrection. You have to prove, and this person engaged. So we'll see how they define insurrection. And by the way, I've been telling you forever, it's not rocket science. This is one of the sacred cows. This is one of the pillars of which the entire authoritarian established movement is built on. You cannot question the January 6th narrative. They will go down with the ship. You can't question it. That's why even the establishment rhino Republicans ain't going to release those videos uncensored. They're going to blur faces. They're going to move on to a different news cycle. That's why they fought tooth and nail so that you couldn't see it. 3 years on, they still haven't let us see it. That's why they didn't speak up or have their own January 6th committee that actually looked at things critically. It's why they're not making a big stink about all the January 6th committee, all their interviews, many of them being deleted, and Secret Service agents' text messages being deleted. Because they're in on the game too. Because the whole house of cards falls down if it's like, holy shit, that wasn't an insurrection. Now, it blatantly wasn't an insurrection. But they have built the entire house of cards on that foundation. And so come hell or high water when you debate these lefties, insurrection, insurrection, my God, AOC was crying, she has PTSD, they almost overthrew. The same people that told you for years, why do you need an AR-15? Why do you need certain firearms? You'll never be able to take on the United States government. They have Apaches and Abrams tanks and shit like that. Are now trying to tell you that there was almost an overthrow of our government by guys with flags that found zip ties at the Capitol. That's what they want you to believe. And that's why they'll fight tooth and nail. It was an insurrection. So here's where I'm starting. Page 97, though. The way these things are written, it's actually page 98 up here on the... But you get it. So I'm skipping the process stuff. We're going straight to how do they define insurrection. Let's start reading and then I'll pause when I think that it's relevant, which there'll be a lot of pausing. Insurrection. Dictionaries, both old and new, the district court's order, and the briefing by the parties in the amici curiae suggest several definitions of the word insurrection. For example, Noah Webster's dictionary from 1860 defined insurrection as, quote, a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or state. It is the equivalent to sedition, except that sedition expresses a less extensive rising of citizens. It differs from rebellion, for the latter expresses a revolt or an attempt to overthrow the government, to establish a different one, or to place the country under another jurisdiction. So forget about the parts of sedition and rebellion. What do they define insurrection as? Quote, a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or a state. So let's break it down. People rising up against civil or political authority, like law enforcement, like politicians. Yep, we saw riots when Trump got sworn in to stop Trump, to remove Trump from office, the pussy hat, the Kavanaugh, Black Lives Matter was against the civil and political authority of the police. Okay, clearly those groups, Black Lives Matter would meet that, and all those groups. The open and active opposition, so being open and actively opposing of a number of persons, has to be a group, it's not one person, got it, to the execution of law in a city or state. So stopping laws being enforced in a city or state. You know, like claiming the police should be removed because they have no legitimate authority because they're systemically racist. Preventing the execution of laws through places like sanctuary cities. That's insurrection, according to this definition. It comes from Noah Webster, an American Dictionary of English Language in 1860s. Now, full stop here. At this point, I'd been arguing with lefties like Pisco, and I was like, well, let's look at dictionary definitions. And they said, no. You got to look at contemporary definitions. Well, you know what's better than me finding a contemporary definition from a different version of the same dictionary at the time? So, the same Webster's dictionary that they're citing, except in 1828. Using the exact fucking definition that they use. If I could prove that the definition they're using actually meets a bunch of left-wingers, that's pretty damning. And I've already been told the contemporary dictionary definition is the most important dictionary definition. The current definitions of dictionary, those are just the icing on top. It's the contemporary ones that are most important. Okay, there's the contemporary definition. Now, to me, that was the definition that they were using. However, I was wrong. And I have Pisco to thank for showing me I was wrong. So I did a video on this morning, said, here's the definition that they used. Now let's see if Black Lives Matter meets that. Yes. Okay. So then if we could prove Democrats engaged in that insurrection, supported that insurrection, then they're removed. Right? Thousands of them. Hundreds of them. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of a more blatant example of an organized group of people standing in opposition to lawful authority than people literally chanting to remove police and physically attacking police and burning down police precincts and... But it turns out I'm wrong. This is not the definition that they use. And I'm going to spoil it. Has anyone read this? Does anyone know the definition that they end up using to define insurrection? Does anyone know? And Pisco generously pointed me in the correct direction. Does anyone know how they end up defining insurrection? Do they use a dictionary? Do they use case law? Anyone even have a guess if you don't know? Now remember, we've already discussed why precision on this definition, seeing it's unprecedented. It's literally affecting who may be the president of the United States. Never been done. So precision is very important. Little hint there. Does anybody know which definition they use? Mutiny. No, that's not the definition they use. Whatever Liz Cheney said, no, that's not the definition they use. How did they define? Where did they get the definition of insurrection that they end up using from? Any guesses? Unless someone hits the nail on the head, which I would be surprised. You may if you saw my Twitter spat back and forth. Right. Sneed McFeed nails it. It's worse than you can imagine. Not only do they not define insurrection, they make it a fucking point to blatantly tell you that. We are choosing not to define insurrection. That's ultimately what they do in this unprecedented court decision. They say, we're not going to tell you how we define insurrection. We're not going to come up with a definition. Wait a minute then. What are these definitions? This one I just read and others that we'll get to. See, Pisco and the left, this is what they were complaining to me. I said they used those definitions. No. They specifically say we didn't use a definition. Instead, they say what's being implied is they have derived meaning from these definitions. Let me repeat that. The criticism of my video saying, here's the contemporary definition of insurrection, here's a bunch of left-wing groups that meet that would mean that the people that supported them would be removed from office. The criticism is I said they used that definition as opposed to saying they derived meaning from that definition. That's what their big criticism was. Smoking gun gotcha. Pisco says, take your fucking video down. Disinformation. Oh my God, Rob Spready. I demand you take your video down. You're not good at this politics shit. They didn't define insurrection. Take it down. You said used. They didn't. They derived meaning, not used. See? That's their criticism. Now, if they derived meaning from the definition we're saying is one of the most important contemporary dictionary definitions that they cite, wouldn't that still be problematic if from that derived meaning that their ultimate definition would come from, that Democrats and many Democratic organizations meant it? They met the criteria for insurrection? So the whole video still stands. It's like, well, shit. Okay, then the definition they derived meaning from is still would include Democrat groups like Black Lives Matter. But the irony is, Pisco's right. Which shocked me, and it's a mistake I make twice when we get too engaged. It's a mistake I make. I see them putting the definitions, and I think, oh, that's the definitions that they use. No! That's not! They cite definitions, and then, at least with insurrection, they're like, but we're not using that. We're just deriving meaning from. And it's like, holy shit! And you know what they did? Now, I want to take you back for a minute. You remember when we were talking about the importance of getting people to define things? And I gave this example. I said, well, what happens if you get pulled over for speeding and you say, officer, what's the speed limit? And they say, well, you were going over it. And you say, yeah, but what's the limit? So I know tomorrow. And they say, well, what were you doing? And I'm like, I was doing 57. They say, yep, that was over the speed limit. And I'm like, so the speed limit's 55? We didn't say that. We just said you're going over it. That's what they did. They're like, we're not going to define an all-encompassing definition of what insurrection is. We're just going to say this is what Trump did, and it clearly meets the definition. Whatever definition you would choose. What? I don't see this satellite person. Are they chatting? I'm not going to probably have anyone call in. I'm going over the case. That's what they did. Unprecedented court decision. They're basically like, Trump was going over the speed limit. What is the speed limit? Well, we don't take a stance on that. We don't really say. We don't define what the speed limit is. We just know that Trump was going over. How convenient, right? If you wanted to say, oh, well, perhaps conservatives would like to apply this same provision. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Perhaps they would like to look in that and see if Democrats have violated it. What's the precedent set forth? Well, there is no precedent. The precedent, they didn't define the term. They just said, well, Trump, whatever it is, whatever the definition is, Trump violated it. How could anyone in their right fucking mind cheer for this? It's bad enough. It's bad enough that they never even criminally charged Trump or had a criminal trial where he had an ability to defend himself. What's the word they use? I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Discovery, didn't get discovery. All this shit. Didn't have any of that chance. That's bad enough. But they don't even define what the alleged wrongdoing he did was. They just say, well, whatever it is, Trump violated it. But we're not going to define it. If you think I'm shitting you, we're going to get to it. So now we're told, well, just because they derived meaning from definitions that groups like Antifa, Black Lives Matter, immigration groups, etc., La Raza or whatever, would technically have met the definition of insurrection. That's not the definition they're using. So when I say, okay, well, I think La Raza meets that definition. So any Democrat that spoke with La Raza or helped them out or, whatever, engaged with them, they engaged with insurrection, they should be removed from office. They'll say, well, no, what's the definition of insurrection? And I'll say, well, why don't we go with this one here that was cited in the Contemporary Dictionary? That's not what the courts did. They didn't go with that. They didn't. They said, we're not going to define insurrection, but here's the things that Trump did, and we think that that's an insurrection. And this isn't exactly what Trump did, therefore you can't say it's an insurrection. You see? That's exactly right. It's easier to change the definition to match their narrative later. So they'll be able to later say, oh, here's some conservative that comes up and says Black Lives Matter meets this definition of insurrection. They'll say, that's not a good definition to use. Here's the definition we should use. Nope, you can't do that. So all the people beating their chest saying, this isn't anti-democratic. The 14th Amendment, it's there. You have to follow the law. When you say, okay, let's use the law of the Democrat, that's different. They don't meet the violation of that law. They don't. Sure we do. Here's a reasonable definition. Russia's our enemy. Iran's our enemy. Joe Biden gave them money. Aid and comfort to the enemy. Bam, case closed. No. Doesn't meet that definition. And this court didn't define what enemy was or what aid and comfort was, so you can't say that. Okay, how about rebellion? Black Lives Matter meets the definition of rebellion. No, that's not the definition we're using. What definition were we using? Well, they didn't decide, but that definition's overreaching. Black Lives Matter is not a rebellion. That's not what they intended. That's not what the people that wrote the amendment intended. No shit, what they intended was people that fought for the Confederacy. That's what they were intending. Not a riot that occurred at the Capitol. So that's the contemporary definition that they cite. Let's proceed, though. So now we're going to have some other definitions. So they're like, yeah, we got these definitions. We looked at a bunch of definitions. There's the contemporary one. Next. A law dictionary adapted to the Constitution of Laws of the United States of America and several states of the American Union. 6th edition, 1856. Defining insurrection as, quote, a rebellion of citizens or subjects of a country against its government. Country systemically racist. No justice, no peace. Tearing down U.S. flags at ICE facilities. Attacking ICE facilities. Attacking federal courthouses. Attacking police precincts. Or an act or instance of rising up physically. Did Black Lives Matter rise up physically? Yes! Silence is violence. You must physically rise. That's the Webster's Dictionary 2002. That's the 3 definitions they give. Then they proceed. In light of these and other proffered definitions, the district court concluded that, quote, this is the district court, not them, not this Supreme Court, the district court. It concluded that, quote, an insurrection as used in Section 3 is 1, a public use of force or threat of force, 2, by a group of people, 3, to hinder or prevent the execution of the Constitution of the United States. Now, even under this definition, you could argue many of these left-wing groups meet that. Like Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace. They were threatening the use of force, make them unrest, make them uncomfortable. It was a group of people, and it was to hinder or prevent the execution of the Constitution of the United States. The laws set forth the Constitution, such as local laws, law enforcement, etc. But think of how ridiculous this is. Think about this for a second. It's like, okay, there were a bunch of definitions we looked at, including these 3. And after looking at all 3 of them, what this court came up with was the definition of insurrection is public use of force or threat, or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the execution of the Constitution of the United States. Let's go back and read these definitions that supposedly they're deriving this from against. A rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to an execution of law in the city or state. Wait a minute. Their definition says the public use of force or threat of force. I didn't see that anywhere in the contemporary definition here. Anywhere. I didn't see anything about executing laws of the Constitution. It said execution of laws in a city or state. Next definition, insurrection. A rebellion of citizens or subjects of a country against its government. I didn't see the word force or threat of force. Third definition that they derived this from, an act or an instance of revolting against civil or political authority or against an established government. Or an act of instance of rising up physically. I didn't see anything about force or use of force or the term Constitution. Then you might say, but it says the word revolt. Merriam-Webster's definition, it says revolting against civil or political authority or established government. Here's the same dictionary's definition of the term revolt. Quote, to renounce allegiance or subjection as to the government. A movement or expression of vigorous dissent. Do you think that Antifa and Black Lives Matter and immigration groups like La Raza met the definition of to renounce allegiance or subjugation to the government? Yes! So they revolted. And what's the definition? An act or instance of revolting, which they did revolt, against civil or political authority or against an established government. That's exactly what they did. So they're like, well, the lower court came up with this definition, and here's some of the sources they used to come up with this definition. And the sources they use don't even fucking resemble the definition they come up with. They just pull it out of their ass. Well, it's about the threat or use of force to stop the Constitution. So where are they coming up with it? Where in any of those definitions did it talk about the use or the threat of force? Nowhere. Now, again, it's important to recognize, that's not this court. The court that's saying kick Trump off the ballot. That's the lower court. That was the definition that they used. Now remember, what we're told by these people is dictionaries both old and new, and the district court's order and the briefing by the parties and the amici curiae suggest several definitions. In light of these and other proffered definitions, they concluded that So they're like, they looked at these definitions. Now, in fairness, it's saying they looked at other definitions too. But why wouldn't this court's draft here include the ones, if there are ones that speak closer to what their end definition is, why the hell wouldn't they include them? But again, let's proceed. Finally, we note that at oral argument, President Trump's counsel, while not providing a specific definition, argued that an insurrection is more than a riot, but less than a rebellion. We agree. Insurrection falls along the spectrum of related content. Insurrection against a government may or may not culminate in an organized rebellion, but a civil war always begins with an insurrection against the lawful authority of the government. Okay? Although treason by levying war in a case of civil war may involve insurrection or rebellion, they are usually its first stages. They do not necessarily reach the actual level of levying war. So an insurrection could be, it doesn't have to be an act of war. Insurrection is distinguished from riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact that in insurrection there is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operations of the government. That's the first time that they said armed. While crimes growing out of mob violence, however serious they may be, and however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of polite society. But we part company, says the court, with Trump when he goes further. No authority supports the position taken by President Trump's counsel, an oral argument that insurrectionary conduct must involve a particular length of time or geographic location. Although we acknowledge that these definitions definitions vary, and some are arguably broader than others, get ready for the bombshell, you ready? For the purposes of deciding this case, we need not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. In order to kick Trump off the ballot, by saying that he engaged in an insurrection, we feel we don't have to define what insurrection means. Sort of like, we looked at all this shit and it influenced us, but we're not going to define what insurrection means. It's fucking laughable. It's laughable. But how convenient. You can't say, well, this other group engaged in insurrection. Nuh-uh. Well, yeah, it meets the definition. What definition? We didn't give a definition. We just said Trump did it. What Trump did's the insurrection. Okay, what about Antifa? No. Did they do what Trump did? No. Okay, well, we don't define insurrection, so you can't say that they committed an insurrection because we don't even define it. We're just saying, whatever insurrection is, Trump did that shit. That's it. That's literally what they try to church it up. For the purposes of deciding this case, we need not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. So forget about what the previous court said that tried to say, well, here's our definition, even though it was shoddy and from the sources that were provided didn't seem to match up with where they were deriding meaning from the dictionary definitions of contemporary dictionaries and elsewhere. This court says, fuck, we ain't even going to do that. We don't have to come up with a definition. So what are they going to do instead? Okay, ready? Rather, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for the purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted, and then here they go. So they're like, well, the reason we don't have to define clearly any definition of insurrection would include these things. So it'd be like saying, I can't define for you what a car is, but whatever definition you give, that Toyota's a car. That's what they're attempting to say here. We're not going to define insurrection, but any definition out there, what Trump did would violate it. That's what they're going to do. So what's the criteria? They're going to outline us. So even though we're not defining what insurrection is, all definitions of insurrection would include the following. So let's see what they say. Rather, Further, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for the purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking actions necessary to accomplish a peaceful transfer of power in this country. The required force or threat of force need not involve bloodshed, nor must the dimensions of the effort be so substantial as to ensure probable success. Moreover, although those involved must act in a concerted way, they need not be highly organized. At inception. At its inception, an insurrection may be pretty loosely organized. It may start as a sudden surprise attack on the civil authorities of a community, which incidental destruction of property by fire or pillage, even before military forces or constituted government have been alerted and mobilized in this action. The question thus becomes, and we'll go back to this definition, don't worry, or that's what they say all definitions would encompass. The question thus becomes whether the evidence before the district court sufficiently established that the events of January 6th constituted a concerted and public use of force or threat by a force or group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking actions necessary to accomplish the peaceful transfer of power in the country. We have little difficulty concluding that substantial evidence in the record supported each of these elements, and that, as the district court found, the events of January 6th constituted an insurrection. We're not going to define insurrection, but we know all definitions would encompass what we're about to say. Use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking actions to accomplish the peaceful transfer of power in this country. Not one of the definitions that they provided that they derived meaning from suggested a use of force. Not one of them mentioned peaceful transition of power. They're talking about language that's nowhere remotely in the very definitions that they use to deride meaning for what their ultimate conclusion would be. They're just like, well, what Trump did what happened January 6th clearly by any definitions an insurrection. Peaceful transfer of power, not written once. No one's been charged with insurrection. None. But it's an insurrection. Why weren't all these January 6th, why weren't the Proud Boys charged with insurrection? It's a clear case, right? According to them, any definition says what they did is an insurrection. They're not going to define insurrection. But trust us, the Proud Boys committed insurrection. They just weren't criminally charged for insurrection. And Trump engaged in it too. Now let's steelman the opposition here. But Rob, what they're really trying to say is, no matter how broad or narrow you want to use a definition of insurrection for, Trump and January 6th meets any of those definitions. I disagree. I think I could provide definitions of the term insurrection that Trump and them wouldn't meet. However, even still, it's irrelevant, because seeing as how this is an unprecedented case that should seek to have precision to set precedent going forward, the bare minimum that they should have done is define the crime that they're saying leads to your, removal. Because, as we've mentioned before, as soon as you bring up, okay, these other groups engage, what do you think this seven-panel court would say? You say, okay, well, let's take this definition of insurrection, the first contemporaneous dictionary one yet from the American English Dictionary. And we think Antifa meets that. They'd say, no, it doesn't. We're not going to use that definition. Same court would say that. No, we didn't use that definition. We didn't. Now we'll use a more stringent definition of the term insurrection. And say, no, see, the bar just doesn't cross the bar. Do you see the game that's being played? Well, let's continue or I'll be here all night. It's astounding. I can't believe they had the chutzpah To be like, we're going to fucking do this blatant witch hunt bullshit to remove Trump from office or from the ballot. And we're not even going to fucking do the bare minimum and be like, well, here's how we define insurrection. They're like, no, we don't have to. They go on. It's undisputed that a large group of people forcibly entered the Capitol and that this action was so formidable that law enforcement officers on site could not control it. Right, but that doesn't mean it's an insurrection. It could be a riot, could do that. Moreover, contrary to President Trump's assertion that no evidence in the record showed that the mob was armed with deadly weapons or that it attacked law enforcement officers in a manner consistent with a violent insurrection, the district court found, and millions of people saw on live television, recordings of which were introduced into evidence that the mob was armed with a wide array of weapons. Okay, so there's what would be is I have a pen. Is that a weapon? Potentially. So when they say there's a wide array of weapons and we're talking about an insurrection, does that mean anyone that engages in a riot but has a pencil or pen on them, or they're using a walking cane, or they have, mace in their pocket that they normally have attached to their keys, or any number of other household objects that could be used as weapons? We could say, oh, you're armed. You have a weapon. Because they're saying the January 6th people were armed with a wide array of weapons. Now remember, it's not enough for just one or two people or a handful of people to consider something an insurrection. It has to be a large group of people, right? So if one guy had a gun or two guys had a gun, and you're saying that was a concerted and concentrated effort to try to overthrow the government of the United States because two or three people had guns and this guy had a flag with a sharp point at the end of it, and this guy found some zip ties, therefore armed, therefore insurrection. Nonsensical. Let's see, they continue. The court also found that many in the mob stole objects from the Capitol's premise or from law enforcement officers to use as weapons, including metal bars from police barricades and officers' batons and riot shields throughout the city that day. You could say that of almost every riot that you've seen, whether it be Black Lives Matter, sports riots, etc., etc., that they'll find a stop sign and tear it up, or a cinder block, or they'll get their hands on a police baton, or they'll throw the tear gas, which is a weapon, back at police. So again, what differentiates this? Well, they found metal bars there. Right. The mob repeatedly and violently assaulted police officers who were trying to defend the Capitol. It's true. Now, there's evidence that many cases that the police officers started the attacks and violence. But let's, for the sake of argument, say that's irrelevant. Did people clash with the police? Yes, they did. Which they do at almost every violent Black Lives Matter rally. Does that mean it's an insurrection? So basically all they're saying is, it was really violent, and they got into the Capitol, and they were armed with weapons, and they found some. None of this is unique. And they're overplaying their hand. It wasn't as bad as they're saying. It wasn't like there were 70 people that showed up with firearms. In fact, the only lethal weapon that seems to be very problematic is the pipe bomb. But we don't talk about that. I wonder why. The fact that actual and threatened force was used that day can't be reasonably denied. Don't disagree? Substantial evidence in the record further established that this use of force was concerted and public. As the district court found with ample record support, quote, the mob was coordinated and demonstrated a unity of purpose. They marched through the Capitol building chanting in a manner that made clear that they were seeking to inflict violence against members of Congress and the Vice President. Well, that's horseshit. Then you could say any riot or protest that ever marched and said, down with Trump. How about when the Pussycat people, what was her name, Ashley Judd, or Madonna said, burn that fucker down. I'm a nasty bitch and all that stuff, right? Insurrection, right? The idea that almost everyone was there for the concerted effort to use violence to overthrow the government is nonsensical. They were chanting, down with Pence, fuck Pence, beat Pence's ass. Whatever, did they? No. If that's the criteria, I've literally seen, I can't tell you how many times I've seen effigies of Trump at rallies and riots and protests where they're stabbing Trump and stuff. It's insurrection? Upon breaching the Capitol, the mob immediately pursued its intended target, the certification of the presidential election, and reached the House and Senate chambers within minutes of entering the building. They didn't stop the certification. They were there to protest like the precedent had been set with the left over and over, like with the Pussy Hat people, with the Kavanaugh hearing where they were chasing people into elevators and things like that. You might say that's trespassing, that's intimidation, you shouldn't do it. Doesn't make it an insurrection. Quote, finally, substantial evidence on the record showed that the mob's unified purpose was to hinder or prevent Congress from continuing the electoral votes as required by the 12th Amendment and from certifying the 2020 presidential election. That is, to preclude Congress from taking actions necessary to accomplish the peaceful transition of power. Brief side note. You remember the riots that occurred when Trump was sworn in 2016? Was that an insurrection? Wasn't the intended purpose of that to show displeasure as an attempt to prevent, by some sort of means, Donald Trump from gaining power? Just because you're marching and you say, I don't want Brett Kavanaugh sworn in. Boo! Fuck you! Doesn't mean that you've committed an insurrection. Continuing. As noted above, soon after breaching the Capitol, the mob breached the House and Senate chambers where the certification was going on. This breach caused both the House and Senate to adjourn, halting the electoral process certification. In addition, much of the mob's ire, which would include threats of violence, was directed at Pence, who in his role of the Senate was constitutionally tasked with carrying out the electoral count. As discussed more fully below, these actions were the product of President Trump's conduct in singling out Vice President Pence for refusing President Trump's demand that the Vice President decline to carry out his constitutional duties. Donald Trump had the right to feel that he was cheated. He was in many ways. The question remains, was it specifically in the ways he was talking about with ballots and things like that? I don't know. Certainly there was a coup against him engaged by the FBI that was supported by the mainstream media and the Democratic Party. Certainly the mainstream media, social media, etc., manipulating algorithms, censoring stories, etc., was enough to steal the election away from Donald Trump. There was a concerted effort to interfere in our democracy at the behest of Donald Trump's opponents. In that way, the election was stolen. There's also many significant potential problems with ballots, chain of custody issues, things like that have never been adjudicated and that were reasonable suspicions that a reasonable person could ask. Hell, a reasonable person would ask, look, even if I think the election certainly didn't go Donald Trump's way and Joe Biden won, in a world where we had COVID and we massively changed the way we had elections, there's probably going to be shenanigans that went on, whether they be intentional or unintentional, which resulted in ballots, chain of custody issues, ballots that should be counting not being counted, etc., problems with dates, problems with signatures and stuff like that. Isn't it reasonable in an election, a national election of such high stakes that was decided by 40,000 something votes in 3 or 4 states, isn't it reasonable to say we have suspicions? Certainly Democrats have done it many times. For example, they said the 2016 election was stolen. They said that the Al Gore Bush election was stolen and demanded that looks into that and stuff. Just simply saying, no, Trump couldn't have believed that everything was solved, all these cases were heard, is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And you could say that and still say, I think Trump was fucking wrong. I don't think the election was stolen in that way. But the idea that people weren't allowed to have reasonable suspicion and say, we don't think the electors should be certified until these issues are hashed out, to say that that's an insurrection and stopping the peaceful transition of power is nonsensical. If it is, why did they change the law afterwards? Having said that, I was still against, and this is going to separate me from my audience, I think Pence had no choice but to certify. I would have been livid if in 2016, Hillary Clinton would have been like, nah, we're not going to certify this election. Or the VP at the time, Joe Biden, no, we're not going to certify that Trump won. Nope, not going to do it. So I get it. But certainly raising these objections is differently than just saying, nah, fuck all that. I know I lost, but I don't give a shit. That's not what happened. Continuing. In short, the record amply established that the events of January 6 constituted a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking actions necessary to accomplish the peaceful transition of power in the country. Can anyone explain to me, even given that, why the riots during Donald Trump's presidency, when he was sworn in, was that a concerted and public use of force or threat of force? Yes, there were riots. By a group of people? Yes, it was a group to hinder or prevent the United States government from taking actions necessary to accomplish peaceful transition of power. Yes, they wanted to stop Trump from coming into office. Same would be true of May 30th, 2020. So that means those instances would have been people that were engaged in insurrection by the definition. Then the question would become, were Democrats engaged in it? And the question here becomes, was Trump engaged in this insurrection? They finish. Under any viable definition, This constituted an insurrection, and thus we proceed to consider whether Trump engaged in the insurrection. Nonsensical. Now let's move to engaged. So, we've already talked about the problems with the definition of insurrection. Now let's talk about, okay, for the sake of argument, let's say once the court decided it was an insurrection, now they have to decide that Trump engaged in the insurrection. Because if there was an insurrection but Trump didn't engage in it, then he can't be kicked off the ballot. So, let's see what it says. When they start right off. Dictionaries, historical evidence, and case law shed light in the meaning of engaged in, as the phrase used in Section 3. Notice Webster's dictionary from 1860, it says engage is, quote, to embark in an affair. No, Webster American Dictionary Language 696. Similarly, Webster's Third International Dictionary says engage as to begin and carry on an enterprise, or to take part, or to participate. Let's assume that we would say Black Lives Matter was a rebellion or an insurrection. Did Democrats take part or participate? Absolutely. So that means they engaged in that rebellion, right? According to that definition. That's from Webster's 2002. And Webster defines engage as including both to induce to participate, trying to get people to participate. Do you think Democrats try to get people to participate in Black Lives Matter? Yep. Or to do or take part in something. So those are the dictionary definitions they give. Now, let's go to this is, I think, more interesting and more on point. Attorney General Stanberry's opinions on the meaning of engage, which he issued at the time the 14th Amendment was being debated, are in accord with these historical and modern definitions. Because remember, the intent of this was to prevent people that were fighting for the Confederacy to obtain positions of political or military power in the United States government. So just because you lived in the South, the question is, did you engage with the Confederacy, with the insurrection? Right? So Stansbury's weighs in here, who's the Attorney General at the time. They say it's in accord with these historical and modern definitions. Stansbury opined that a person may engage in insurrection or rebellion without having actually levied war or taken arms. So he didn't have to pick up a gun. Thus, in Attorney General Stanberry's view, when individuals acting in their official capacity act in the furtherance of the common unlawful purpose, or do, quote, any overt act for the purpose of promoting the rebellion or insurrection, or aiding comfort to enemies of the United States. Now, the first definition, we could get into the weeds of what does it mean, the furtherance of a common unlawful, that's the word that sticks out there, unlawful purpose. Is it unlawful to say, I want the police to be disbanded? Probably not. But it doesn't matter because the definition says or, not and. So, or here's another thing that could be qualified as engaging in any overt act for the purpose of promoting the rebellion. So if we would say Black Lives Matter is a rebellion, can you think of any Democrats that engaged in an overt act to promote Black Lives Matter? Yeah, all of them. Literally all of them would meet this definition of engaged in. Is this the definition that they'll end up using? No! But here's where they're deriving meaning. They say, oh, the guy that was defining engaged in, the Attorney General at the time, and his definition that meets with the other definitions that we've already outlined, says, if you supported a rebellion or drove people to promote the rebellion, then you engaged in the rebellion. Okay. Now that's so broad, though, obviously, keep in mind, the intent here for them is going to be to make the definition of engaged in so broad that, Trump engaged in an insurrection. That's the intent. That's what they're going to do. The problem is if you make that so broad and you say, okay, well then if we could find other organizations that we say committed an insurrection, like Antifa, and we see people that promoted those groups or told people to go out with them, then they engaged in that insurrection, right? So let's see what they do with the definition. Attorney General says to require a, quote, an overt act done with the intent of aiding or furthering the common unlawful purposes. Accordingly, the Attorney General continues, quote, disloyal sentiments, opinions, or sympathies would not disqualify. So, fuck the United States, I don't like them. That doesn't make you part of the insurrection. I have sympathy with Black Lives Matter. Doesn't make you part of the insurrection. But when a person has, by speech or writing, incited others to engage in rebellion, and we could look at the definition of the word incite if you like. So going back to a contemporary definition, the dictionary they're using. Incite, to move the mind to action by persuasion or motives presented. To stir up, to rouse, to spur on. To move to action by impulse or influence. To animate, to encourage. You think Democrats encourage people to go march with groups like Black Lives Matter? Yes, even during the pandemic, they were encouraging people. And so what happens if you did that? He must come under the disqualification. That's what the Attorney General at the time said. If you, by speech or writing, encourage others to engage in a rebellion, then you must be disqualified. So if it's true that Antifa or Black Lives Matter or anti-ICE groups are what we would consider a rebellion, an insurrection, or giving aid and comfort to the enemy, if a Democratic politician encouraged people to go join those groups, they have engaged in insurrection rebellion. Turning to case law construing the meaning of engaged in for purposes of Section 3, although we find little precedent directly on point, cases concerning treason that have been decided by the time of the 14th Amendment was ratified provide some insight how the drafters of the 14th would have understood the term engaged in. For example, in this case, Chief Justice Marshall explained that, quote, if a body of men be actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable purpose, all of those who perform any part, however minute, or however remote from the scene of the action, and who are actually leagued in the general conspiracy are considered to be traitors. So in other words, you didn't have to be there that day. If you were involved in this conspiracy to commit treason, and they're saying that would apply to insurrection or rebellion, then you could still be considered engaged in it. In other words, an individual need not directly participate in the overt acts of levying war or insurrection. If he has had, quote, it is not necessary to prove that the individual accused was direct personal actor in the violence. If he was present, directing, aiding, abetting, counseling, or counseling it, he is in law guilty of the forcible act. Nor is even his personal presence indispensable. Though he be absent at the time of the actual perpetration, yet if he directed the act, devised, or knowingly furnished the means for carrying into effect, instigating others to perform it, he shares their guilt. In treason, there are no accessories. So what they're saying is, okay, according to this definition, the mere fact that Trump said, I think this election was bullshit, we need to be peaceful, blah, 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 doesn't matter. It's still being engaged in an insurrection, because if people heard that and said, we're going to violently overthrow the government, well, you directed them, they were listening to you, and then took those actions. But by the same criteria, when Chuck Schumer says you're going to reap the whirlwind to Brett Kavanaugh, and then someone attempts to assassinate Kavanaugh, hasn't he, in effect, then, he wasn't there personally, but he was providing countenance, directing, aiding, counseling? Wouldn't he be guilty? The problem is, the definitions that they've outlined are so broad. If you're literally, it says, if he was present, directing, aiding, abetting, counseling, or counseling, he's guilty of the act. Let's just take that first one. Present? That means everyone that was there January 6th, even if they didn't commit violent crimes or anything like that, you're guilty. Why? You were present. That's so ridiculously broad. That means that everyone that was at a Black Lives Matter rally when they burned down a police precinct is guilty. of engaging in that behavior, insurrection. They continue. We find the foregoing definitions and authorities to be generally consistent, and we believe that the definition adopted and applied by the district court is supported by the plain meaning of the term engaged in, as well as by the historical authorities discussed above. Accordingly, like the district court, we conclude that engaged in requires, quote, they actually do give a definition here, an overt and voluntary act done with the intent of aiding or furthering the common unlawful purpose. So you're taking an act of your own free will that is overt, with the intent of aiding or furthering a common unlawful purpose. So in this case, they would say the unlawful purpose was trying to stop the electoral count. But that would have to be deemed unlawful. You're allowed to suggest alternate slates of electors. You're allowed to suggest, as Democrats have done many times, not certifying elections. You're allowed to do that. That's not unlawful. If people hear that and decide to engage in violence, that's not furthering the common unlawful purpose. Because your purpose, you would have to prove that your purpose is in common with them. For example, if I give a speech talking about systemic racism, and my purpose is to end systemic racism, and a crowd hears that speech, and their purpose is to use violence to beat the police in an attempt to end systemic racism, I have not engaged in a common unlawful purpose with them. Even if I directed them and said, you need to be pissed off, here's the evidence, this is disgusting, we need to fight for our country. If I didn't intentionally inspire them to commit violence and to have an unlawful act, then I'm not guilty of inciting an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection or riot. They continue. In so concluding, we hasten to add that we did not read engaged in so broadly as to subsume mere silence in the face of insurrection or more acquiescence therein, at least absent any affirmative duty to act. So in other words, if you just didn't say, hey, don't insurrect, you're not guilty. Rather, as Attorney General Stansbury observed, quote, the force of the term engage carries the idea of active rather than passive conduct, and of voluntary rather than compulsory action. So you couldn't be forced to have done it, and you had to actively act, not just passively. So what they have to prove then is they're saying, we think Trump actively engaged in an insurrection. Now, brief question here. If Democrats that previously wanted to challenge elections, so, for example, let's say in 2016 you have Nancy Pelosi speaking to a group of people, and she's saying, Russia stole this election. They stole this election. We cannot leave this Russian spy, tyrant, bigot become president. The election was stolen. And we got to fight like hell to make sure that he's not able to steal this election. Nancy Pelosi's well within her rights to say that. And those sorts of things were said by Democrats. If that crowd would have said, yeah, and stood up and started beating the shit out of Capitol police officers, did Nancy Pelosi just engage in an insurrection? Remember, it's not enough to just passively be there. You had to actively engage. What's the limiting factor on this? They don't define. The question remains whether the record supported the district court's finding that President Trump engaged in January insurrection by acting overtly and voluntarily with the intent of aiding or furthering the insurrectionist's common unlawful purpose. Again, mindful of our applicable standard of review, we conclude that it did, and we proceed to a necessarily detailed discussion of the evidence as to show why. Substantial evidence in the record show that even before November 2020, President Trump was laying the groundwork for a claim that the election was rigged. So what? We know John Podesta, Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, all of them were saying going into the 2020 election, if Trump wins, the election was rigged. What does that have to do with anything? That's not evidence of anything. You absolutely are within your rights to say, I'm so convinced that I'm going to win, that if I don't win, it must be cheating. You're probably full of shit, but you're well within your rights to say that. How is that evidence of an insurrection? They continue. For example, in an August 17, 2020 campaign rally, he said, the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Now, brief side note, let's say hypothetically you were clairvoyant and you could see that the next election is actually going to be rigged. What they seem to be implying here is, even if that's true, you can't say that. If you say that, and then further down the road, someone engages in an act of violence as you keep protesting and saying, I think it was rigged, you're responsible for an insurrection. That's nonsensical. Again, Hillary's team said before, during, and after the 2016 election that Russians were rigging it and it was stolen for Donald Trump. Does that mean if a group of 10 people conspire today to attack Donald Trump because they feel he stole the 2016 election, that Hillary Clinton must be removed from any potential office and could never be on a ballot again because she engaged in an insurrection? Continuing. Moreover, when asked at a September 23, 2020 press briefing whether he would commit to a peaceful transfer of power after the election, President Trump refused to do so. And? Means nothing. Because I'll tell you exactly what Trump's going to say. He wasn't saying, no, I refuse to ever leave office. He was saying, they're going to steal this shit from me, and you want me to just say, yeah, if I lose, I'll give it to them. And then once they steal it, they'll say, there's no evidence it's stolen, and you promised that you would just hand over power. So he's like, I ain't going to answer. Same shit they would do. I could play the same game as the court here. How many times did they say, do you condemn David Duke? And he'd be like, yeah, I condemn David Duke. And then the next day they'd be like, do you condemn David Duke? And he'd be like, who? Oh, you don't know who David Duke? Why do you refuse to condemn him? Do you condemn the Nazis there? Yes, at Charlottesville. All 3 times he condemned Nazis. But they kept asking him day after day after day. Him refusing to condemn Nazis is horseshit. President Trump then lost the election, and despite the facts that his advisors repeatedly advised him there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud, and no evidence showed him that he himself believed the election was wrought with fraud, that's bullshit. First off, he did have advisors that were saying there weren't fraud, like Bill Barr. He also had advisors that were telling him there was fraud. Now, some of his advisors told him some of the specific claims he were making was not true, but he certainly had advisors that were telling him that he did think that there was problems. And then the next claim is absolute horseshit. No evidence showed that he himself believed the election was wrought with fraud. How the fuck do they know? How is it incumbent on you to provide evidence of your thoughts? Think of that for a minute. If I say, trust me, I'm thinking of having chicken tomorrow, you'd be like, prove it. What? Prove it. Just trust me, I really think. You can't prove it. And your wife told you the store's out of chicken. Okay. I still want to have chicken. You can't prove it. There's no evidence to prove your thought there. What the fuck are you talking about? It's asinine. And this has been something that they've continually said. Oh, because he had certain advisors that told him the election was... I am 99% certain to this day, Donald Trump's like, I thoroughly believed I was fucking cheated in 2020. Literally, the Democrats' position is Trump secretly is like, I know I lost. I know it. He doesn't. Like, Trump's the type of dude that could be like, bigliest crowd ever. Biggest fucking crowd ever. And his team could go in and be like, yeah, that wasn't the biggest crowd ever. Bullshit. Yes, it was. We actually have the numbers here. Nope, it was the biggest. And he believes that shit. That's not exactly a positive characteristic. But to just assert, well, it's up to you to prove that you believe your claim that you think the election was stolen. It's surreal. What if somehow there was a way to look into Trump's head and it's like, oh yeah, he did legitimately, still to this day, he legitimately thinks the election was stolen. Then what? Now what? So it's no longer him engaged in an insurrection? And this is a question way back that I've been asking people. I didn't use the term engaged in insurrection. I was using the term incite violence. How many times have I debated someone that said Trump incited that violence? That's why he should be held criminally accountable. or impeached or kicked off, etc., And one of the first questions I always ask is, your definition of inciting violence, does one have to tell a lie before we hold them accountable for inciting violence? I debated destiny, and this was one of the issues I was talking about. In other words, can I tell the truth and you still blame me for inciting violence? And people's answers vary on this. For example, if I tell Kane Marco, I saw your wife with another guy, and let's say I didn't, and Kane Marco goes out and says, ooh, and he goes and he punches that guy, did I incite that violence? You might say, yeah, because you made up a lie with the intent of getting him riled up with the predictable outcome of him punching someone. But what if I did see his wife with someone else? Did I incite violence? Well, maybe, but we wouldn't hold me criminally or otherwise accountable, right? What am I supposed to do? Lie? Not speak up things that I see because a person could get angry and commit a heinous action which I would be blamed for? What are the ramifications of that? If I see a babysitter abusing a child, I can't tell the parents because they might get upset and physically attack the babysitter, so I have to keep it secret and the kid has to continue to be abused? Nonsense. Now you might say, but I still think you can incite by telling the truth. Fair enough, but the question becomes, do we hold people criminally or politically accountable for that? And here's why it matters. If Trump sincerely believed the election was stolen, he would have every right to say that. And if someone goes and commits a violent action because of that, he's not responsible unless he intended for them to commit that violence, that you could somehow prove that. That should be the standard. You saying, but it's not true. It's not true, and that's why he should be blamed, because he told a lie. Well, why is that relevant? So it's him inciting violence, but then 4 years later, if we find out, oh shit, yeah, some of the claims he said, now we've done an investigation, they are true. Now we retroactively say, oh, never mind, it's not incitement now. Of course not. You absolutely could incite. My definition of inciting is we should cast blame if it is your intended consequence. Whether it's a factual statement or infactual, or whether it's truthful or a lie, is irrelevant. Because once we come to that, did Democrats that screamed about systemic racism for a year incite people to violence with the George Floyd protest? Sure, there were people listening to that going, systemic racism, rah! Does that mean Democrats should be held criminally accountable if they truly were up there and they believed, like, I believe this country is systemically racist? Or when Bernie Sanders is out there and he's saying, I think if we remove Obamacare, tens of thousands of people could die. And then one of his lunatic followers goes and shoots Steve Scalise. Should Bernie be held politically or criminally accountable for inciting violence? Well, no. He has every right, even if he's wrong, to talk about those issues. And I was consistent. I never once said, oh my God, Bernie needs to be removed from office. I called him a hypocrite because when it came to right-wing violence and the shooting of Gabby Gifford, he blamed Republicans. He fundraised off it. He said, is it even safe to walk down the streets of Arizona as a Republican or as a Democrat? He did. He fundraised off that shit. So when Democrats, people listen to Bernie or people listen to Pelosi commit acts of violence and shoot a Republican, how dare you blame them? How dare you claim they incited it? But when Republicans did it, that shit's incitement. See how that works? I can't go through it all again unruly. You can watch the video in retrospect. We're like hours in here at this point. So now we get back to this. They claim there is no proof that Trump thought the election was stolen. I mean, other than his claims that he was saying. In fact, doesn't it seem that it would have to be the opposite? You would have to have proof that he didn't believe it. So they would have to have people standing up saying like, yeah, Trump told me, I know it's all bullshit. I'm just saying this because I don't want to give up power. That would seem to be the sort of evidence they're looking for. Not saying, well, Trump said the election was stolen, but he can't prove that he believes it. What insane burden is that? Guilty until proven innocent. President Trump ramped up his claims that the election was stolen from him and undertook efforts to prevent the certification of the election results. For example, on December 13, 2020, tweet, notice how many times they cite Twitter, which is hilarious. He stated, quote, swing states that have found massive voter fraud, which is all of them, cannot legally certify these votes as complete and correct without committing a severely punishable crime. Now, let's say no, they didn't find massive voter fraud, and that there is nothing that says that they can't legally certify and it would be a crime. So, he's mistaken. Or even if he lied. So, maybe it was in his heart that he thought there was fraud, and even though there wasn't proof, that's what he thought. How would that be proof that he incited an insurrection? If Bernie stood up and said, since Republicans have been in office, 7,000 people have died because they've lost Obamacare, and it turns out that number's not true, do we say, well, now he incited an assassination attempt? Of course not. Continuing. And President Trump sought to overturn the election results by directly exerting pressure on Republican office holders in various states. On this point, and relevant to Trump's intent in this case, many of the state officials targeted by Trump's efforts were subjugated to a barrage of harassment and violent threats by his supporters. Now, they don't go into specifics here about what that pressure was that he was putting on Republican office holders. But I'm assuming they're talking about people like Raffensperger, where he sincerely, in my opinion, believed that there was fraud in Georgia, and he was saying, look, you only have to find 17,000 votes. Now, Democrats have tried to spin this as Trump was saying, hey, I know that there wasn't cheating, but I want you to make up the fact that there were 17,000 votes and disqualify them that cheated. That's not what he was saying. He was saying, I think there were hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes. You only have to find 17,000 out of those hundreds of thousands. And that would be enough. That's what he was saying. But Democrats have tried to spin this as, see, that's proof that Trump was telling this guy to do something illegal. No, it's not. Continuing. President Trump was well aware of these threats, particularly after Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling issued a public warning that Trump to stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence, or someone's going to get killed. Now, you could say that it would behoove Trump at that point to say, look, don't do anything insane. And that's a criticism I agree with. I think Trump should have been more forcibly calling people the entire time after the election, before January 6th, like, don't lose your head. We're going to solve this. Don't go out there and do anything stupid. Remain peaceful. Now, obviously, he did say that at the Capitol, which we'll get to. But that's not evidence of a crime or engaging in insurrection. Should Bernie Sanders have been telling his supporters every time he was talking about people dying if Obamacare was overturned, remember, be peaceful? Because I saw evidence of Bernie supporters engaging in violence all the time. Remember? Hell, it got so bad at the Democrat National Committee, the DNC, in 2016, once Bernie lost the nomination, even the DNC people were calling out violent Bernie supporters. So maybe Trump, it would have behooved him to speak up more. It continues. President Trump responded to Sterling's press conference with a message repeating the very rhetoric Sterling warned would result in violence. And President Trump continued to fan the flames of his supporters' ire. So? That's politics. Again, how was it fanning the flames when Democrats kept talking about how women were going to become the handmaid's tale because Roe got overturned? Was that fanning the flames when we saw actual protesters going outside the homes of these justices, which was against the law, that then resulted predictably in an assassination attempt? Was Schumer fanning the flames of their ire? Trump had every right to say, fuck this, it was stolen. Just like Hillary has the right to continue to this day to say the 2016 election was stolen. Anyways, continuing. President Trump continued to fan the flames of his supporters' ire, in which he ignited with ongoing false assertions of election fraud. Again, the question becomes, false in whose determination? Even if you think that they're false because they've never been proven, that doesn't mean that they're false. It would be unproven. But even if they definitively were proven false, that doesn't mean that Trump thought they were false. And the question becomes, if they weren't false and they were true, does it then not become an insurrection? So, for example, if this court rules that this was Trump engaging in an insurrection, and then hypothetically 2 weeks from now, Georgia comes out and says, you know what? After another audit, we actually see that we've sat down and talked that, yes, there were 172,000 votes that shouldn't have counted in counties like Fulton County, where Atlanta is, and that would be enough to tip the state of Georgia for Trump. Does that mean all of a sudden it wasn't an insurrection? There's no way Democrats would say that. Well, they didn't know at the time, and they still engaged in violence. But that's what they would say. You know it. Continuing. Propelling the Stop the Steal movement and cross-country rallies leading to January 6th. Okay. So they're doing a Stop the Steal movement. No problem with that. Specifically between Election Day 2020 and January 6th, Stop the Steal organizers held dozens of rallies around the country, proliferating President Trump's election disinformation and recruiting attendees, including members of violent extremist groups like the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, the Three Percenters, QAnon conspiracy theories, white nationalists, traveled to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Absolutely absurd. So if you're out there and you're talking about a political message and unsavory characters join in your movement or join in your protest, then somehow you're held accountable? So, for example, if I could say, Hillary, Joe Biden's rallies, and he was out there, and it was attended by unsavory characters like La Raza and Antifa and, Linda Sarsour and pro-Hamas type people. Cool, right? And this is how you can tell that they're just full of shit. What does Trump have anything to do with that? Oh, excuse me, sir. We know that you have this issue that you want to talk about, but we regrettably tell you that at some of the rallies that people are having, bad people are showing up. Oh, well, then cancel everything. Sorry. Do we hold this with elections too? Right? If it turns out that a bunch of the campaign stops Joe Biden's at, it just so happens that there's unsavory characters. For example, when I debated one of the most prominent white nationalists in the country, Richard Spencer, he admitted that he was supporting Biden and that the Democrats was more of a home to people, he calls himself a former white nationalist, but regardless, than Republicans, because they're more identitarian politics. Does that mean that we would say, oh, what's going on? Biden had unsavory characters showing up at his rallies, racist, white nationalists? Of course not. This is just gaslighting people. They're just racist, QAnon, oh, Proud Boys, oh, white nationalists, oh, okay, and? Continuing, Stop the Steal leaders also joined 2 million MAGA marches in Washington, D.C. on November 14th in 2020 and December 12th, 2020. Again, as relevant to President Trump's intent here, after the November rally turned violent, President Trump acknowledged the violence but justified it as defense against Antifa scum. Now, this is largely true. Actually, I don't know specifically this incident, but here's something that I want to pause and talk about stuff. Right? One of the things we're told about Black Lives Matter is, if we accept their numbers, only 6% of the Black Lives Matter rallies that occurred in the summer of 2020 engaged in violence. Now, the problem is, those same statistics say that there were over 10,000 events. So when you do the math, this means there were over 600 examples of Black Lives Matter rallies that resulted in violence. An article I was reading today said that people that have studied this say that Black Lives Matter activists were involved in 85 to 95% of the violent interactions that occurred there. Now, the excuse that's given is, one, but that's still mostly peaceful, and second, it's the police's fault. Now, let's take an incident that the media has covered up and the Democrats have covered up, an actual insurrection, the May 30th, 2020 attempt to break into the White House, unlike January 6th, using lethal weapons, where I believe 12 police officers were hurt and a guard station was burned down. That's right, lethal weapons used by radical left-wing activists that were protesting for George Floyd, so groups like Black Lives Matter, attempted to break into the White House and clashed with National Guard people, Secret Service people and Capitol Police, literally using lethal weapons in an attempt to burn down And they did burn down a guard station in an attempt to break through the fence to get into the White House. Now, never mind what we've talked about a lot about this, that the media covered it up, that the Democrats made fun of Trump and didn't say, oh my God, it's an insurrection, that the FBI didn't have a massive task force and decide that they were going to start subpoenaing any Democrat that spoke positively of those groups, etc., etc., etc. Let's forget all of that for a moment. Why didn't they get into the White House? Why were the people on January 6th able to get further into governmental buildings than those on May 30th? Does anyone know? I've talked about this before. Why do you think there was a difference? Now, that's obviously more than one factor. You could say, well, maybe there was more of them January 6th. But what's the key difference? That's right. Aftershock knows. There was adequate police presence there May 30th. And there was adequate police presence for two reasons. One, and I'm inferring this, but I think this is a safe assumption. When you listen to Capitol Police Chief Sund, who did his interview with Tucker Carlson, he says that the norm was anytime in D.C. there was going to be protest, there were meetings between these agencies, the FBI, other agencies, the Capital City Police, and they sort of came up in collaboration with a plan. He says that didn't occur January 6th. But that's how normally it occurs. So that's reason one, because they probably, in the normal procedure of things, had a sort of plan that said, well, how many people are we expecting? What sort of officers will we need? How many? Etc., etc. Secondly, because everybody knew the left gets violent all the time. It's the worst kept secret. Rioting when Trump got in there. Rioting with Black Lives Matter. Like the Ferguson riots and stuff. Rioting after George Floyd. The George Floyd riots were occurring over and over again. Everybody knew it was going to kick off again in places like D.C. So the police fucking knew. Does that make it not an insurrection? Because people are like, oh, lefties are violent, so we'll have police there. Oh, therefore we stopped them before they got into the White House. So not an insurrection. Of course not. So when Trump says, oh, and then there were a lot of incidences. How many politically violent incidents were there of right-wingers, of conservatives, of Trump supporters? How many rallies can you point to and go, ah? I used to say 2. I'll even give it 3. Of the thousands upon thousands of Trump rallies, and I can think of 3. There was that one where there was this asshole guy that was agitating, and Trump did foolishly say, like, get that guy out of here, rough him up, fuck him. Then there was, let's say, Charlottesville. That was mutual combat from left-wing scum and right-wing scum. And the right-wing guy did worse. He killed someone, don't get me wrong. But, okay, let's chalk that up. And then there was January 6th. Name me the rest. Thousands upon thousands of Trump rallies. When violence did occur, almost every single time, do you know what the situation was? Violent agitators against Trump, against the right-wing group that were there, came and started shit. For example, Patriot Prayer over and over in Portland would have rallies that they got permits for, and Antifa would show up with weapons and beat the shit out of them. That's sort of what started the Proud Boys. Over and over, right-wing rally, left-wingers come to the rally, start some shit. Over and over. That's what happened. Show me the example of when you had left-wing rallies and right-wingers showed up and started shit. There are a handful when Proud Boys showed up. But overwhelmingly, when you saw those two sides clash, almost every single time it was, there's a right-wing protest, there's a Trump rally, something like that, and these assholes show up. Yeah, the girl got killed, ran over by a car, yeah, by allegedly one of the right-wingers, yeah. So is it beyond reason to say, hey, there was a skirmish at one of my rallies? Yeah, those fucking Antifa people showed up. I'm not aware of the specific incident he's talking. He could be factually wrong. It would be irrelevant. But what if he's not? What if we look into this November rally where there was violence and we'd get video of it and say, yep, there's Antifa starting shit. Did the court look into it? Do they know for sure that Trump's wrong? That it wasn't Antifa people that started shit? And to further buttress this, seeing as how Dylan Burns' name came up, what about Dylan Burns' acquaintance, Suspect Sushi? For those that don't know the story, Suspect Sushi was a right-winger. I don't want to mislabel him politically. I don't think he would object to me calling him a right-winger or a conservative. Someone that was on the right side of things. Or maybe he was a libertarian. Or I don't know. Could have been some, political ideology that's not easy to lump in a box. But overwhelmingly a right-winger. And he would do these panels and stuff 3 years ago or so. And he had a connection to Dylan Burns enough that they chatted together on Discord in private messages. Suspect Sushi was with one of the groups that was showing up January 6th. He reached out to Dylan Burns in a private message the day before because he knew Dylan was going to be there. And he said, hey man, shit might pop off. We think Antifa's coming. Don't go. And it is true. There were people, and you could see from other texts, like from people in the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, etc., they were very concerned that there were going to be left-wing agitators that showed up there to start some shit with them. So that's what Suspect Sushi was saying. Dylan generously, after January 6th, took that private message that he had with Suspect Sushi and turned it in to police, which then arrested Suspect Sushi, and he spent over a year in jail, I believe. Good friend, right? Now, full disclosure, maybe Suspect Sushi did other shit, and I've only heard his version of the story, and he did some criminal shit. I don't know. But nice of Dylan to sort of disclose those messages, and not only disclose them to law enforcement, but then go around. I remember I learned about it because I was watching Destiny, and I saw Dylan talking to Destiny. Yeah, I disclosed these messages. Pretty cool, right? Oh yeah, it definitely happened. And I would love to talk to Suspect. I talked to Suspect Sushi a little about it. I don't know how much he wants to talk about it. But I'd love to have him on and give his side of the story. And I'd bring Dylan on to give his side as well. Point I'm trying to make is, based on those DMs that were released, it was clear that it was the belief of at least that one January 6th attendee that was a right-winger, that he thought left-wingers were going to show up, Antifa and shit. So the idea that, that's clearly nonsensical. If there was violence, then clearly Trump knew that his supporters engaged in violence. How dare he blame Antifa? And again, another reason that seeks to buttress this speaks to Trump telling the truth based on his actions. Remember, he requested an increased National Guard presence. And when you bring that up to lefties, what do they always say? Yeah, but he requested it, he said, so to protect his side from violent lefties. Right! Because he assumed violent lefties were going to show up. That's what he believed. He's not wrong to have that assumption. Now again, they're making it seem like, oh my God, like after the election in November and up until then in January 6th, there were these Stop the Steal rallies and Million MAGA marches. And all this crazy fucking violence was occurring. Where's the evidence? They're like, well, the Proud Boys were there, QAnon people. And then this one rally in November, there was violence. And then look at their next sentence. With full knowledge of these sometimes violent events. Now these are the same people that will tell you hundreds upon hundreds of violent Black Lives Matter riots that you could watch every night on your television. Looting and burning down buildings and fighting with police. No, that was mostly peaceful. But one example of a Stop the Steal rally in November that had violence. We don't know what the violence was. It could have been righties attacking lefties. We don't know. That allows them in this document to say, well, that means that these Stop the Steal rallies were sometimes violent events. No shit. If I find one example of a bridge club at a nursing home where someone threw a punch, can I say attending bridge clubs are attending sometimes violent events? Fucking ridiculous. They continue. President Trump sent the following tweet on December 19, 2020, urging his supporters to travel to D.C. on January 6th. No problem with that. He says, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. January 16, or January 6th. Be there, be wild. Okay. No problem in that. You're allowed to direct people to attend a rally. They continue. At this point, the record established that President Trump's plan was that when Congress met to certify the election results on January 6th, Vice President Pence could reject the true electors who voted for President Biden and certify a slate of fake electors supporting President Trump, or he could return the slates to the states for further proceedings. And that's actually what the goal was. The alternate slate of electors were to exist so that it would force the states to sort of investigate what was going on. It's been done before. It was done in the JFK election. Democrats have suggested using alternate electors before. It is not illegal to suggest doing that, as further evidenced by the fact that they changed the law afterwards to say that the vice president can't do that. But yeah, I concede that was his plan. Not an insurrection. Continues. Far-right extremists and militias such as the Proud Boys, the Oath Keeper. First off, define far-right extremist. I've heard everyone from Ben Shapiro to Dave Rubin called a far-right extremist. But they far-right extremists and militia, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers. They viewed Trump's tweet as a call to arms. And they began to plot activities to disrupt January 6th. Let's assume that's true. Let's read the tweet again. Statistically impossible, we lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C., January 6th. Be there. We'll be wild. What they're trying to tell you here is, one of two things happened. Either one, Trump knew that that was code for arm yourself, overthrow the government. Or, he didn't mean that, but these people said, we think that Trump means arm ourselves, overthrow the government. Yeah, Lori Lightfoot said that shit. Maxine Waters had said, of course. That tweet, that's what they're saying was the call to arms that Trump's responsible for? Continues. On December 26, 2020, Trump tweeted, if a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrats would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch McConnell and Republicans do nothing, want to let it pass. No fight. And this is something that Democrats and the January 6th committee, when Trump says fight, that clearly means fight to the death. That clearly means he means arm yourself and stab people and pick up guns. Bullshit. That's common political rhetoric. We're going to fight like hell. Democrats say that shit all the time. So do Republicans. In fact, it's further exemplified. He says Mitch McConnell and Republicans do nothing, just want to let it pass. No fight. Okay, when he says no fight there, and he's talking specifically about Mitch McConnell, if he means fight like throw fist, is his claim there, is their claim when Trump says Mitch McConnell's got no fight, that what he really means is Mitch McConnell's not throwing fists on the Senate floor? Does anyone fucking believe that? That's what he meant. When he said Mitch McConnell's got no fight, he was trying to tell McConnell, you need to get out there and fight. Put on your brass knucks, dude. Punch fucking Schumer in the face next time you're in the Senate. It's a joke. When he's saying Democratic senators would fight to the death, is he literally saying that if Democrats thought the election was stolen, they would arm themselves with knives and guns? Chuck Schumer would be there. He'd look like fucking, Rambo. He'd have one of, the bow with the explosive tips, and he'd be fucking shooting it. Fuck you, Republicans! It's a fucking joke! Everybody knows what he's implying. It says the word fight, and people later engaged and fought with the police. Therefore, continuing. On January 1st, 2021, President Trump retweeted a post from Kylie Jane Kremer, an organizer of the scheduled January 6th March for Trump, that stated, quote, the cavalry is coming, Mr. President, January 6th, D.C. President Trump added to his retweet, a great honor. Well, you see, let me explain this to you. Cavalry is a term used in the military for, soldiers that are riding horses. So clearly, what this tweet meant was that people were showing up on horses armed January 6th to overthrow the government. right? That's what cavalry means, right? Or wait, no. People say that all the time. The cavalry's coming. What a fucking... Like, they literally... And again, this is what I can't stress enough. This is an unprecedented court decision that should meet the most specified, highest quality levels of evidence in order to kick a president off the ballot. They know that the country's a powder keg. They know... And by the way, that's the intent. But if they truly were, these justices, these judges were like, whoa, 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 we're really just trying our best to save this country, and we think that, this is what the Constitution says. They know... Man, this is going to fire people up. We got to make sure everything's by the book here, and we have the highest levels of evidence and stuff before we do this. And they're literally including stuff like, he said Mitch McConnell has no fight. That's implying fisticuffs. Someone said the cavalry's coming, and he said great honor. That means that he thought people were showing up with military weapons. What? It's a fucking... Why are they including this shit? Oh, see? He said fight. They said cavalry, so wink wink. Insurrection. What? By the way, I just want to let you know, we have not got to the best part. Believe it or not. We're not going to define insurrection was pretty fucking bad, but there's a worse part than that. And the only person I saw mention this other than me was Viva Frei. Kudos to him. We're almost there, I think. We continue. The foregoing evidence established that Trump's messages were a call to his supporters to fight, and that his supporters responded to that call. That's it. What's the evidence? Let me reread that sentence. The foregoing evidence established, that's it, the evidence that they just outlined to this court established that President Trump's messages were a call to his supporters to fight, and that his supporters responded to that call. What was the evidence? A woman said the cavalry's coming. He said Mitch McConnell has no fight and Democrats would fight like hell or fight to the death. Proud Boys and extremists were coming. There was one violent incident in November and Trump blamed it on Antifa. And lastly, he tweeted that it was statistically impossible to lose the election. Being in D.C., be there and be wild. And let's not shortchange them. And also, Georgia election official Gabriel said, stop inspiring people to commit acts of violence. And Trump didn't stop. That's it? That's their evidence. Based on that, we can conclude. Trump told people to fight, use physical violence, and that's it. That sentence right there. That's it. That's it. That's their evidence. I mean, think of how easy it would be. How fucking easy would it be for dozens of Democrats for you to look at and be like, okay, Chuck Schumer said reap the whirlwind. He knew that people were engaged in violence. He knew that people were unlawfully outside of Supreme Court justices' homes. He said that Kavanaugh would pay the price and reap the whirlwind, and he talked about fighting like hell. And then there was predictably an assassination attempt, and there were right-wingers that said, whoa, 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 be careful, Schumer. We think that you're going to inspire someone to violence. And then it occurred, therefore, Chuck Schumer incited an insurrection, incited an assassination attempt. Or AOC. Or Kamala Harris. Or Maxine Waters. It's a joke. It's an absolute fucking joke. That's their evidence. You just saw their evidence. Well, maybe he had direct tweets to the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and were saying bring weapons. Nope, no evidence of that. Nope. And let's say hypothetically even, the evidence of that would later come out in Jack Smith's trial. Let's say hypothetically that 7 months from now, Jack Smith's having his trial, and there's evidence that Donald Trump personally messaged, Enrique Tarrio at the Proud Boys and said, bring weapons, we're going to assassinate people. Fucking terrible, and Trump should be charged if that's what happened. But that still wouldn't excuse this court, because this court's unaware of that potential evidence. We know the evidence this court's looking at, and it's things like, well, one guy in Georgia said that people might do violent shit, and Trump didn't stop criticizing them. And he said that Democrats would fight to the death, and Mitch McConnell doesn't fight. And some other person said the cavalry's coming, and he said, great. That's it. So clearly he was dog whistling to people to engage in violence. What? Continuing. The record reflects that President Trump had reason to know that the potential violence on January... This is the best part. I have to go to the restroom or I'll end up pissing my pants because this part is literally the best part. So I will be right back. I'll put my little opening screen on with the audio and I'll be right back. Give me like 3-4 minutes. best part. Here we go. I do want to mention, while I was in the restroom, I checked Twitter. Byron York just put out, this is actually incredible. I don't know if this is true, but normally he's reliable, but I have to look into this. He says, to remember about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was ratified July 1868. By 1871, 3 years later, Congress was talking amnesty for the people that fought for the Confederacy. Big amnesty passed in 1872. That's 4 years after the amendment was passed. And the disqualification was lifted from, quote, all but the most prominent Confederate leaders. Full amnesty was granted in 1898. So we're supposed to believe that within 4 years, all but like Jefferson Davis and General Lee and like, Longstreet or whatever, the top leaders, they're like, okay, the rest of you. Literally people that fought a war against the country. But Trump challenged the election results. Same thing. Worse. Laughable. All right, here we go. Now, brace yourself. Brace yourself for this. I'm just going to read for a while. And I want to see if anyone, particularly if someone didn't see my tweets today, this morning, if you could see why I would consider this a fucking absolute, insane, breathtaking disclosure. I'm just going to read. So right now we got Trump's words. He knew that people would take it as a call to arms and engage in violence. And now they're going to say, and Trump knew violence would occur on January 6th. So let's see what they say. I'm just going to read for a while, all right? The record reflects that President Trump had reason to know of the potential for violence on January 6th. As president, he oversaw the agencies reporting the foregoing threats. In addition, so he's in charge of the FBI and the other places, so he knew if they saw threats. In addition, Katrina Pearson, a senior advisor to both of President Trump's campaigns, testified in behalf of President Trump that at a January 5th, 2021 meeting, Trump chose the speakers for the January 6th event at which he too would speak, avoiding at least some extremist speakers, and that he knew that radical political extremists were going to be in D.C. on January 6th and would likely attend his speech. Okay, there'll be some radicals there attending the speech. Okay, that doesn't mean he knew violence was occurring. Let's keep going. January 6th arrived, and early in the morning, President Trump tweeted, if Vice President Pence comes through for us, we'll win the presidency. Many states will decertify the mistake they made and certify incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislators, which it must be. Mike can send it back. Okay, no calls for violence. He followed this tweet later in the morning and said, all Mike Pence has to do is send it back to the state. We win. Do it, Mike. It's time for extreme courage. No call for violence. These tweets had the obvious effect of putting a significant target on Vice President Pence's back. That's bullshit. If he believed that was the case, it's absurd to say, well, wait a minute, that put a target on Pence's back. He couldn't have said that. It's nonsensical. Again, is Chuck Schumer putting a target on Pence's back? An even better example, do you see, is the gaslighting from the Democrats and the media saying, Trump's like Hitler, Trump will completely destroy our country, Trump will take democracy. If someone assassinates Trump, would you say, well, clearly Democrats painted a target on his back? Is that what they would say? Of course not. Focusing President Trump's support on the vice president's role in overseeing the Electoral College and certifying the 2020 presidential election to ensure the peaceful transition of power. Maybe I spoke too soon about the breathtaking thing, but we'll keep going. A little bit of it, but not really what I'm talking about yet. At about this time, tens of thousands of President Trump supporters began gathering around the ellipse for his speech. To enter the ellipse itself, attendees were required to pass through, oh my God, magnetometers? Basically, getting scanned down. Notably, from approximately 28,000 attendees who passed through these security checkpoints, the Secret Service confiscated hundreds of weapons and other prohibited items. Remember, they're saying this is literally they're trying to overthrow the government. So they found hundreds of weapons, like what? Knives, or blades. Those aren't necessarily illegal. Pepper spray, very common, particularly for women. Brass knuckles, sometimes illegal. Tasers, totally fine. Body armor, don't think it's illegal. Gas mask, par for the course. In fact, recommended by people that attend Black Lives Matter. Batons are blunt instruments. Didn't see guns, though. They're about to overthrow the strongest government in the world. No guns. Well, one guy had brass knuckles and some people had some pepper spray. Approximately 25,000 additional attendees remained outside the Secret Service perimeter, thus avoiding the magnetometers. President Trump then gave a speech in which he literally exhorted his supporters to fight at the Capitol. Okay, we're not at that part yet, right? I'm so sorry, right? So we're not at the impact yet. You ready? But here's something, it's not the big thing, but here's something to... No, again, they're making the same claims they made. When he says fight, that means physical violence. That's what they're going to try to say here, right? Notice that see if you see any of his statements that's conspicuously absent from the ones he's going to say. So here's their evidence. He told the crowd to fight. He was telling them to engage in violence. Here we go. Here's some of the quotes. We're gathered together at the heart of our nation's capital for one very reason, to save our democracy. How the fuck is that telling people to engage in violence? Any political speech that said, literally, for my entire adult life, almost every political speech at a national level going into election is, the other guy's going to destroy this country. We need to save our country. Literally, Democrats are right now saying Trump's going to destroy democracy. Does that mean it's a call to violence? God, it's so dumb. Next, Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be respectful of everyone, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. Okay, just because he uses the word fight doesn't mean he's literally saying, oh, all of you have your hands tied behind your back. Untie your hands and throw punches like a boxer. He's saying we're in a fight for our country. We're in a fight for making America great again. And we're saying, oh, well, we can't violate norms and stuff like, no, it's time to start saying we're going to use these processes. Next, now it's up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down and I'll be there with you. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. Says he thinks there's an assault on democracy. You could agree or disagree. Democrats say it literally every day the entire time Trump was in office. And now he says, I'm going to walk down there with you. Okay, he's allowed to walk with them. Next, we're going to walk down to the Capitol and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take our country back with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. Okay, so he says we're going to cheer for some politician and other ones we won't cheer so strong with. But we have to be brave. We have to show strength. Okay? Failing to see where he's encouraging people to engage in an insurrection and overthrow the government here? With violent means? Next, he says when you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. Okay, now this is as close as you could get. But this isn't a call to fight. What he's saying is, look, we want this unprecedented action to occur. Normally the rules are, okay, we lost, that's it. But we think it was stolen, so now, because it's unprecedented, the rules should change. Now you could say that's not a good opinion to have, and that's fair. It's not the best language, I'll agree. But I don't think you could reasonably interpret that was him saying, so we're allowed to punch people. We're allowed to get zip ties and tie senators and beat the shit out of them then. And then the last one, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. You might say, well, that's incendiary, but that's literally par for the course. Again, I can't stress enough. Just listen to Democrats' rhetoric in 2006. They were literally, in 2000, it's even worse now. I remember in 2016 talking to people that seriously were like, literally, Trump's going to put black people in train cars. He's literally going to execute all the gay people. What? But saying you're not going to have a country. I remember doing this whole blog post on, if you listen to the media at the RNC convention, they kept saying about Trump, the RNC convention is dark. And then I watched the DNC convention and it's like, Trump's going to destroy democracy and people of color won't be safe and systemic racism and he's like a Nazi and climate change is going to kill us all. Wouldn't that also be incendiary? Isn't that firing people up? And again, you'd say, but he says fight like hell. Bullshit. Fuck you. If the standard is saying fight like hell is a call to violence, then I got about fucking 5,000 politicians that need to be locked up. They say, unsurprisingly, the crowd at the ellipse reacted to Trump's words with calls to violence. That's not his fault. And you chiming, unsurprisingly, would this court say the same with Democrats' rhetoric? Unsurprisingly, some people had calls to violence. Indeed, after Trump instructed his supporters to march to the Capitol, members of the crowd shouted, storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol building, take the Capitol. Again, Trump possibly should have done more. But that doesn't mean he was telling them to engage in violence. For example, we saw people take the buildings, the Hart building, with the Kavanaugh protesters. Now, I read all the statements that they said in his speech that were blatant calls to violence. Did anybody notice something? There's a bunch of quotes there. Was that all the quotes? I skipped the second to last one. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right, I did. The most corrupt election in history, maybe of the world. This is not just a matter of domestic policies. It's a matter of national security. Okay. Right! Isn't that weird? This sober-minded court that's just here to protect our country and do things by the book. Weirdly enough, when they're talking about his speech here, they don't include the fact, they even say he talked about going to the Capitol in March. We're going down to cheer. But they left out the quote where he said, we're going to go and we're going to be peaceful. We're going to do it peacefully. Why? Why do you think they didn't include that here? Interesting. And before he even concluded his speech, President Trump's supporters followed his instructions. The crowd marched to the Capitol, many carrying Revolutionary War flags and Confederate battle flags, quickly breached the building. Now, notice how the way this sentence is framed, it's one sentence. They followed his orders, his instructions. Then the next sentence says, here's what they did, implying that that was Trump's instruction. So you tell me, if Trump instructed people to march to the Capitol, he did. Carry Revolutionary War flags and Confederate battle flags, he never said anything about that. Breach the building, he didn't say to do that. Advance to the House and Senate chambers to carry out their mission of blocking the certification. He didn't say to do that. But they imply that that's what's going on. Continuing. By 1:21, President Trump was informed the Capitol was under attack. Rather than taking action to end the siege, however, approximately 1 hour later at 2:24, he tweeted, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country, and Constitution give him the chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or accurate ones that were asked previously to certify. USA demands the truth. Now, I'll remind you, if you go back and you look at their definition of engaged in, it said being silent is not justification to say you engaged in. You have to overtly take action. In other words, if you see people engaging in violence and you don't say anything, that doesn't mean that you engaged in violence. If you say, keep doing the violence, then you did. So what they're saying here is, he should have been speaking up that there was violence. I agree, by the way, he should have, but that doesn't mean that he incited violence. It doesn't. I think that he thought that it wasn't that out of hand, and it was like when you see violence that would occur at the, rallies for Democrats and things like that, that it was just like, yeah, shit's getting out of hand, but Democrats aren't out there when there's a Black Lives Matter protest and police start skirmishing with them saying, everybody have to go home. Having said that, I said at the time, and have continued to say, I do agree that there is room to criticize Trump here. I absolutely do. Absolutely believe that. Doesn't mean he engaged in an insurrection. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and Constitution, giving states a chance to certify the correct set of facts, not the fraudulent and inaccurate ones which were as previously certified. USA demands the truth. He probably was furious because he thought, fuck, this is it, I'm out. I think this election was stolen, our last chance Mike Pence just gave up on. Doesn't mean it was right, but it's not inciting an insurrection. Next, this tweet was read over a bullhorn to the crowd at the Capitol, preventing further violence, necessitating the evacuation of Vice President Pence from his Senate's office, more secure location to ensure physical safety. I'll remind you, the Democrats on May 30th, 2020 were rioting and using lethal weapons to try to break into the White House, meaning that Secret Service had to remove Trump from the scene, and Democrats' response was to call Trump a bunker boy or bunker bitch. So interesting how when it's Vice President Pence that can be used to attack Trump, it's a huge deal when he had to be escorted out of the building, but when it was lefties attacking Trump, Trump had to be moved, what a coward bitch. Nor is there any evidence that Trump instructed his speech to be read over a bullhorn. Nor is there any evidence, even if he did, that meant that it was to encourage further violence. Next, President Trump's next public communications were 2 tweets sent between 2:38 and 3:13, encouraging the mob to remain peaceful and stay peaceful. Obviously, the mob was not at all peaceful. Horseshit. The majority of the people were still peaceful, and even if you use the term mob and say that there were certainly those that weren't engaging in peacefulness, the idea that you snidely say, obviously it wasn't peaceful, doesn't mean that that was the impression Trump got, even if people were telling him, look, shit's getting out of hand here, there, and there. First, we know in retrospect, looking back, that a lot of it was the fault of police that were literally attacking and shooting tear gas into peaceful people. Doesn't justify the people that then engaged in violence or that previously engaged in violence, which certainly existed. But secondly, that doesn't prove that, oh, well, if there was violence, obviously Trump saying stay peaceful, that's a lie. It's bullshit. But neither tweet condemned the violence nor asked the mob to disperse, okay? It's not incitement to violence. Next, throughout these several hours, President Trump ignored pleas to intervene and instead called senators, urging them to help delay the electoral count. Right, because he was last-ditch effort trying to remain president of the United States because he thought the election was stolen from him. Again, I think he should have done more, but it's not incitement to violence. And President Trump took no action to put an end to the violence. They've already admitted that not acting isn't engaging in. To the contrary, as mentioned above, when told that the mob was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," President Trump responded that perhaps Vice Pence deserved to be hanged. Now, that's the best evidence. But he's saying that in private to someone, and he's frustrated with Pence. There's no evidence that he literally meant to hang Mike Pence, nor that he told any of the people chanting that that's what they should do. President Trump also rejected pleas from House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, imploring him to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol, saying, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." Finally, at 4:17, Trump encouraged the mob to go home now, even though he did not condemn the mob's actions. Instead, he sympathized with those who had violently overtaken the Capitol, telling them he knew their pain. That's bullshit. That would be the same if the people... I mean, again, I don't know how to make this any more clear. Kamala Harris literally put a link to a bail fund after violent Black Lives Matter George Floyd protesters literally burnt down a police precinct. She didn't just say, "Hey, I'm with you." She did say that, but she actually tried to provide financial support for the people that were arrested. And I've said for years, I was like, if Trump would have pushed a bail fund on January 7th for the people that were arrested, you people would have went fucking nuts. You wouldn't have accepted, no, he just meant the ones that were illegitimately arrested. And I know they would have went nuts because you could see what they're doing here. He's saying, look, thanks everyone for those that came. I feel your pain. You're special to me. That doesn't mean he's saying, oh, thank you for engaging in violence. He told them that he loved them and they were special, and he repeated his false claim that the election had been stolen, notwithstanding his landslide victory, thereby further endorsing the mob's effort to try to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They didn't. After January 6th, it was done. A short while later, President Trump reiterated a supportive message to the mob justifying his action, tweeting at 6:01, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace." Not incorrect. Those are the sorts of things if people feel cheated that happen, but wasn't calling for violence. He concluded by encouraging the country to remember this day forever. We conclude that the foregoing evidence, the great bulk of which was undisputed at trial, established that Trump engaged in insurrection. Bullshit. President Trump's direct and express efforts over several months exhorting supporters to march to the Capitol to prevent what he felt. Again, there's so many questions. So if he would have just said all the same shit but not said go to the Capitol, does that mean it's not an insurrection even if they engage in violence at other places? They say he falsely characterized it as fraud. If it wasn't false, if we find evidence potentially that it wasn't false, or if he didn't believe it was false, does that mean it wasn't an insurrection? I do agree with him that Trump voluntarily said it, though. Moreover, the evidence amply showed that President Trump undertook these actions to aid and further a common unlawful purpose that he himself conceived to set in motion, prevent Congress from certifying the election and stop the peaceful transition of power. Nonsensical. He had every right to suggest that it not be certified and to suggest alternative electors. That is a legal process. You might even think that it's illegal, but Democrats have suggested that over and over again, and none of them have been said that they should be charged for trying to steal an election or prevent the peaceful transition of power. They continue. We disagree with Trump's contentions the record does not support a finding that he engaged in insurrection because, one, engage does not include incite. Fair enough. And second, he did not have the requisite intent to aid or further insurrectionist common unlawful purpose. As detailed in our recitation of the evidence above, President Trump did not merely incite the insurrection. I don't believe he did. I think that's nonsensical. Even when the siege in the Capitol was fully underway, he continued to support it by repeatedly banning Vice President refused to perform his constitutional duty and calling senators to persuade them to stop counting electoral votes. That is, one has nothing to do with the other. Him proceeding legal avenues and trying to convince Pence to do what he thought was a legal challenge is different than the people that were engaged in violence outside. So saying he was supporting the violence by continuing to say, I think the election was stolen and we shouldn't certify, is nonsensical. These actions, too, constituted voluntary, overt, and direct participation in the insurrection. That's absurd. Moreover, the record amply demonstrates that President Trump fully intended to and did aid or further insurrection's common unlawful purpose of preventing the peaceful transfer of power in this country. It's not true. It would be part of a peaceful transition. Like, was it, for example, would we say that Al Gore, when he challenged the election against George Bush, was refusing a peaceful transition of power? No, he was using a legal process. You might dispute and disagree with the legal process and whether or not it would have held up in court, but there's no reason to just say, oh, it's clearly illegal and therefore you can't do it. He exhorted them to fight to prevent the certification of the 2020 election. Again, fight doesn't mean use physical violence. He personally took action to try to stop that certification. Okay? And for many hours, he and his supporters succeeded in holding that process. Okay, for hours, they succeeded. For these reasons, we conclude the record supports district courts finding Trump engaged in insurrection with the meaning of Section 3. It was not protected by First Amendment. First Amendment of the Constitution provides Congress to have no law abridging free speech. Even so, the right of free speech is not absolute. I'm going to skip this part. Not that it's not important, but I can't be here all night. Encouraging the use of violence or lawless action. Again, the first prong of the test and incitement is the speech explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence. The district court made dozens of findings regarding the general atmosphere of political violence Trump created before January 6, many of which were already outlined in the discussion. We incorporate those observations here by reference and supplement them with other illuminating evidence from the record below. For example, the district court found that at a February 2016 rally, Trump told his supporters that the old days a protest would be carried out in a stretcher would like to punch him in the face. In March 2016, President Trump responded to questions about supporters' violence, saying it was very appropriate, we need a little bit more of it. Stupid thing to say, but am I really supposed to believe that some unruly protester that someone punched and Trump said, good for that fucker, in 2016 means that clearly he was calling for violence in 2020? Stupid. During the 2020 election cycle, President Trump threatened to deploy the military in Minneapolis to shoot looters amid protest over the police killing of George Floyd. And what the fuck, so? We should have deployed the fucking military to stop looters. I don't think they should have shot on sight. They were killing people. They were burning shit down. They were causing billions of dollars of damage. He told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. And that's not a call for violence. During the debate, District Court also credited the testimony of Peter Simi, a professor of sociology at Chapman University, whom it had qualified as an expert in political extremism, including how extremists communicate and how the events leading up to the January 6th relate to a long-standing patterns of behavior and communication by political extremists. So they swore in an expert. Now remember, Trump wasn't charged with insurrection. No one was charged with insurrection. This wasn't a criminal trial. And yet they swore in some university professor that's like, oh yeah, I know about violence, and Trump was calling for violence. No cross-examination. According to the court summary, that far-right extremists understood that President Trump's calls to fight, which most politicians mean only symbolically, were, when spoken by Trump, calls to violence by these groups, while Trump's statements negating this sentiment were insincere. So this professor says most politicians, when they say fight, they just mean symbolically, but not Trump. And when Trump says be peaceful, we know that he's not telling the truth. And why should we believe that? Because this professor says so. Oh, that sums it up. There we go. Oh, all right, my bad. President Trump's speech took place in the context of the pattern of Trump knowing encouragement and promotion of violence to develop a shared coded language with the violent supporters. When he says peaceful, that's code for, yeah. When he says cavalry, that's code for, get your AR. Next, as we described in the foregoing section, the district court found that President Trump encouraged and supported violence before and after the election by telling his supporters the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election's rigged. Remember that. Okay, you heard it there. It is supporting violence if you say the only way we're going to lose if the election's rigged. Josh Shapiro said that. Podesta said that, Hillary's campaign manager. That the election was a fraud on the American public. Hillary's team has said over and over again that the election was stolen in 2016. Said swing states have found massive voter fraud, which is all of them, cannot legally certify and complete without admitting. Already talked about it. And that Democrats had stolen the election that rightfully belonged to Trump and his supporters. Democrats say it all the time. I'll bet if somehow Trump would win in 2024, a Republican win, many Democrats will say the election was stolen for fraudulent reasons and things like that. Are we going to say that those are encouragements and incitements to violence that aren't protected under the First Amendment? Just curious. If someone goes out because they hear the fear and the ire that's being brought forth saying that Trump's like literally the next Hitler and is going to destroy the country, and someone engages in violence against Trump or his supporters, does that mean that all the people that said those things are responsible for inciting that violence against them? Just curious. The district court also found many of the state officials targeted by Trump's campaign intimidation were subject to a barrage of harassment and threats by his supporters, prompting Georgia election feeder Gadget Sterling to issue a warning that someone's going to get killed. Trump didn't confuse the violence. Refused to condemn the violence, and as an endorsement of the use of violence. No, they already said previously, refusing to condemn is not the same as endorsing. For example, how many times have people threatened violent action against Trump or Trump supporters, or how many times has Rand Paul been physically beat? And I could point to literally Democrat media personalities and such that make fun of it and say, good, I'm glad he got his ribs broke. When he gets attacked again, does that mean we could criminally punish those that made fun of Rand Paul, saying, clearly that was an incitement to more violence against him? The district court then identified specific incendiary language Trump's speech at the ellipse. To reiterate, President Trump announced, we're going to walk down and I'll be with you and we'll walk down to the Capitol. Use the word fight in various variations. And if you don't fight like hell, he declared when you catch somebody in fraud, sentiment occurred, but you're allowed to go by different rules. We already talked about all this. In short, the district court found that President Trump's speech to the lips was understood by a portion of the crowd as a call to arms. Even if that was hypothetically true, that doesn't mean that that was Trump's intent, and he should not be judged for it. As the district court's not the only court to reach that conclusion, U.S. District Court of Columbia found he invited his supporters to D.C. after telling them months that the corrupt and spineless politicians would blame stealing the election on them, and retold the narratives when thousands of them assembled, and directed them to march in the Capitol building where those politicians worked to certify the election he had lost. And none of that's a call to violence. The court concluded that President Trump's speech was plausibly a positive instigation of a mischievous act. Bullshit. Our independent review of the record on the case brings us to the same conclusion. President Trump incited and encouraged the use of violence and lawless action to disrupt the peaceful transition of power. Bullshit. The evidence is garbage. The tenor of President Trump's message to his supporters and exhorting them to travel to D.C., the tenor of his message saying how corrupt it was and to go to D.C. on January 6th was obvious and unmistakable. Literally, they're saying, you can't even mistake it. Clearly, Trump was saying, when he was saying, the election was stolen, January 6th, come there, it's going to be wild. That is unmistakable a call for violence. Bullshit. The allegedly rigged election was an act of war, and those victimized had an obligation to fight back and fight aggressively. Again, politicians say that all the time. And President Trump's supporters did not miss or misunderstand the act. The cavalry was coming to fight. Absolutely insane. They're literally using the... we've already talked about it. We got to get to the good part. We're getting there. The fact that at one point during the speech, Trump said that everyone here will soon be marching to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically. Finally, on page 127. That doesn't persuade us. The isolated reference to being peaceful cannot inoculate Trump against the conclusion that his exhortation, made nearly an hour later to fight like hell, immediately before setting rally going to the Capitol in the context of the larger speech, was not protect. I mean, I don't know what else. It's so laughable. Intent to produce violent, lawless action. The second prong of incitement is the speaker intends that the speech will be in violence and unlawful. Supreme Courts interpret the second prong of Brandenburg to require specific intent, which incitement is at issue, which is spoken in terms of specific intent, presumably equivalent to the purpose of knowledge, and defining the act purposely as consciously desiring a result. So he has to have, as I've said, he has to have intended for violence to occur. Now, anytime there's a question of intent in other cases, like when I debate Pisco on Hillary Clinton's server, what did James Comey say? We can't prove her intent. The mens rea. But here they're going to say, we know what Trump's intent was. So let's see. When it's Democrat, we just can't figure out their intent when it's Democrats. But when it's Trump, oh yeah, we know his intent. So we must consider whether President Trump's exhortations on the ellipse to fight like hell January 6th and his urging to his followers to go to the Capitol and they would get to go by different rules were intended to produce lawless actions. The district court concluded that Trump exhibited the requisite intent here. It found that before January 6th, Trump knew that his supporters were angry, sure, and prepared to use violence, bullshit, to stop this deal, including preventing Mike Pence. And President Trump's response to the events in his speech followed support that Trump endorsed and intended the actions of the mob on January 6th. Bullshit? I've read you that. He said fight like hell, clearly intended it. There were Proud Boys there. Based on these findings of fact, the court concluded that Trump acted with specific intent to incite political violence to direct to the Capitol with the purpose of disrupting electoral certification. Why? Because they said so. We know that fight like hell meant, yeah, use physical violence. We know be peaceful meant, no, don't be peaceful, use violence. Because we say so. Other evidence we have is someone said the cavalry's coming before that. It's a joke. The district court found that President Trump knew before he gave his speech that there was a potential... Oh, okay. I think we're getting to the good part. Not yet. Maybe. The district court found that President Trump knew before he gave his speech there was potential for violence on January 6th. It found that Trump himself agrees with his supporters, listen to him like no one else. Okay? And the federal agencies that President Trump oversaw identified threats of violence ahead of January 6th, including threats to storm the U.S. Capitol and kill elected officials. Interesting. Keep that in mind. The court also found that Trump's conduct and tweets, which we outlined above from the time he was told about the attack in 121 until Congress convened, showed that his intent was to produce lawless or violent conduct. Bullshit. They've already said that not speaking up isn't engaging in. In conducting our independent review of the district court's factual finding, we agree Trump intended his speech would result in the use of violence and lawless action January 6th. Despite his knowledge of the anger that he had instigated, his calls to arm, his awareness of threats of violence had been made leading up to January 6th, the obvious fact that many in the crowd were angry and armed. Again, we're talking about armed, like they found pepper spray and some brass knuckles. President Trump told his riled-up supporters to walk down to the Capitol and fight. He then stood back and let the fighting happen, despite having, again, saying fight doesn't mean he intended physical violence. He didn't call in the military. Again, it wasn't his call to call in the military. We know Capitol Chief's son was repeatedly talking to the Sergeant-at-Arms that answered to Nancy Pelosi and was not being allowed to send the National Guard in. The idea that Trump could have just went beyond that and personally... If Trump would have called in the National Guard himself against the wishes of the Sergeant-at-Arms and those that would normally do stuff, they would have said that was him declaring martial law. Finally, for speech to be unprotected, we must conclude the imminent and use of violence or lawless actions is a likely result of the speech. The court found that Simi, this professor, reviewed that Trump's relationship with supporters over the year and identified pattern of calls to violence that his supporters responded to, and explained the experience to know Trump supporters responded to his violence in shared language that allowed him to have plausible deniability. See, Trump speaks in code, this professor says. He testified about examples of these patterns in response that Trump had developed used to incite violence in his supporters. In one such instance, in November 2015, Trump told his supporters to get a protester the hell out of here, and the protester was then assaulted. When the attack the next day Trump said maybe he should have been roughed up. Again, he said that in 2015, so when he said go march and be peaceful and cheer on some senators but don't cheer as much as others, clearly the crowd knew that he meant beat the shit out of them and overthrow the government. Further, the district court found on January 1st, 2021, Trump retweeted a post from Kylie Jane Kremer from Trump that said the cavalry's coming. Simi found that Trump's December 19th will be wild tweet had an immediate effect on far-right extremists. So him saying, come January 6th, it'll be wild. This professor says, yep, that was secretly telling the Oath Keepers, arm yourself and overthrow the... I mean, it's a fucking joke. More of the same shit that we've heard. Conclusion, doesn't apply to the president. We reverse the court's decision and say... That's it. Now, we skipped the best part. Somehow I missed it. We got a little of it. Now, I know I'm not crazy. I know I read this. Give me a second. How is that possible? Okay, I did read it, and I skipped over it before, right? Let me just read this again for you. Ready? And see if it comes. I'm just going to read. January 1st, 2021, President Trump retweeted a post from Kylie Jane Kremer, an organizer that scheduled the Trump that said, "The cavalry is coming, Mr. President." The foregoing evidence established that Trump's messages were a call to his supporters to fight, and that his supporters responded to that call. Further supporting a conclusion was the fact that multiple federal agencies, including the Secret Service, identified significant threats in the days leading up to January 6th. These threats were made openly online, and they were widely reported in the press. Agency threat assessments thus stated that domestic violent extremists planned for violence on January 6th, with weapons including firearms and enough ammunition to win a small war. Along those same lines, the FBI received many tips regarding the potential for violence on January 6th. One tip said, they think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed and will outnumber the police and can't be stopped. They believe since the election was stolen, it's their constitutional right to overtake the government. And during this coup, no U.S. laws apply. Their plan is to literally kill. Please, please, take this tip seriously and investigate further. The record reflects that President Trump had reason to know of the potential for violence on January 6th. As president, Trump oversaw the agencies reporting the threats. In addition, Katrina Pearson, a senior advisor to both Trump's presidential campaign, testified on behalf of Trump that in the January 5th, 2020 meeting, Trump chose the speakers for the event. Does anyone realize what this just said? I know EOD and Aftershock get it. Do you realize what was just said? Anyone? What this court just said? You know what they said? The intelligence agencies all knew that there was about to be an insurrection and they were going to try to overthrow the government and kill senators. They knew it. The FBI knew. The Secret Service knew. In fact, they knew so much that the conclusion of this court is the record reflects, well, the FBI knew, it says, the Secret Service knew. Therefore, the record reflects that Trump had reason to know of violence on January 6th. Because as president, he oversaw those agencies. Let me just clarify what they just said here. The FBI, the Secret Service, all of these agencies knew so much that there was going to be an insurrection and a violent overthrow of the government. It was so obvious that even Trump should have known. Did you get that? Now, I don't know if you know how these things normally work. My guess, and can't claim to have specific knowledge, but tell me if you think I'm out of bounds with this. Let's say you're the director of the FBI, or you're the director of a police force tasked with defending a particular town or building or something like that. And you get evidence that there are potential criminal enterprises going on, potential attack and things like that. And let's just say in your day-to-day job, things like that occur quite often. There's a potential threat here, there's a potential threat there, etc., etc. Do you think that the mayor or the president or the ultimate figurehead at the top of that has a more intimate knowledge of those potential threats than the actual agents and the people that they directly report to? Who do you think, in other words, would have more knowledge of a potential literal violent insurrection to overthrow the government and kill senators? Would it be the FBI and the people running it, the Secret Service and the people running it, or Trump? In other words, Trump oversees a bunch of agencies. The president oversees a bunch of agencies. And it is absurd to think like, for example, well, he oversees the IRS. So if something crazy is happening at the IRS, he knows even better than the people at the IRS and the people that are running the IRS. That's fucking laughable. And yet they're saying this, we hold that the evidence was so obvious. It was so obvious that Trump would have known. That's what this court says. But the Democrat narrative, and the narrative elsewhere is, well, you know, the FBI just didn't know this was going to occur. They didn't know. They didn't expect it. So you can't expect the FBI that's literally talking to the informants, the tipsters, you can't trust them to have known an insurrection was going to occur, but Trump should have known. That's now the official narrative. Because the question's always been, as I've said day fucking one, you go back and see me saying this ever since January 6th. For example, when they were talking about a January 6th committee, I said, I agree, there are questions about January 6th that need answered. One, why wasn't there adequate police presence there? Second, who did the pipe bomb? Those are questions that need answered. And what are the two questions that they refused to answer? One, why there weren't police presence there? And two, who did the pipe bomb? Isn't it odd that those are the two things that actually would be massively important that they just refused to talk about? Now, don't just take my word for it. Remember that interview with Capitol Chief Police Sund? The guy that was in charge of police presence that day that interviewed with Tucker Carlson and was like, they lied. I constantly said by like 1 o'clock, I was like, deploy the National Guard. Come on. He's talking to the Sergeant at Arms. He's talking to, and they're saying it would be bad for optics. We can't do that. And for hours and hours and hours, he begged them, please let me deploy the Guard. So what I'm supposed to believe, this is the narrative. And I said this from the get-go. I was like, if it's true, the evidence that's coming out that we're being told in court briefings, again we're being told here, but we were told in court briefings with the Proud Boys trials and the Oath Keepers trials, and again we're being told here. And the argument is, it was evident to the FBI. They had foreknowledge that there was about to be a bloody insurrection that attempted to overthrow the government. You can't think of a more, what's the way, I cannot come up with a hypothetical situation that would be more important to deal with from an agency like the FBI than literally violent people killing our elected leaders and overthrowing the government. Like, you might be like, well, the FBI's job's like, they deal with drug trafficking and maybe they deal with criminal cartels and things like that, and even sexual trafficking. All those things can be important. They go to school board meetings and make sure that people that are upset that kids are being sexualized don't get too rowdy, and Catholic churches, and they raid they raid the homes of pro-life people. That important shit, the FBI's up there. But people actually going to murder the vice president and other politicians and literally overthrow the country, that should literally be the primary objective for the FBI. Stop the violent overthrow and murder of our leaders. And they're like, we're just not going to reach out to Capitol Police. We're not going to make sure there's enough police there. They did it on May 30th. Captain Sun said that was par for the course. Not even if they expected riots, but anytime there was massive protest scheduled. But for some reason they didn't do it this time. How can that be? How could it be that the FBI were being told by all these... In fact, now this court goes further than any of the previous courts did. Not only did the FBI know, not only did the Secret Service know, but it was so obvious that there's no excuse for Trump not knowing. He should have known. You might be like, but wait a minute. They're not coming to Trump with every specific threat. No, says the court. We rule he should have known. After all, he leads these agencies. So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear when people say, no, wait a minute. You really expect any threat that comes through that it would make it to the president? That there aren't threats that the FBI just deals with themselves? Not according to this court. According to this court, even though you might say, well, of course that's the way it works. This court, which is sober-minded, and they're issuing this decision, right? Clearly we have to trust this court. They say that it would have been obvious that Trump knew. Would have been obvious. That's how credible the threats were. There's no way that Trump wouldn't have known. Because his FBI knew, and he was in charge of the FBI. So then the question seems to be, why didn't the fucking FBI ensure that there was adequate protection? If we could say, well, when Trump's saying fight like hell, he knew the day before that there was violent people there that were planning an insurrection because he's in charge of the FBI. So he shouldn't have said fight like hell. Okay, let's say that's true. I'll give you that. If Trump was informed By the way, sir, there is a violent, bloody insurrection about to occur where they are literally going to murder Mike Pence and take over the government in your name. And if Trump was like, interesting, okay. And he still went out and was like, yeah, fight like hell. Rules don't apply to us. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Strangely enough, there's no testimony from anyone anywhere that anyone at the FBI told Donald Trump that. In fact, Donald Trump was the only one that suggested an increased police presence there in the form of the National Guard. And he did so because he thought Antifa would attack his supporters, which thereby buttresses his claim that he thought Antifa were the ones starting shit at his rallies, which this court seems to make fun of. Nonetheless, even if you think Trump did that, and therefore that disqualifies Trump because Trump was informed by the FBI that a bloody insurrection and coup attempting to overthrow the government was about to occur, and he spoke like that, even if you say that's disqualifying as Trump, my question to you would be as follows then, Mr. Lefty. Wouldn't that be enough to have serious investigations into the FBI as to why they didn't have adequate police presence there? Wouldn't that be enough? If you're like, it was so obvious that even Trump knew that a violent, bloody insurrection was about to occur, so he should have chosen his words more carefully. I would say, and you know what's even more important than that? The people that are tasked with protecting the Capitol should have to explain, if they knew, because it was so obvious, why they intentionally chose not to inform other agencies like the Capital City Police Chief, and why they didn't provide adequate police presence. And no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. Any lefty that you talk, and people that have followed me, I've been talking about this for years. Ever since it started to come out. Because the truth is, this wasn't some grandiose planned insurrection. I don't deny that there were probably Oath Keepers and Proud Boys that were talking some big fucking shit. We're gonna take this country back, blood and soil, motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. They're LARPers. D-Clams, thanks so much for the follow. They didn't bring their guns. But they may have been at the hotel. Right! They showed up and they swung their flags around, and some of them engaged in violence. Fuck them. Charge them. Those that engaged in violence. Fine by me. But the idea that this was some planned, serious attempt to overthrow the government is laughable. But that narrative is necessary. Now you can see. And it's going to keep going. They're going to try to kick Trump out of more states, and they'll succeed in some of the states until the Supreme Court intervenes. Then they'll blame the Supreme Court and say, we need to get rid of the court. That's what's coming. It is central, key to that happening, key to their censorship, to their using lawfare to stop Trump from potentially winning the election, to attack other conservatives, to attack Trump supporters, to initiate disinformation czars and things like that, to censor all sorts of information. The linchpin to all of that, the base to all of that is January 6th was an insurrection. I saw Ted Lieu's post that said, yep, if the Supreme Court overrules this and says you can't keep Trump off the ballot, that means insurrections are allowed to be done, and now Joe Biden doesn't have to leave office. That's what Congressman Lieu said. And why is it that all the people on the left, the Adam Kissingers that are crying, the police of the Capitol Police that were there, oh my God, they have PTSD, oh my God, it's Liz Cheney's, all of the Democrats, it's worse than 9/11, it's Pearl Harbor. Why are none of them like, why did our intelligence agencies fail us? Why did law enforcement fail us? Isn't that weird? None of them are like, wait a minute, so the FBI knew this shit was about to kick off? And they did nothing? They didn't even communicate with the Capitol Police? And the Capitol Police spent hours trying to be like, what the fuck is going on? Send the National Guard. But they didn't do it? It's almost like, I know this is going to sound crazy, it's almost like they actually wanted this to get violent. So they could say, see how violent Trump supporters are? See, Trump's an insurrection. Because the insurrection narrative doesn't work so well if people show up January 6th and they stand outside the Capitol and go, rah, 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 okay, let's go home now. All of a sudden claims of like, but wait, that's an insurrection, and we need to censor people, and we need to put a fence up with the National Guard. All the shit, that shit doesn't fly. That whole narrative goes out the window. The idea, you can't question the election in 2020. No one really gives a shit anymore. You're like, well, why can't you question it? In fact, even if you'd be like, if you're someone who thinks that the election wasn't stolen, you'd be like, leave them fucking say what they want. It's stupid. Who gives a fuck? No, you can't say it because it leads to violence. So we have to censor you. You can't say it on YouTube. You can't say it on Twitter. You can't say it on Facebook. And by the way, you can't question vaccines. And you can't say that the COVID came from a lab. Again, the base for all of that is January 6th was an insurrection. Huh. It's almost like that's what they wanted. Just like it's almost like now they're doing all this blatant bullshit lawfare, hoping that some Trump supporter does something shitty so they could rerun the same experiment. See, once more, violent insurrectionist Trump. Once more, his people are violent. And you might say, but wait a minute. When Democrats shot Steve Scalise, there wasn't a big hullabaloo about it. When there was an attempted assassin of Brett Kavanaugh, no hullabaloo. Right. Because the establishment controls these institutions and controls the narrative, and they're able to then, by controlling that narrative, push all sorts of actual authoritarian political bullshit on you. Right, Pelosi just happened to be shooting a documentary that day as well. Now, I know, and you know, the majority of my audience knows, that most of these left-wingers I talk to are bad fucking faith. They're just bad faith. When I talk to Peace Goes, bad faith. But if you're a lefty, and you think January 6th was an insurrection, you legitimately think it, and you could be out there. I think common sense will tell you it's nonsensical, but for the sake of argument, you're good faith, and you're a lefty. Maybe one of you is in the audience right now. Please tell me. How do you square the circle that the FBI knew, according to literally this court document and other court documents, the FBI knew that there was about to be a violent, bloody insurrection to murder Mike Pence and other people and literally take over the country. Literally. That's what they're saying. And the FBI chose to not act. They didn't say, you know what, we're going to reach out to the chief of the Capital City Police and make sure that we have an adequate amount of security, police officers, National Guard people, whatever, because shit's about to hit the fan. And Aftershok's right. They can't do it. They can't do it. They'll never be able to do it. They just have to have cognitive dissonance. Like, if I'm trying my best to like, make the most articulate position possible in them, well, listen, the FBI knew there were threats, but they didn't take them seriously. They just were like, maybe it's just blowhards, and yeah, maybe some mistakes were made. In retrospect, maybe they should have reached out and communicated more. And I would say, but you don't find it odd that the guy that was in charge, the Capital City Police Chief's son, said that this was highly unusual, and there was a litany of highly unusual things? That anytime there was any sort of protest plan or gathering, they literally had these briefings where they all worked together to make sure. But this one time, that we know, at the very least, the FBI had informants planted that they said that shit was about to kick off, and tipsters that were telling them shit was... That's the one time they're like, forget about it. Does that seem odd? Well, yeah, in retrospect, but I don't think it's malicious. I don't, maybe they could have done more, but, the important thing is that it was an insurrection and Trump should be blamed. Right, but then, like, when you go further with what Sun's saying, right, like, we literally have him talking about, like, I tried for hours to call the Sergeant-at-Arms and the people above me to get the National Guard deployed, and they were literally telling me shit like, well, we can't because of optics. Well, okay, again, mistakes were made, but your argument is they literally almost got in and overthrew the government, so much so that they had to shoot someone like Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, Ashley Babbitt can you blame them? That she was about to break in and could have, it was the last line of defense. I don't disagree. I could make the case, credibly, even if it was undisciplined, but I could make the case that in a moment of panic, if you think you're the last line of defense and security from violent people getting in to kill the senators that you're engaged to protect, I could see discharging your weapon. Nonetheless, the question still remains. Why, even at that point, are people unwilling, for optics reasons, to deploy the National Guard? And furthermore, why do the Democrats not seem to care? They say that this was this historic moment. The Democrats, probably yourself included, don't you think that this was almost an overthrow of the government? Yeah, absolutely it was. Incited by the President of the United States. My God, what an attack on our democracy. Great. Given that, surely you'd want to check all the boxes to make sure that something like this couldn't happen again. That's exactly right. That's why we want to make sure Trump can't be on the ballot. We can't let this happen again. Right? And part of that would be, we also need to make sure that we correct the problems why the police, the FBI, the Capitol City Guards, the National Guard security, whatever, didn't have an adequate presence. So given that you're so gravely concerned, and Democrats are so gravely concerned about that, why the fuck does no one seem to care that the FBI had informants and tipsters telling them there was about to be a violent, bloody fucking coup, an insurrection, and they did nothing? Mistakes were made. And finally, how do you explain that this court says it wasn't just a matter of mistake? In fact, the evidence of a violent insurrection attempting to kill members of our government was so obvious that the president, who we all understand traditionally, even though he has oversight of these agencies, isn't involved in the day-to-day briefings of any time there's a threat or anything. But the threats were so obvious, says this court, that Trump knew. Which would imply the FBI knew even more. So which is it? That this court's full of shit when it says that? Or that, yeah, it was that obvious and fuck Trump, he knew, but for some reason so did the FBI and chose not to take it seriously? They don't give a fuck. They don't care. That's if you're arguing with someone who's articulate. That's the best they can come up with. Here's what you'll get. Oh, it's an insurrection. This is what about us, and fuck you. Trump's an insurrection. Yeah, here we go. Just boo-hooing and crying. What about Trump committed an insurrection. The court said he shouldn't be on the ballot. That's the way it should go. That's it. That's the extent. They don't even want to care. They don't even care to ask the fucking question. They don't care. They just don't care. Again, Jabal Bowman. We have on video. And again, what did I say about Bowman? How did I get that situation right? I was like, what they will refuse to acknowledge, he'll never be charged with, what they'll refuse to charge him with is that the felony of delaying an official proceeding. Because that is the charge that they've used to go after nonviolent January 6 people to say they were seditious. They were trying to stop an official proceeding, and that's what makes it an insurrection. Literally, like lemmings, they repeat it over and over and over and over. Even today, when I'm arguing on Twitter, can you show me the official proceedings, the official transfer of power that Black Lives Matter was trying to interrupt? Can you show me? Can you show me? That's what makes it an insurrection. That's what makes it seditious. Right, like Bowman did. Time to subpoena his records, see if he was involved in a conspiracy with other people, right? No. He was just trying to get out that door. That's how I knew. I called what Pisco would say, and others. I called it before I even talked to them. I said, they'll be willing to admit, and I've said this over and over, they'll burn an individual bridge. If you're an establishment fucking partisan hack bootlicker, you don't care if Joe Biden goes down. You don't care if Hunter Biden goes down. You don't care if Hillary Clinton goes down. You don't care if Bill Clinton goes down. You don't even give a fuck if Barack Obama goes down. You don't give a fuck. Why? Because there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of establishment fucking goons that do the same thing. The individual names are not important. It is the corruption of the institutions that are important. Names come and go. The corruption of the FBI remains. The corruption of these bureaucracies remain. So if one cog has to be snipped off, fine. If we have to get rid of Biden to get rid of Trump, easy trade. Because Trump's considered one of a handful of potential populists. We can't have that. We can't have someone from outside the system. That's right. Pawn or rook for king. That's exactly it. A great way to put it. That's exactly... Fuck it, yeah. We got a bunch of pawns. We're taking out the king. We'll lose 10 pawns. We don't give a fuck. We got hundreds more where that came from. There ain't no chance you're coming for the king. The only chance you get the king is if some outsider comes in. And we can't risk that. And so because of that, I said, it's the same with Hunter Biden. I said, how did I predict? Remember the day that it came out and they were like, oh, charges coming out about Hunter Biden. Right? And I said, I'll bet I know what those charges don't include. FARA violations. How did I know? How did I know that? You go back and check my tweet. I fucking said it as soon as I saw the post. Like, guarantee it doesn't say FARA violations. How did I know? Because FARA violations would mean that Hunter Biden was illegally lobbying for foreign groups or companies. And then the next question would be, to who? Who was he lobbying to? Do we know anyone that he might have been? Maybe someone that he was talking to every day? Oh, that's right. Now, they may eventually nail him for that. And they may eventually cut ties with Joe Biden. They don't give a fuck. They'll cut ties. The establishment, if they have to. Right? But they'll have to be dragged kicking and screaming because the evidence is so overwhelming to the public. And if they do, they'll say, okay, Biden's gone, Hunter's Biden, problem solved. And again, I've been saying, I'm telling you, I'm not optimistic that that day will ever come. That Hunter Biden or Joe Biden will ever face real consequences. But if it does, please, please, please remember, I have been saying almost every chance I talk about this, that's not the end goal. Once this evidence comes out, the immediate question and the most important thing to ask is this. Why did the FBI allow it to occur as long as they did? So many people are going to celebrate. Oh, if they would have locked Hillary up, they locked Hillary up, that was it. No, that's small fucking potatoes. That's like kicking a field goal in garbage time and celebrating, but you still lost by 40 points. The way to win the game is, why did these bureaucracies cover that shit up? Where is the accountability for that? For example, Weiss. Weiss offers, now the special prosecutor, whistleblowers say, oh, Weiss, my God, when we were at the IRS, he basically was telling us, dude, I don't even have any authority. I can't make controlling decisions. And through his leadership, we were basically being stymied left and right. We were told you can't look at this. You can't look at anything that would connect to Joe Biden. We had literally the Bidens being tipped off when we were going to serve search warrants and shit like that. It was ridiculous. It seemed to us like it was designed to protect the Biden family. And this dude, Weiss, was in charge. Whether he was intentionally protecting himself or outside people were influencing him to do with it. That seems to be a problem. For some reason, that's the exact... We were told, no. Weiss has authority to do whatever he wants. But we're going to appoint him special counsel. Why, if he already had the authority? Well, just because. And why would you appoint that guy? The guy that's literally accused of covering up for them. Now that's the guy that, we can't ask any questions until he's done. You just got to trust us. He's the man for the job. He's literally the dude whistleblowers have credibly accused. Then what's he do? Well, he gets to work filing charges. He goes to court. And it's like, here's a slap on the wrist for some gun charges. And we'll give you a sweetheart plea deal. And because we only got those charges because the whistleblowers, so they as little as possible with the charge against Hunter, right? Then the next step is, a judge is like, wait, what? What's up with this plea deal? Have you ever offered a plea deal like this before? Have you ever? And they're like, no. And she's like, wait, I have some questions here. Like, are you saying that this dude can't be charged for any of these other unrelated crimes if he pleads guilty to this gun charge? Like the smallest charge? Well, I don't know, no. And Hunter seems like, what do you mean no? We're fucking out. Seemed to buttress what the whistleblowers were saying, right? They had him dead to rights on all these other charges, but they let statute of limitations run out, and they were dragging their feet and intentionally not bringing the big charges. So because of proud whistleblowers, brave whistleblowers, and a brave judge, now they're twiddling their thumbs. Now he's a special counselor, and it's like, I'm supposed to believe, this is the narrative they're telling me. 6 months later, all of a sudden, Weiss just stumbled into all this evidence of tax fraud crimes. Because he was willing to completely end this shit without charging those just months ago. But now, he just stumbled into all this evidence. And it just happened to be exactly like the whistleblowers that are being discredited said. Isn't that weird? Exactly like they said. The evidence is overwhelming. It's blatant. Didn't charge the FAR crime, but now they went the next step up. Okay, there were some tax charges. Now, they didn't charge tax charges from Burisma, which is the most evident corruption while Joe Biden was vice president. Unfortunately, statute of limitations ran out. And even Pisco, he's like, well, Weiss will eventually have to answer questions. why there seems to be such a big change from what he initially tried to charge him with to what he did now. You think he'll have to answer questions? Anybody have a clue when you think Weiss will get around to answering questions? What do you think the chances of it happening are before the 2024 election? Any clue? And as more and more evidence comes out, they may eventually have to say, okay, we're charging Hunter Biden with FARA violations. Then people are going to go, FARA violations starting to get closer to the big guy, starting to get closer to Joe. And more evidence will come out. Wait a minute, turns out Joe did have financial ties with Jim Biden, with Hunter. Now they're avoiding subpoenas. And they may eventually have to go to Joe Biden and say, listen, you're not going to admit to any guilt of any crime or anything like that, but you got to go, man. We got to cut and run. And that means you're going to have to say, I'm not going to seek a second term because of health reasons, or because I need to spend time with my family, or because, whatever your reasoning is, you come up with some reason, that you can come up with, but you're going to pardon yourself and Hunter and, from any serious crime that would be serious jail time, and your brother and whoever. And then all that attacks you could have on the obvious corruption of the Bidens and stuff like that, it's all gone. It's too bad now. And an incoming Republican administration is going to say, well, okay, I guess if there's a pardon, there's nothing we could do now. And no one will ask the question like, what the fuck? The FBI just covered up for that for literally 10 fucking years. Helping steal the 2020 election, helping negatively affect the 2018 election as well, and the 2022 election. Covered it up. Again, the Burisma shit was starting in 2014. 2014! What more is there to say? And literally, how great would it be? I mean, do you know how easy it would be to be a fucking bootlicking establishment lefty? Do you know how easy it would be? Let's say I'm a Biden supporter. I'm a Trump hater, right? Right? You debate me. So EOD just literally gave the entire 3-hour show that I just did, going through the court decision, right? Exact same speech I did. Now he's debating me, right? And okay, Rob, 3 hours. I just went through that, eviscerated the court decision. Care to respond? Here's my response. Yeah, Trump obviously incited insurrection. We saw the violence. We saw what they were doing. And the courts have said, and the committee said, the committee had Republicans on it. Special counsel Jack Smith saying that. He's charged with 92 felonies. The courts are over and over. The courts say, yeah, it's jury trials. Jury trials are saying he's guilty of shit. He's criminal. And the EOD would be like, what about double standards of the FBI and stuff? They looked into that. They said it's not a problem. Even Republican. Chris Wray's a Republican. Comey's a Republican, so. That's it. And literally people watching will be like, I don't know, it's convincing. Again, take any issue. COVID. Hey man, I think natural immunity is superior to vaccinated immunity. We shouldn't be forcing people to get vaccines anyways, but certainly let's look at the naturally immune. Why would they be forced to get a vaccine? No, you're wrong. The science has concluded that's not the case. It's not what the CDC said. It's not what Fauci said. It's not what Dr. Birx has said. It's not what Peter Daszak said. It's not what Nature Mag says. So you're wrong. And you might say, well, wait a minute. Like, first off, they're literally censoring people to the contrary that are giving other... Right, because they're wrong and it's dangerous and it's disinformation and they should be censored. How easy must it be? Or let's take Destiny debating me. Did they find evidence that Hillary ordered the destruction of subpoenaed evidence? Well, no, because they intentionally didn't look. Oh, what was that? No? Right, they didn't. So there, end of story. How easy must it be? How easy? And then, on the off shot that shit actually comes to fruition, like me saying, they're illegally using FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team and Trump's presidency. Using opposition research sourced by Russian spies. after denying it for 4 years or saying, I don't see proof, or let's wait until we see proof, let's wait, there's no proof yet, there's no proof, there's no proof. When proof comes out, it's like, literally, you can see me and Pisco the other day. We were going back and forth about this again. You know what he said? It was regrettable. Regrettable. It's regrettable when FBI agents that want an insurance policy against one candidate use disinformation sourced from a hostile country's spy paid for by that candidate's opponent to illegally spy on them. It's regrettable. Oh well, what can we do now? Time to move on. It's regrettable. Same shit with COVID. What would make me want to vote for DeSantis again? If he comes out with a credible plan of how he's going to end the corruption in these institutions and appeals to someone like me, hopefully directly to me, that he is taking that as a prima facie issue, that it is the most important or one of the most important issues. I don't think he's exhibited that at all. Yeah, the insurance policy thing is absolutely insane. Yeah, but don't you know, Aftershock, the Inspector General said there's nothing to it. So, we're good to go. Just see if I can find something real quick.
For more on this, CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper joins us now. Molly, good to see you.
Hello.
So, help our viewers understand what this report.
We should sit. This is a 6 fucking hour video. I should sit through and watch this with you guys someday. Holy cow! Can I remember? It's been so long since I saw this. It's after break. Now the IG Horowitz, right? If you watch this whole thing repeatedly over and over and over, right? This is the Inspector General, Horowitz, Michael Horowitz, right? Over and over and over, the Democrats keep beating the same message, but you didn't find a conclusion that it was bias that caused them to do this stuff, and he says no. Now, it's clear to me, after watching the 6 hours of this and reading the IG report, that what Horowitz is saying is like, look, man, just like you're innocent until proven guilty. And I don't have smoking gun proof, except with one slight thing, that bias was the reason for these decisions. Right? And the Democrats keep saying, see, he said it wasn't bias. He said it wasn't bias.
And federal prosecutor previously. I did public corruption cases in the Southern District of New York. And the whole foundation of the Justice Department and law enforcement on the federal level and at the state and local level is to protect.
You briefly discussed whistleblowers with Senator Feinstein because it's so important, and I know that Senator Grassley also cares a lot about this.
Experiences with New York.
And Democrats do this. They go with the talking points and they talk about irrelevant stuff.
Well, I said earlier, based on the low threshold required by department and FBI policy. We have our finding, and as I said earlier, I stand by our conclusion.
And your conclusion again is?
That it was sufficient predication to open the investigation based on the low threshold required by department and FBI policy.
Durham's talked about this specifically, which he says, yes, although there was reason to open an inquiry or a low-level investigation, the steps that were taken, getting FISA warrants and stuff like that, were beyond the realm of reasonability that the FBI should have done.
Been charged with a crime of
confidentially
didn't know it.
Well, he was being the order.
330. Don't want to send
it's not Lindsey Graham.
Bruce Orr. Who is he, and what's his?
So at the time, working action in the conservator's
stock 10 today stakes, who had private day. Here, he will excess.
I know this is boring. I'm looking for
had one relations one who had
because Senate. So it's critically important. 9 rating about asking you the court. Valence department's lawyers are the view here will made for professional move to the renewal that led to the opening of the investigation. The second, the third, and the fourth warrant against or FISA proceeding against Carter Page are based on an assumption the court has that, hey, we got a bunch of information the first time we heard this case, and if we thought it was legitimate to open a case into this guy, the Bureau is going to have so much integrity, and the department's lawyers are going to have so much integrity. If there's ever a reason for them to doubt information that led to the opening application they made to us, they'll bring us that information. So in renewals 2, 3, and 4, they bring none of this information, right?
That's correct. They're not telling the department, so the lawyers at the department can decide what to include for the court.
So I think we face a massive crisis that Russia runs against us on a daily basis. Real debate fundamentally about making this advanced competitions against early. American people don't bias with inside overthinking important investigation, subsequent scrutiny. The American people.
On the intel side, counterintelligence side, but on the counterterrorism side, and on U.S. persons, what else is going on here? What
people are just reading this here, but you're saying something really fundamental about a culture that Director Wray needs to rebuild. Quote, there are so many basic and fundamental errors, were made by 3 separate hand-picked teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations that was briefed to the highest levels within the FBI, and that the FBI officials expected would eventually be subjected to close scrutiny, raised significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command's management and supervision of the FISA process. Jumping ahead, in our view, this was a failure of not only the operational team, but also of the managers and the supervisors, including the senior officials in the chain of command. For these reasons, we recommend that the FBI review of the performance of these employees and who had the responsibility for the preparation, the Woods review, which is essentially where you check your work and you say, do we have any approval of the FISA senior officials, I assume, site work is full liberties of the U.S. headline, folks. Accordingly, today we have initiated an OIG audit in both. There is a systematic cultural failure of accountability at the Bureau related to the FISA process. Mike Lee doesn't drink, but I'd buy him whiskey right now if he did, because there are a whole bunch of things we've argued about for a long time, and he's right about 25 seconds. If we had time for another round, I think we should ask some really fundamental questions about the defensive briefing as well. In the American system, but that is the bureaucrat would be about.
Inspector General Horowitz interviews of more than 100 broad-reaching which investigation in our Russian intelligence investigation, acting terms president influence report known as.
I know this is boring. This shows. I don't mind if you leave.
By President Obama.
Now I'm curious.
Months of the except investigate your reports, but I think it's correct. And Mr. Page wasn't indicted in the Russian nationals convicted campaign. Thought it was conviction. Some bipartisan agreement today. And while from FBI and again, that's this reform process.
To Congress, how this process can be improved. And
I am grateful for that FBI Hillary Clinton political bias.
IG Act on the altered email.
FBI took any investigative campaign of his opponent Hillary Clinton. Agents and officials were biased against him and worked to favor the campaign of his opponent Hillary Clinton. In your investigation, did you find that the FBI took any investigative step based on political bias against now President Trump?
I'm going to be careful on that because of the referral we made per the IG Act on the altered email and some of the other issues we found on the FISA.
But did you find any substantive investigative step that was influenced by political bias?
Again, I'm going to be careful because we have a situation where we have the altered email by the individual who, as we know in the footnotes, had text messages that were concerning that were identified last year. So I'm going to defer on what the rationale might have been.
What that one-step rationale might have been. But overarching, your conclusion was that the initiation of this investigation was well predicated and was for a lawful purpose.
Correct. In terms of the opening, going back to the opening.
A lot of concern?
I have a lot of concerns about the FISA process and how that occurred. Not, to be clear, the confidential informant issue raises significant policy questions, but over time he moved up the chain. So, but at some of the key times here, Mr. Priestam.
Okay.
You have significant concerns about things get murked official myself. You can start questions or concerns here.
This is the policies and what we couldn't
with which is worse. Is it? I think
that we're not consistent with.
All right, this might be it.
The policies and what we couldn't reach a conclusion on is what motivated that.
Actually, you can always the word to use it as a warrant. You have.
Here we go.
Senator Hawley.
Let me just start where Senator Coons left off. So,
by the way,
said that
if this is what I'm looking for, are you guys impressed that I watched this fucking 4 or 5 years ago and remembered that it was about 4.5 hours in? Is anyone impressed with that shit? I hope so. I'm here for you, man. All right, here we go. Holly's going to ask some questions. Ready?
You have significant concerns about the authorization or the application for the FISA warrants, right? You said earlier when it came to political bias, when you move to the FISA warrants, things get murkier. I believe that was the word you used. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because you can open an investigation. I say this as a former law enforcement official myself. You can open an investigation pretty easily. You've testified today that it can be done quite easily. But when you actually start taking action, start taking steps, start gathering evidence, start surveilling Americans, that's when actually real questions arise. And your testimony today has been, and in this report, is that when that happened, there's potential concerns here about political bias. Is that correct?
We have actions taken here that were not consistent with the rules, the practices, the policies, and what we couldn't reach a conclusion on is what motivated that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right. So what he's saying is, now this is a far cry from what Democrats had him saying the entire time. But it wasn't bias, it wasn't bias, it wasn't bias. You heard Coons asking that, like, did you find it was bias? And he's like, well, the reason he's being careful, he's like, we did think that what we now know to be Kevin Kleinsmith, when he altered that email, and then he had text messages that showed that was bias. So one FBI agent they do say was motivated, but the rest of it we can't say. And he's saying, the other thing the Democrats are smartly on, but you're saying they could open the investigation. And Horowitz is saying, right, because the FBI has so much authority that the standard for opening an investigation to anyone is almost nothing. So sure, there was enough evidence legally within their rules for them to open an investigation. Right? So that's the Democrat. You didn't find that it was biased. And he's like, well, no, we didn't. And they had reason that they were allowed to open an investigation. Yeah. And Hawley's smart here. He says, but that's not the problem. Okay, we agree. And maybe we should change the policy of the standards that the FBI is allowed to open an investigation. But as currently written, the bar is so low that basically they can investigate anyone. It's almost nothing. Even a presidential candidate or his team, they can investigate for whatever fucking reason they want. Hawley's like, but the problem becomes the steps taken within the investigation. So what? You open an investigation. For example, they could hear a rumor online that says Lindsey Graham is selling nuclear secrets to Russians. And they might say, we'll check into it real quick, open an investigation. They check into it. They're not subpoenaing his phone, stuff like that. They do a brief check. They're allowed to do that probably. That probably meets the threshold. That doesn't mean they get FISA warrants to spy on him. Do you see? And that's what Hawley's saying. But you found incredible problems with the steps that were taken once the investigation was opened. All sorts of violations of procedures and shit. Right. And what you haven't been able to find is what is their motivation. And I always thought this from reading the IG report and listening to Horowitz here. Horowitz is basically, I bet if you could sit down and talk to Horowitz, he'd be like, yeah, it was probably biased. They give evidence that the agents were biased, talking about insurance policy, shit like that. He's just saying, I can't definitively say it was bias. And that's what Hawley's getting him to admit here. But the Democrats just keep saying, you said you can't prove bias. No bias, no bias, no bias. No, he never said no bias. He said we can't prove that was the actions that were taken were horrible and against department policy and in some cases illegal. And there was bias, but we don't know if the reason those horrible actions were taken were because of the bias. That's what he's trying to say. So let's go back just a little here.
There's potential concerns here about political bias. Is that correct?
We have actions taken here that were not consistent with the rules, the practices, the policies, and what we couldn't reach a conclusion on is what motivated that.
Yeah, I think that's very significant. I mean, let me just be honest with you. Here's the question that I'm struggling with. Which is worse?
This is exactly, even before this is what I said. Because the argument that was used by the Democrats was, no, it wasn't bias, it was incompetence. It was incompetence. And how many times did you hear me say, if you were listening to me like 3-4 years ago, that's worse! That's actually worse. At least if it's corruption and they hate Trump, you could think that perhaps the FBI, though, if it came to like Al-Qaeda or a terrorist network, they would go after them. But if it's incompetence, and that's why they broke all these rules, then how can we be sure that they won't also be incompetent if it's a terror attack? So and I'm pretty sure this is the part where Hawley's going to ask that.
Is it worse to have a foreign government trying to meddle in our elections? Or is it worse to have our own government meddling in the election? Because that's, I think, exactly what this report shows. It shows that our government, the most powerful
I screwed up. I thought that's what
the FBI effectively meddled in an ongoing presidential campaign. And the thing that gets me is you expect it from foreign governments. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying that you expect it. They've been doing it for years. Russia has been doing it for years. We know they tried to do it this last cycle. China has been doing it. Others have been doing it. And we know what steps to take. We've got to take them more effectively. But when our own government does it, how can the American people have confidence? And what do we do? I mean, what do we do? And there's one actor here, I think, who has not gotten the credit that they collectively deserve, and that's the Democrat National Committee. I just think, I've heard my friends on the other side of the aisle complain about Hillary Clinton's campaign and how ineffective it was and how the DNC didn't do a good job in 2016. I beg to differ. This is the most incredible. The DNC pays for the Steele dossier, solicits the Steele dossier, and then gets the Federal Bureau of Investigation to go get FISA warrants, surveil an American citizen, surveil a presidential campaign, all on the basis of this manufactured garbage that they paid for. I mean, that's extraordinary. That has got to be a first time in history. In fact, let me just ask you, Mr. Horowitz, are you aware ever of another presidential campaign being targeted by the FBI during the campaign like the Trump one was, to your knowledge? Has this ever happened?
To my knowledge, but I wouldn't suggest I'm an expert on.
But to your knowledge, no.
As I sit here, I don't know
like this. So, and I'm correct in thinking that the Steele dossier, the Fusion GPS dossier, was solicited by and paid for the DNC. I mean, that's correct based on what
The Clinton campaign or the DNC, it was ultimately learned by the FBI that was the case, or that came to be their belief.
And then, so we get the Steele dossier. It's fed to the FBI. The FBI goes and asks for these FISA warrants, which have all of the problems that you have articulated and that my colleagues have drawn out, including sometimes outright fabrication of evidence in these FISA applications. And then, not only does the FBI get a surveillance program ongoing, effectively of a presidential campaign during cycle, but they also get, the DNC also gets, news stories written during the campaign about the surveillance program. In September of 2016, there's a story about possible counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign. In October of 2016, there's a story about the FBI investigating the Trump campaign, and we know on that last one that that Steele himself was involved. Is that correct? In
That's
October
correct, and the FBI actually ultimately knew that he was involved in the September one as well. That's right.
See that? Now, when you listen to Democrats talk about this, they say, yeah, but none of this happened until after the election. None of this was knowledged to the American people before the election. Not true, as the Inspector General says. Again, when I debate someone like Pisco, and listen, God damn it, this is going to sound so stupid. Why am I going down this rabbit hole tonight? God damn it. It frustrates the shit. Can you understand why I talk about this shit a lot? I've said so many... There's so much shit that I've looked into this, reading 100-page documents, watching hours upon hours of testimony, and then I fucking lose it because nothing gets done, because they control the narrative so much that the American people just accept. Listen to this shit. Listen to it. And no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. They say, the IG report didn't say there was anything criminal. They gave the conclusion there's nothing bad. Does it look like that's what Horowitz is saying there? Yeah? Yeah, the FBI did. Yep, Hillary's team paid for it. Yep. But that's it. We have this hearing. That's it. Time to move on.
Referencing, I believe.
And yet, what action did the FBI take when they knew these two facts?
Well, in November, they closed him, but then met with...
What did the Crossfire Hurricane teams take? What steps did they take when they knew this about Steele is what I should ask.
I'm sorry. Well, what happened is they closed him as a source in November, but that's when the meetings with Mr. Orr started, where he was a conduit between them.
Right. So he's still able, the FBI still, it takes the information just via a DOJ conduit, which is its own separate, unbelievable problem. But yet still, they're taking all this information on board from Steele, even after they know that he's totally incredible. To me, this is the untold story of the 2016 campaign, and I don't know who at the DNC hatched this, but I suppose they ought to maybe it's take a victory lap, but certainly they should be remembered for it. To get the FBI to pursue surveillance of a rival presidential campaign, and then into the newly elected president's term, I think it's just extraordinary. It is absolutely extraordinary. So let me ask you this: are these individuals whose misdeeds that you have documented here in this report, the members, I'm thinking of the case agents, other members on the Crossfire Hurricane team, are they still, to your knowledge, working at the FBI?
To my understanding, some are, some aren't.
And why are those who are? Why are they still there? What's your understanding?
I think you'd have to ask Director Wray.
And indeed, I think we should. What about the case agent who directly misled the DOJ intelligence attorney, Office of Intelligence Attorney, about Carter Page's relationship with other intelligence agencies in our government, who directly misled the OI about that? Is that person, to your knowledge, still at the FBI?
To my knowledge, that person is still there.
And is still actively working? Maybe is still acting as a case agent, to your knowledge?
Have to ask.
What about procedures at the FBI? To your knowledge, what procedures have been changed at the FBI to date to prevent something like this from happening?
I think all that I'm aware of is what's in Director Wray's letter that's attached here. But certainly there are far more reforms and changes that are needed to address all of our recommendations. That's a good beginning, but there's a lot more to be done.
I will just say, in closing, Mr. Chairman, that I think it is an extraordinary...
What happened with Carter Page, the FISA warrants against him. Remember, Kevin Kleinsmith, after the second warrant, reached out to the FBI reached out to the CIA and said, hey, did Carter Page ever work with you to help take down Russians? And the CIA emailed him back, yes. And the lawyer, Kevin Kleinsmith, changed the email from the CIA to say, the CIA, we asked him if he was ever worked with, right? If Carter Page ever worked with them. And the CIA said no. He changed it from saying yes to no. Then submitted that to the FISA court, and the FISA court was like, oh, okay. Then that's what he's talking about. And at this point, when was the date of this? This was 4 years ago. Does it have the specific date? December 11th, 2019. And at that point, Kevin Kleinsmith was literally still working for the FBI.
Thing when the most powerful law enforcement agency in the country, maybe the world, is able to effectively intervene and influence a presidential election at the behest and with the cooperation of another political party. I mean, I've been saying for a long time that, there's no collusion in the 2016 campaign. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the collusion was between the DNC and the FBI, and it is, if we don't change something here, I mean, to see FBI Director Wray go out and say in the face of all of this that he doesn't think that this vindicates the FBI and he doesn't think there are any problems, I, for one, don't know how any American can have confidence in that institution and in the integrity of our elections if things like this can happen. So thank you, Mr. Horowitz, for the work you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Horowitz, and again,
Democrat.
thank you and your team for your work.
Found is what's in this report. I'm not going
Did you
on
find
what-
any evidence that the Horowitz, and again, thank you to you and your team for your
Listen.
work. Do you agree that the FBI meddled in the 2016 election?
What I found is what's in this report. I'm not going
Did you
on
find
what-
any evidence that the FBI purposefully intervened to affect the outcome of the 2016 election?
We've written about what they did here and in last year's report, and I'll stand on those findings and those findings alone.
I didn't find any conclusion.
See, he's being very careful. Now, it's clear, based on how he was responding to Hawley, that's exactly what happened. But he didn't reach the concluding they intentionally meddled. Do you see what the Democrats do? Do you see how it works? And then that's what CNN and the New York Times and Fox News and the Washington Post and all the social media influencers and everything, that's what the story is. See? Did you hear when he said to Blumenthal, I'm not saying that we said that the FBI intentionally meddled to affect the election.
That the FBI meddled or interfered in the election to affect the outcome.
We did not reach that conclusion.
You didn't reach a conclusion about the FBI intervening in the election or acting out of political bias, correct?
I'm going to stick by this report and last year's mid-year election report on what it did because there are specific findings as to specific individuals.
Let me ask you about some of those findings, but let me just say at the very outset, I know you're a career officials, particularly in the FBI, because I can see how some of what we have your back. When you're out there enforcing political weapons, we should have your back. So some of what's been said here, but also in the larger realm of
What he's
public
saying
comment,
here
I
is
think has
we
been
should defend the
severely a
FBI.
disservice
That's
to our
what
law
Blumenthal.
enforcement and to the
We're-
United
it's
States
against
because
law
we are
enforcement to
discouraging
criticize the
able-
FBI is what he's saying.
And I say that as a former United States attorney. Let me ask you a few questions about those findings. President Trump has said repeatedly that the FBI, quote, tried to overthrow the presidency. Did you find any evidence that the FBI tried to overthrow the presidency?
No, what we found is, again, laid out here in this report.
Well,
Of course, he didn't say the FBI. He said there was bias. He said there was incorrect actions. You could reasonably infer that that had an effect on the elections and the presidency, right? Again, I watched this. Every Democrat just beats him. The Democrats are great at this. They'll find 3 or 4 talking points. They say it over and over and over and over and over again. You didn't find that conclusion? He didn't say it didn't happen. He said there was bias. The actions were heinous. But they were unable to come to the conclusion that the bias was the motivation for the heinous actions.
well, is there any evidence that you found that the FBI tried to overthrow the presidency?
No, we found the issues
The
we
answer is
identified
no,
here. That's
correct?
what we found.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI tried to entrap anyone?
As a legal matter, since we don't see any actual cases come out of this, I think the answer is
There was no entrapment, correct?
Yeah,
Did you find any evidence that the FBI tapped the phones at Trump Tower?
no, the only wiretapping or the only surveillance we found was what's laid out here.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI planted informants in the Trump campaign?
No.
Did you find any evidence?
Again, so they're going which by the way, we know that they went after Papadopoulos with informants and things like that, right? But, they didn't personally tap Trump Tower. So therefore, forget about the taps that they outlined there.
That the FBI tried specifically to entrap any of the individuals who were the focus of their investigation, namely Manafort, Flynn, Papadopoulos, or Page?
Entrapment's a legal term when you're moving forward on a criminal case. We didn't see that in this case.
Correct. There's no evidence here of entrapment. But the president has claimed as a spy. Did you find evidence that the FBI put spies in the Trump campaign?
I'm going to speak to the terminology used at the department that we oversee, which is confidential human sources. And we did not find evidence that the FBI sought to place confidential human sources inside the campaign or plant them inside the campaign.
Would you agree with the contention that the Russia investigation,
Thanks so
including
much
the
for
Mueller
the follow.
investigation, was a quote-unquote bogus narrative?
We don't address the Russia investigation or take issue with its handling at all in this report.
Well, in fact, you found or agreed with Mueller that the Russian government attacked our democracy in a sweeping and systematic way, correct?
We add a couple pages in here as background to reference not only
Barr before it was released.
Yeah, as standard process, we provide this to the Attorney General.
Suggest any corrections?
Well, he found a few typos and other No, I had some idea I've had cases where...
Defend yourself and your team who have done a high attack on
Report. Nothing I've heard changes our view. The department, the defense.
work. Do you think this attack on you and your team is fair?
I'll say this: the Attorney General, the job to be popular and to not have my feelings hurt. I
By
would
the
be
way,
the IG if that was the case.
The investigation. I welcome my colleagues' apparently newfound indignation about you reform tracks to know period information.
I know I'm looking for one
Make the
particular.
record. I hope my Republicans will join reports. Is at least
I'm not going to get into what was in an earlier draft or comments that the FBI draft agreed with. We stand. I can get into, and people gave us.
Did you conclude in this report that your findings showed a grotesque abuse of power?
We did not say that in the report.
And would you agree with that characterization?
We did not reach a conclusion like that, so I wouldn't agree with that at this point. From my standpoint, people can have that viewpoint, but that wasn't our conclusion.
And just one last question. Those FISA warrants, they were renewed a number of times, correct?
3 times.
Based on your experience and maybe your report, there's a reason why warrants are renewed. They're renewed because they are producing useful information, correct?
Or they should be producing useful information.
They should be.
Is how I'll phrase it.
And your review of those warrants would indicate that they were producing useful information, correct?
Not sure that's entirely correct, and I don't know how much I can say about that in this setting.
Well, they were producing information.
They were producing information.
So when you spied on that guy, you were getting information. Yeah, I guess.
They were helpful or not.
Well, one way or the other, far from being a bogus narrative, the Russia investigation produced 37 individual indictments, 7 convictions, 5 prison terms, and hopefully will send a message to adversaries, the Russians and other nations that Mr. Mueller warned about, that there will be action taken against them. And I hope that we can come together.
Russians interfered.
Quickly, I think Mr. Blumenthal makes a good point. How would you describe the behavior here of knowing that the subsource disavows the dossier that was the primary reason you got a warrant, finding that a lawyer doctored an email to keep the investigation going in a way unfair to Mr. Page? This is not routine. Do you agree with that?
It is definitely not. It certainly better not be routine, and I don't know any reason to think it is routine.
Is it kind of off the charts bad?
It's pretty bad.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
That's a good prelude to where I wanted to head, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Horowitz, thank you for being here.
That's pretty bad. Pretty bad. The primary subsource disavows the actual Steele dossier, but they still used it to get warrants. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. But again, you see how diplomatic he's being. He's like, it's not our job to determine whether or not they did this to interfere. We don't use words like grotesque abuse. That's not what we say here. But yeah, it's pretty fucking bad what they did.
You guys do great work. I have a lot of confidence in the quality of your work. I'm a business person. What we're trying to get to, when it has to do with the renewal request for the FISA warrants, you've said it gets a bit murky. And I just decided, being somebody who used to do a lot of organization charts, that I'd try the organization structure that was in place with the DO. So I want to get this right. This started with a dossier that was paid for to be prepared by Fusion GPS by the DNC. And Steele was a part of that process. Is that correct? Said they misstated or exaggerated our statements, that the alleged sexual activities were rumor or speculation, that the conversations were had with friends over beers and so on and so forth. So that was something after the dossier was used as a basis for moving forward with it. This is information that came afterwards that was known to people in this organization chart before they attested to a FISA court that the FBI found the Russian-based subsource to be truthful and cooperative. That's an accurate statement. But if they had included all the truthful and cooperative comments that he made, it would seem to me that may have had a different effect on the renewal. It seems to me. Mm-hmm. And the omission of something as profound as this, to not infer from that there was a political motivation, or hey, let's take politics out and say an agenda. This is something we want to get renewed. We want to continue the investigation. I don't understand as a non-attorney how that doesn't carry a fair amount of weight. Now I want to get...
Right, and that's the point I've made before. Technically, what the FBI said to the FISA court was correct. We talked to the primary subsource. FISA court's like, cool. And they're like, and we think the primary subsource told the truth, and the FISA court's like, cool. And they're like, and that's it. That's all we have to say. And they left out the last part. Oh, and what he told the truth about was that the Steele dossier is bullshit. They left that out. So the FISA court's like, cool. Now and I want to get to the quote, where basically there's a quote somewhere in here where one of the people straight up asked Horowitz, like, can you come up with any explanation other than gross incompetence or bias as to why the FBI would do something like that? And he's like, I cannot. And I want to find that clip and then fucking save that clip and over and over and over use that to beat people in the head.
Get to this organization chart. So here you can't see it, but when Steele was no longer, for whatever, his wife, to working for the
Trying to get to that part, then I got to get to bed.
We can't walk in the press. There was
all of being, what was
some of these behaviors and the false premise for the renewals of the FISA warrants.
The concern grows out of the fact that all of the failures in the information that should have been given and wasn't given, and the question being, what was the intent? What was their intention and motivation there? And what we determined was we couldn't definitively say what the motivation was.
Are these pretty smart people? Fairly well educated? At least well educated. I don't know if they're smart.
I assume so.
I don't think they're very smart, to be honest with you.
I was going to say,
they have law degrees, right? So you think
at least some of them do.
So you think the Woods Review for people at this level of the organization would?
To be clear, the stuff that didn't happen on the Woods Review was basic stuff.
Yeah.
You didn't need to be a deeply experienced FBI agent to be able to do it the right way.
Well, that's my point. So wouldn't you think that would almost be muscle memory for people who are going through this process to know that they had an obligation to go through that?
They clearly should have.
And so wouldn't it also seem reasonable that if they didn't, you can't answer this question, but to me, it seems like if something is as standard as that process before you go to FISA court, to not do it was something that they intended not to do. They didn't want to go through it. I mean, it seems to be a logical conclusion. And then you ask yourself, why? Well, because we don't ever want this guy to get elected president. And if he does, it sounds like they want to impeach him. I mean, I can't understand anybody working in this organization understanding the scrutiny that we placed under the FISA courts. And by the way, Mike Lee, count me in. Because we've now seen the abuses you've warned us about. You can smirk again because you were right.
Yet they kept voting for it just this week.
I mean, it just seems to me that this organization, this closely held organization of highly educated, highly experienced people, I have to believe that they were handpicked for this process. They were picked because they had some of the best reputations in there. They had to know.
This is good. I need to write down this time. 5:10. 5 hours, 10 minutes. Was that right? Is it time? 5:10. 00. Do you see him shaking his head there? Yeah. Yeah, it's so basic shit. You don't even need to be smart. It's so basic shit. They weren't even doing the most basic shit. Right? You see him? He's like, nah. And he's like, I know that. And again, he's saying, Horowitz can't just come out and go, it's my opinion it was biased. That seems to be the most. He can't do that. He could only say what they're able to definitively prove. Right?
That this was going to come to this, that it was going to be scrutinized, regardless of who the subject of the investigation was. If the names were changed and the parties were changed, we'd still be here. And it looks like they were trying to skate along the edges and get away with something to me. And I can't imagine that they did it for any other reason than a political motivation. And I don't expect you to respond to that because you're doing a great job of holding to the scope of your report. But nobody can tell me, with people of this caliber, with the record of partisan, vitriolic profanity about this president, to say, whoops, we just forgot to do a standard procedural review that you would probably expect one of their staff 2 or 3 levels down to know that you need to do it. It doesn't make sense to me. Now I want to ask you another question. You've gotten a lot of questions today that had nothing to do with your report. And I think you've done a very special counsel report, didn't you? Would you agree that you got a lot of questions today that had nothing to do with what you were here to talk about today?
I certainly had several.
Yeah. So I also wonder whether or not that was politically motivated. Let's focus on this. What I found interesting was that we do have people who are
that's a good point. What he's saying is, like, we have all these Democrats that are just asking you about a bunch of bullshit. Why aren't they focused on this?
This is a platform on the other side of the aisle that says, well, now we need to revise we need to look at the FISA process. I don't know why you use this as a platform to do that unless you thought that this is a clear case where the FISA process was abused. And then if you look at this information, this ecosystem of smart people who I think turned a blind eye to damning evidence to serve as a basis for renewal of the FISA reports, it's just beyond my comprehension. The weight of this evidence in your report, I think, is pretty strong. I hope that my colleagues...
Hey, what just happened?
And then if you look at this information, this ecosystem of smart people who I think turned a blind eye to damning evidence to serve as a basis for standard for the weight of evidence that we're going to be asked to look at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rono.
Thank you. You identify significant issues with the FISA application process for conducting surveillance on Carter Page.
Let's see.
And before this investigation, were you
So the Democrats, Mazie Hirono just hears there like, wow, like these people should have known better and they didn't do this and it was used to go after Trump. Let's see what she says.
Problems with the FBI's use of the FISA process?
I was not personally, although I will say we have done reports, as you know, Senator, for since 9/11, my office.
Well, you can't sit here and tell us that these errors only occurred with regard to this FISA application process.
We've identified problems in the past. I will say we've never done a dive into one as deep as this.
As have a number of us, by the way, Senator Lee and others of us. We understand that there are issues relating to the FISA process. And in fact, after you pointed out the errors, etc., the director acknowledged your findings. And in fact, he is moving ahead to make improvements to the FISA process. and as he put it, to make the FBI a much stronger institution.
That's correct.
Would you agree that it
No, the FBI said they're taking care of it. It's good. Horona's like, it's good.
is a major decision to seek authority from a FISA court to conduct surveillance on an American?
I agree.
If FBI officials were politically motivated in wanting to conduct surveillance on a particular American, wouldn't the decision to seek FISA approval be a point where political bias could affect the process?
Could.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that would be a pretty good time for any kind of political bias to manifest itself. But here you found no evidence of political bias in deciding to seek FISA approval.
We did not find such evidence.
You see that? Oh, if they were going to get a FISA and you were biased, that's something you would do, right? Right? Did you find evidence that that's why they did it? Again, he's already said, no, we didn't recheck it. And again, do you see? They just repeat the question. You didn't find it that it was biased. That wasn't your conclusion, right? No, that wasn't the conclusion. Then it was good. It must have been good. Must have just been gross incompetence. And you heard him when he was at... Again, if I would have been there, if I had 5 minutes to talk to Horowitz, I would have fucking had clips that would have blown people's mind. This is the exact tact I would have done. Did you reach the conclusion that prominent members high up on these teams engaged in rhetoric that showed that there was bias against Donald Trump? I'm not asking if you proved that the reason they took these actions was bias. I'm just asking, did you find evidence that they had bias against Trump? He would have said yes, as he said there. And I would say, did you find the actions they took to be sometimes unlawful and a grossly against the policies of the FBI? Yes. And these are basic level things that even low-level FBI agents would know. Correct. That's true. And some of them were incredibly heinous, such as knowing the primary subsource disavowed the dossier and telling the FISA court, we talked to him, he told the truth, but not disclosing what he told the truth about was that he disavowed. That's correct. That's what he would have said. Given that we know there was bias and we know these actions were taken, we know that the Democrats have said over and over, you didn't find a conclusion of bias. Can you explain to us how, in your role, unless you have 100% proof of what an outcome would be, you will be unable to say that you have definitively drawn a conclusion? That he would have been like, yes, that's exactly right. We are not in our office allowed to have conjecture. We must have proof and evidence that we found that comes to a conclusion. Given that, we know that these people were biased. We know that the actions they took are inexplicable. Can you come up with a reason that would hypothetically be, or reasons that you may have looked at to explain this motivation, other than they were grossly incompetent or that they acted out of political bias? I don't know what he would have said. I think he would have said, no, those are the two options. And I would have said, do you leave room for political bias could have been a motivation? That's the sort of walking through that you need to go. They were biased. They took incredibly dangerous, heinous act. And then I would have spent time being like, do you think is it true that the results of this were leaked to members of the press even before the election? Yes. Do you think that this was intrusive and led to information that could have been detrimental to the Trump campaign? Yes. So we know there's bias. We know that it hurt Trump's team. We know that the actions were taken were grossly against department policy. I just can't say whether or not it was biased or not because that wasn't our role. And then I would have been like, do you agree that bias is one of the possible motivations? Thank you, Aftershock. I appreciate it. That's what they should have been doing.
When you released your report on Monday, both the Attorney General and Mr. Durham immediately issued public statements that challenged the findings in your report. Attorney General Barr stated, quote, the Inspector General's report now makes clear that the FBI launched an intrusive investigation of a U.S. presidential campaign on the thinnest of suspicions that, in my view, were insufficient to justify the steps taken. End quote. Can you point to the page or pages in your report that found that the FBI launched an intrusive investigation on the thinnest of suspicions that were insufficient to justify the FBI's actions?
We concluded that there was sufficient predication.
Mm-hmm. Would you consider words like the thinnest of suspicions?
I'm going to let...
We all know what constitutes a fair characterization. I would say those are not fair. Yesterday, Attorney General Barr went on TV to faith patients are inconsistent with your report. And one justification that he gave for disregarding the key finding in your report was that, unlike the investigator he handpicked, Mr. Durham, you could not compel testimony. You interviewed more than 100 witnesses for your investigation. In your report, you note you were unable to compel testimony from two people, Glenn Simpson and Jonathan Weiner. Were these the only two people for whom you couldn't compel their testimony or who wouldn't testify or talk to you?
Those were the only two.
Does undermine the conclusions in your report that you found no
I don't believe they undermine.
in your report are inaccurate because you lacked the Attorney General campaign's ties. He was clearly, I'm quoting him now, clearly spied upon. He claimed the FBI's investigative actions, which you discussed in your report, constitute spying. And the word spying carries, I would say, negative connotations, don't you think?
You know,
I mean, it sounds like
we use and only rely on the word.
in our entire country using a word, not just once, but twice, using the word with an adequate predicate. And you
They're literally like, after hearing all of this, they're like, well, Trump said spy. Trump said spy. That's bullshit, right? And he's like, I don't speak to that. Yeah, like imagine hearing this. Oh my God, the FBI literally weighed in a way, even if they had bias and they weighed in a way that literally could have swung an election. And they violated their procedures over and over in the grossest ways. But Trump said spy, when really what really happened was they got a FISA warrant to look into his team's documents. That's not really spying, right? He's like, I don't say the word spy. I mean, it's laughable.
The motives of your staff as possible. Do you think, so also cast aspersions, edifying. FBI agents were
Get any evidence said or standing by to what?
So you're jumping up Security Council fictional narrative that Ukraine rather than Russia interfered in the 2016 U.S. election. These conspiracy theories, she said, clearly advanced Russia. Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. And when we talk about interfere, we're talking about the kind of systemic, government-sanctioned interference with our election process that Russia engaged in. And there's no way that Ukraine said you reviewed 100 witnesses.
That wasn't
yes, I know.
the purpose of
but you know
our
what?
review.
You would think that election. FBI Director Ray's statement that the FBI has no information that indicates Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 election.
We didn't see any such evidence, but I emphasize that wasn't
yes, I know.
the purpose of
but
our
you know what?
review.
You would think that you're looking through a million documents. Maybe Ukraine was engaging in the kind of system. It's been in 30. So
we know Ukraine interfered.
And what's misleading and whether
see how even back then, 4 years ago, how important Ukraine was to them.
Bias of them.
So on that, Senator.
And my colleagues sent you to see whether you're able to investigate any of them.
So on that, Senator, first of all, I'd be happy to come up and meet with you of the inspector sponsored a bail of the undertaking.
With Senator Lee.
Happy to come up.
Been convicted of the crime of working with the Russian government associated with the Trump campaign that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Well, they haven't. Mm-hmm. So whatever convictions have been attained got nothing to do. The government is surveilling an American citizen pursuant to a FISA warrant. And the government comes in, information is given.
Another question that should be asked. Would the surveillance on Carter Page lead to getting communications to other members of Trump's campaign and presidential team? Because the American people need to know, it wasn't just this one guy being spied on. It was a two-hop roll that was everyone he talked to and everyone they talked to. But the average American doesn't know that.
That questions the foundation of the warrant. Is there an obligation to tell the court?
Absolutely.
They did not do that here, is that correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, they lied to the court about the information they had that was exculpatory to Mr. Page.
They gave misleading, inaccurate information.
At what point can a surveillance that started lawfully become illegal?
It can become unauthorized, inappropriate, illegal, depending upon the facts.
Would you apply all those terms to what happened in this case?
I'm going to let others who have the ability to address some of these issues decide what the precise level of intent was.
Here's what I'm going to say. It may have started as a court to put Mr. Page through hell and to continue to surveil prisoners.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much. I've focused on this, and I'd like to dive back in. But first, there is a lot of respect out there. Or really thought, here's the FBI citizen. Are they really bad actors? It's not like, oops, I accidentally filed a FISA warrant or an application. It just reeks of ill institution, and why these mistakes were made by some people that really wanted to do bad harm to an individual illegally. So Peter Strzok was fired from the FBI. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so he still has a Merit System Protection Board that is...
I'm going to get ahead of my legal employment.
Was only one individual referred for possible criminal prosecution based on the IG review, and that's the person that altered the email to imply that Carter Page was not or never a source for another agency. So with that apparent concealment of facts from the FISA court, especially as they relate to the accuracy of Steele's reporting, can you explain why there were no more criminal referrals?
What we ultimately decided was that the conduct here warranted sending the entire report to the FBI and the department for review, review from the line agent all the way to the top of people who were still at the FBI. And as we said, we didn't see documentary and testimonial evidence of intent, but we also didn't hear good explanations, which left us with an open question on what the motive was and what the state of mind was. And the adjudicative process of the FBI and the department will now assess that and look at that.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? Oh my God. I forgot all about that. So what he just said there, this is unbelievable. What he just said was, look, this shit was fucked up, but we don't know what the intent was. It's not a crime to just be fucked up, but we were unable to do that. So we sent it back to the FBI. We're going to leave the FBI decide whether or not the FBI broke the law. See that? Listen to this.
Testimonial evidence of intent, but we also didn't hear good explanations, which left us with an open question on...
We have no idea what their intent was. We didn't get any good explanation of what they were thinking. So we sent it back to the FBI to determine
what the motive was and what the state of mind was, and the adjudicative process at the FBI and the department will now assess that and look at that.
So, so we don't know of anyone else that has been fired or reassigned.
I don't know as I sit here. That would have to come from...
Okay. The agents involved with FISA applications in your report are still active cases that are active. Don't know specifically if they're still working as case agents. Your report, as it relates to those case agents, should be released to other criminal defendants under the department's Giglio policy.
I think this raises those kinds of issues for the department to review and
defendant case agents, that the information contained in your report, as it relates to those case agents, should be released to other criminal defendants under the department's Giglio policy.
I think this raises those kinds of issues for the department to review and consider what they have to do to remedy any wrongs here.
And for those folks that are watching this back at home in Iowa, can you talk a little bit about the Giglio policy?
So in criminal cases, for example, when an agent is found to have engaged in misconduct, whether by a judge or by the department.
So what she's asking is, like, so there are these people that are charged, like Mike Flynn or Manafort or Papadopoulos, etc. Now that we know that there was gross misconduct at the FBI, does this need to be directed to those people?
Of justice, there's an obligation under Supreme Court case misconduct, as I said, issues. Sure, those is.
The reason we're talking a little bit about this and discipline, policy, and procedures is because the American people, again, when they look at an institution like the FBI, of seeing bad actors with no repercussions.
Very, very important from our standpoint as the Inspector General's office that there be accountability for all conduct across the board, but certainly for misconduct and performance failures, and those need to be taken into account.
Yeah, a performance failure.
Now, this was 4 years ago. Can anyone articulate to me what the accountability to the FBI has been? Anyone? This is 4 years ago. It's very important that we get accountability. Can anyone? Well, Christopher Wray said, well, we've changed some policies. That's it.
Failures, lying, just mistakes. This was bad conduct. It was intentional. Malicious activities is gone. Obviously identified a pattern of leaks and improper contact between FBI employees and the media, to the fear of how FBI...
As we've done these reports subsequent to that in finding inappropriate, improper contact between agents and the media. Since our report last year, Director Wray has put out a new policy and undertaken new training to deal with that, or to try to address that and to change the culture, which is what we talked about a year ago. The culture.
The illegal leaks from the FBI to the press, anybody get charged with that? 4 years ago, this was 4 years ago. You remember that FBI agent that got charged for illegal leak? Nope, nothing.
In the viewpoint of, in a federal criminal investigation, fairness to the defendant, the subject of the investigation, fairness to victims, if there are victims, fairness to the process requires people, agents who are working these cases, to keep their head down, work the case, and not disclose information to outside parties, whether it's the media, friends, relatives, neighbors, whomever. That information has to stay in the office.
And so there has been a policy change, but what are the repercussions if someone is found guilty of engaging in those unauthorized contacts with media?
So that's one of the things we're going to follow up with the FBI on as we've done these cases over the last year. As we've referred them, what's actually been the penalty that's been imposed? What's happened to those folks, and how is that message getting out, not just publicly, but internally, that there are going to be consequences for that? Because without the consequences, the deterrent effect goes away.
Right, absolutely.
So there's no consequences, and they're going to follow up on it. Do you remember hearing any of their names? Nope. So the deterrence factor goes away. How'd that work out? I'm sure they're not doing it now, though.
Absolutely, and there is no restoration of trust in the agency if there are not repercussions. To appreciate your time, I appreciate it. So,
Chairman,
God.
Thank you for conducting your thorough investigation into the origins of the Department of Justice's Russia investigation. So your report makes clear that the FBI had a legitimate reason to investigate the Trump campaign. Is that correct?
That's right. There's sufficient predication.
And in addition, your office found no evidence that the FBI launched a politically motivated investigation.
Didn't find bias. There was a reason to investigate. Russia did. Right? Same thing. They're literally reading off a script. It's like, here's and the Democrat, you have to give the devil its due. They are always good at this in these hearings. They know that because they can control the narrative, it's real simple. Thank you so much for the follow. To sell the American people. It's very simple. Very simple. 2 or 3 points. That's it. Hit it. 3 talking points. Every single one of them says the same thing. There was reason to start the investigation, right? Right. Now, the reason for that is the bar for starting an investigation so fucking low that sure. Okay. And Russia interfered. Yep, that's what we found. And there's no evidence that bias was the motivation for the things you've talked about. That's true. And then, what was the media at the press? When I debate someone like Pisco, when you talk to the press at the time, when they were reporting, what were they saying? No bias. There was no bias. This wasn't the reason for opening the investigation. There was reason to open the investigation. And Russia did interfere. Over and over and over. 6 fucking hours. They talked for roughly probably 2.5 hours. The same shit the whole time.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And another key finding was that the FBI committed several errors in his applications and in their applications to surveil Carter Page.
Or maybe more than several.
And as the FBI Director Wray himself has acknowledged, your investigation found serious FBI misconduct that needs to be addressed, and Director Wray also said that the FBI fully accepts your investigation's findings. Is that correct? On the other hand, Attorney General Barr has been highly critical of your findings.
Oh.
During the final stages of your
There we
investigation.
go. Barr's a shithead. That's another one that they keep going with.
He even embarked on his own personal investigation that Russia interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election to benefit Trump. Clearly, Barr's investigation, which was launched to do the bidding of President Trump, has cast doubt on the finding, intimidate the men and women of if they investigate wrongdoing that your office is devoted to this misconduct. And I trust you.
Act. I do, and I'd just like to add that under the law, under the Inspector General Act, it carves out from my authority the ability to look at misconduct by department lawyers from the line lawyer all the way to the top and the Attorney General.
But history has also shown us that the Inspector General can participate in an investigation of the Attorney General, and that in fact happened with General Gonzalez. Do you recall that?
That happened. It's going to go to the Office of Professional Responsibility.
She's asking him to investigate Barr.
The law has to change, Senator. And
So are you recommending the law?
Absolutely.
If I propose legislation that would change the law, would you support that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's legislation, Senator Lee.
So it was recently reported that the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, asked Ukrainians to help search for dirt of the Giuliani and his associates reportedly connected the Ukrainian with.
Even back then in 2019, they know the Hunter Biden laptop ship's coming. They know it. They know the Hunter Biden laptop shit's coming. Ukraine. Rudy Giuliani. Ukraine didn't interfere.
Lawyers who could get out of jail who are not investigating.
As I think, look at those issues, House look accordingly, Secretary, and why.
The scheme is alarming. President's political rivals, apparently in order to cook up a dossier of his own. Yesterday, he told reporters that President Trump asked him to brief the Justice Department and Senate Republicans on what, if anything, he finds designed to benefit the president's political campaign.
I'm going to look at the evidence myself and.
Trump's trying to get a dossier to benefit his political campaign.
I've learned to, before taking any action, I'm to the department.
Anyone at the political attorney follow up with
the office with instances.
Trump's multiple agents
with our fellow who are we've had to go.
And that they're fighting for shots.
Legal connected.
With everybody else, Mr. Horowitz, for thanking you and your team for the work that you have done here. I'm going to go back to an issue that's been talked about by many of my colleagues today, and that is this question of bias. And actually, I want to start by going back to June of 2018, when you were last here before the committee. And when I asked questions of you at that time, I talked about your findings then with regard to bias. The specific focus that I recall there was Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and the information that's already been well presented here about what I consider to be the undeniable bias that they had against the President Trump. At that time, you made similar statements to those you made today, which is that you did not find bias in the decisions that you were evaluating in that report. But as I went through that with you, I think that you also confirmed that you were not saying that there was no bias by those who were involved in making decisions. Rather, you were saying you could not prove that that bias was a factor in their management of the activities they engaged in on behalf of the FBI.
That's what I'm looking for. You stumbled around, buddy, but you got there. I almost get the vibe like Horowitz is just waiting for them to ask the right questions.
As I understood it, you said that there was bias, but in fact that you had asked them whether their bias influenced their work performance. They had told you that it did not, and you had no contrary evidence to dispute that. Is that correct?
Let me clarify. Let me explain. We found that those text messages evidenced bias. And what we ultimately found was that other people were involved and made many of those decisions, not them. And that was the base, not because we didn't know whether they were biased. Those texts evidenced bias by them.
All right.
The question was the other individuals who we didn't have text messages who were otherwise evidence of bias by those individuals.
And that would be consistent with what your report here today says. As I'm reading from the executive summary, Deputy Attorney General, I believe that's his title, Priestap.
Assistant Director or Deputy Assistant Director, depending upon the time period.
He's the one who made the final decision to open each of the 4 investigations.
Correct.
He did that in consultation with a number of others, including Peter Strzok.
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what advice was given in those conversations, do you?
I don't.
But he made the final decision, and because you had and you've used the phrase very consistently here today, you did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the decision to open these 4 investigations.
Right.
Did you ask Mr. Priestap whether he had bias?
We asked all the witnesses, not just him, as to whether bias or other improper considerations had any impact. But we also looked for emails, text messages, documents that could show what we found, frankly, was struck on page. I mean, if that is how you find evidence of bias. Now, beyond that, I'm stuck trying to understand what's in somebody's head. If there's no
I just want to make it really clear what it is you are saying and what you are not saying.
Correct.
And in this case, what you're saying is that you could not find any documentary or testimonial evidence to contradict the statements of the investigators that they were not letting bias influence their decision.
Correct.
Do you believe that's an open question? I mean,
I can only speak to the evidence we found. I think the important point here, and I made earlier, is all the evidence is here. People are free to consider, evaluate what they think ultimately people's motivations were. We don't reach a definitive conclusion.
You aren't making that decision.
We're not making a decision on ultimately.
Right? He's not saying, hey, the evidence is there. He's saying, you look at it. The evidence is there. I'm not making the decision why they did it.
The information, evidence we don't have that somebody may have acted.
But there's, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most of us who have, on this side of the aisle at least, who have talked to you today, I think there's tons of evidence of bias here. In fact, you have referred for further action to the Attorney General, one case for criminal prosecution, if I understand it right, and other cases of how many other individuals?
So, but I want to be clear, we're talking now about the FISA as opposed to the open.
I understand, and there is a distinction between the opening of the investigation and the conduct of the investigation.
Correct.
And so I understand that, and I appreciate you for making that clarification. Because in the conduct of the investigation, it appears to me there has been intense bias. But you're not making that judgment, I understand that. You're referring that to the Attorney General, correct?
Mm-hmm. And the FBI for adjudication,
and the
consideration
FBI,
of this.
understood. And I believe in response to Senator Ernst's question on this same issue, you indicated that similarly, since you could not find any documentary evidence or testimonial evidence to contradict their statements that they were not biased, that leaves an open question as to what the FBI or the Attorney General will find with these referrals.
There are significant serious failures here on the operation of particularly in connection with the FISAs, whether it was sheer gross incompetence that led to this versus intentional misconduct and what the anything in between, and what the motivations are. I can't tell you.
You're not making that decision.
I can't tell you.
Sheer gross incompetence. There's your options. It was either intentional or sheer gross incompetence. This is 4 years old, Edmund. Sheer gross incompetence or intentional. Clearly exacerbated by all of the misconduct by the FBI. Was either because they were incompetent or because it was intentional. I'll leave it up to the FBI and Attorney General Barr to decide.
As I said here today, because I don't have enough evidence to reach a conclusion.
But if someone were to characterize what you are telling us to be that you're telling us there is no bias here, that's not what you're telling us.
That is not as to the operation of these FISAs is what I'm telling you.
All right, understood. And
he's not saying there's no bias.
I did want to get to this question, though, about the operation of the FISAs. And again, you may not answer this, and that's fine. But it seems to me that if we go beyond the bias question to intentional versus grossly negligent, it seems to me that the kind of misconduct that has been presented by you and reviewed by our chairman and many others here today is mind-numbing to consider that it could be just accidental. Can you reach a conclusion like that?
I'd be skeptical, but I understand why people would be skeptical of that. There is such a range of conduct here that is inexplicable. And the answers we got were not satisfactory, that we're left trying to understand how could all these errors have occurred over a 9-month period or so among 3 teams, handpicked, one of the highest profile, if not the highest profile case in the FBI, going to the very top of the organization involving a presidential campaign.
Well, I understand that. I appreciate that. I think it is explicable.
Hear that? He would be skeptical to say it was just incompetent. 3 different teams, handpicked, highest level of the FBI, and to just say, well, it was just incompetence. I would be skeptical, he says. But not my place to judge. I'll say this, the answers I've got are inexplicable. 4 years later, have we got any answers? What was the reason for this? Have we got any answers? Has Christopher Wray came out with any answers? Any? Again, the Democrats' defense is it's gross incompetence. That's it. How do you, this is what I'm talking about. Jabal Bowman pulled the fire alarm to get out of the door, to unlock the door. Even if the video shows that's not true. Nope, trust us. The top-ranking 3 hand-picked teams at the top of the FBI, all failing miserably. Gross misconduct. It was all just incompetence. Even though we could see several of them through their personal communications exhibiting express bias, even though now post hoc we can see with people like Comey and Wray and Rosenstein that how much they had a hatred for Trump. Forget about all that. Democrats don't care. You think Pisco cares? You think they say that was a long time ago. In the words of Pisco, he told me once in a debate, he didn't think it was as bad as I said. And then what he said in Twitter the other day was, he said, it was regrettable. It's regrettable. That's it. It's regrettable. You see? Just regrettable. Oh well. And what Destiny said was, it's a long time ago. That's 4 years ago. Anyways, trust the FBI now. Trust them in 2020. Trust them when they're communicating with social media. They're not out to get certain people. Trust them. And here we have Horowitz saying, like, yeah, it's really important that we get these answers. Have we got
them? But I understand that you can't, or at least aren't going to make that jump. You are going to refer these cases, and I appreciate that. Is criminal prosecution a possible action in the cases other than the one you've specifically referred?
I wouldn't want to prejudice or prejudge anything. I'd leave it to the department to speak to you on that.
All right.
So it's up to Bill Barr and the FBI to investigate the FBI. Great job.
Let me go on for just a moment. Let's move to the whistleblower question just once more. I'm shifting topics completely. It's come up several times today, and I understand your point that a whistleblower is entitled to anonymity. Explain to me how it happens that the person accused, when a whistleblower makes an accusation, can have the right that most Americans think they should have to confront.
All right. That's good enough for tonight on that. I'm just fucking exasperated. Like, the corruption, it's so blatant. I spend so much time looking into this. I talk to fucking 50 people. Fucking Republicans don't care. No one looks into the shit. Oh my God. I debate these fucking lefties over and over, spending hours and hours going through the fucking documents, the testimony. It's blatant. It's not even a fucking question. It's blatant. It's blatant. I don't see a problem. It's regrettable. Oh, well, it's a long time. It's so fucking ridiculous. How easy it must be to be an establishment bootlicker. How easy it must be. Oh, they didn't, ultimately it was regrettable. They didn't find any more criminal action, so. Yeah, it's interesting, Alley Cat. Yeah, well, that's what needs to happen. But they won't. Yeah, I'm telling you, after show, I mean, it's so fucked up. I forget all the shit that I looked into. Go back and look at my video. I seriously was going to do one episode a week where I just went back and looked at my live streams from like, okay, today we're going to do on this day 4 years ago, what was I talking about? It's just, you forget the shit that it's like, holy fuck. Blatant. How can anyone in good faith watch that and not go, holy shit, can you believe the FBI did that? And the only explanations that are given was gross incompetence or intentional bias or somewhere in between. That's it. How could you watch that? And then we have like, did it look like the Democrats, like, I mean, if I was a Republican and it was like the Democrats that happened, I'd have been like, holy shit. What? The Republicans would have hated me. I'd have been like, this is fucking ridiculous. What are we talking about? But the Democrats, they were just like, oh, let's go through the talking points. Russia did interfere, right, yeah. And Bill Barr is a piece of shit, right, yeah. And Ukraine did nothing wrong, right, yeah. And Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine, right, yeah. And there was a predicate to open the investigation, right, yeah. And you didn't find bias, right, yeah. That's it. 8 talking points. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam. You can even see they're reading it from a list, and then they'll run out, like Hirono, she's like running out of time, so she just starts repeating herself. I remember watching this shit 4 years ago. I remember doing videos on it. Yeah, I was joining panels. It was like, oh, this is fucking FBI corruption. People are like, oh, it's all you ever talk about. Here he goes. Well, oh, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy theory. You know, and then I'm doing all these left-wing panels ran by left people, and it's like, should 12-year-olds be able to vote? What about sex work? Well, this shit was going on. And by the way, blame the Republicans as well. How aren't you out there? I would have been, if I was in office every day, I would have been like, listen to these fucking clips. I would have been, here we go again. We're going to watch them again today. For 2 years, I've been showing these clips. I'd be holding a press conference every fucking day, going on every media outlet I could. Again, let's look at these clips. Again, until something is done. What confidence do you have that the current FBI, that again is investigating Donald Trump? Now they've cleaned their act. Now it's all good in the hood. It's all good now. Remember when I said dealing with corruption's a prima facie issue? It's the most... Well, now look where we're at in 2023. We've had censorship, we had the COVID shit, all the shit that we've had, and it's just getting more and more blatant and exaggerated. But hey man, Ron DeSantis is doing what? I know, but after I don't even think I want to fucking run for office. I want to be a dad. What the fuck would I do in office? I don't have the money, I don't have the energy, I don't have the fucking time. Maybe if I did something, I'd get shot, you know? I'd get rich. I don't give a fuck about it. I want to hang out with my kid. That's what I want to do. Maybe once he's like 16 and I'm an old man. I'm already an old man, but fucking hell. So bad. Forget being in office. I can't even get on a fucking show like Tim Pool's show to talk about this stuff. I can't even get on there. I'm fucking, yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love my audience, and I understand, and I fully understand. There are reasons that I don't have a bigger channel that are perfectly legitimate. I'm not as consistent as I should be. My content's hard to consume because it's like hours long shit instead of like little 5-minute bites or something like that. I don't have the best setup. I don't edit well. I don't promote myself well. All of that shit's true. There are parts where it's like, no doubt the algorithm fucks with me. That's absolutely true. But even despite all that, I'm not giving up. I'm still doing what I'm doing. But it's like, have you heard anyone talk about this shit for the past 4 years like me? Anyone? Have you heard anyone else even remotely mentioning this shit anymore? Anyone? Nope. We've all moved on. And 4 years from now, I'll be going back and looking at videos from today about this corrupt Colorado Supreme Court decision. And all the fucking crazy corrupt cases against Donald Trump in January 6th. And 4 years from now, I'll be going, oh, I fucking forgot about all this shit. I forgot about it all. Burisma, holy shit, I forgot. And then we'll be watching videos and they'll be saying, people need to be held accountable. The FBI has changed their policy. It won't happen again. And 4 years from now, we'll be like, but what about this incident that just happened? And again, it's the thing that frustrates me the most is just how fucking blatant it is. Like, is there anyone's doubt? Is there anyone's doubt that any of the lefties I debate, Destiny, or I'm Really Important, or Vosh, or Dylan Burns, or Pisco, or insert any lefty that I debated, or any left-wing media personality, or any of those Democrats you saw in that clip, if the exact situation was reversed, and it was Trump paying for opposition research that the FBI was then taking and violating all kinds of procedures to spy on Democrats, leaking to the press, and the Inspector General's like, look, I can't say the motivation was bias. It could be bias. It could be gross incompetence, but this is incredible misconduct. Is there any doubt in your mind that they would be going fucking nuts? It's blatant. And then you show this stuff and they look at it and they're like, you know, it's so blatant that they're forced to be like, okay, there was some misconduct, but, everything's been fixed now. They've taken care of it. What more could you do? What more could you do? Anyways, time to move on. There won't be some crazy conspiracy theorist like, it's just... And then when you bring it up, nuh-uh, they say, we wouldn't do that. We don't engage. There's no double standard. We don't engage. Again, this is as they're talking. All the shit you just heard there about Crossfire Hurricane. Now go listen to me talk about the mid-year exam that's going at the exact same time. Same FBI agents, same teams, except they're investigating Hillary Clinton. Isn't it weird that none of these misconduct things that are detrimental to the target of the investigation are happening during Hillary? All of this misconduct from the same people. Many people that you could see their obvious bias going hard against Trump and his team. Hillary's team, it's like, well, there's misconduct there, but it's the other direction. Well, we'll give everyone immunity. How about that? We don't see anything. No reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. Whistleblower saying, like, dude, they're covering up the evidence on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Oh, okay. Like, it's surreal. And that's what I'm talking about. I've said this before. When you read the IG report, he's not there to, like, draw these conclusions unless they stumble upon smoking gun evidence or, like, an admission. Did you do this because of bias? No, we didn't. Okay, what more can we do? We'll refer it to others to investigate. We'll refer the investigation about whether or not the FBI committed misconduct to the FBI, and we'll see what they say. And what I say is, they look at everything in a vacuum, such as, technically, is it within FBI department guidelines to open an investigation with a super low predicate? Yes, it's within guidelines. Technically, is it within their guidelines to be able to give immunity like they did? Yes. Technically, is it within their guidelines to be able to go as aggressive as possible, even getting FISA warrants after people? Yes! And it just so happens, in each of they're looking at each situation in a vacuum. And you can see, I understand, I'm not saying I know, and this is where the handful of us that have talked about this corruption, this is what differentiates me from some of them. I don't necessarily think Horowitz is a bad guy. I think Horowitz is trying to be super by the book. And he's just like, it's up to you guys to let people know what happened. I'm just saying, this is the evidence. You can even see when they're like, all these top-ranking people, and he's like, 3 different teams, more than 12 people at the 10th. I would be skeptical that it was, right? But he's like, but I can't say. Like, that's the only time he almost breaks character. Now, it won't stick with the Supreme Court. But I think they'll overturn it. But yeah, it's insane. It's going to get worse. More states are going to do it. What's up, Reese? I'll be ending here soon, unfortunately. It really is. It's just like... But if you look at each thing in the vacuum, and it's like, well, even if it's gross misconduct, that doesn't necessarily mean that we find someone guilty and charge them with a crime. Because they could say it's gross misconduct because we were inept. But they didn't even say that. He's like, they didn't give me a satisfactory answer. So what's the answer? We don't know. 4 years later, we still don't know. I don't know. And, you know what? Here's another argument you'll hear from Democrats and shit. And it's, and you can understand why it'd be effective. They'll go, well, why didn't the Republicans do something? And then you're like, because they don't give a fuck either. Most of them didn't like Trump. And they'll be like, oh, that's conspiratorial. So we're supposed to ignore everything you just saw and the complete inverse treatment occurring at the exact same time with the exact same FBI teams going misconduct to go after Trump's team as hard as possible and then going after Hillary's team as easy as possible. At the exact same time. You can see it. You can see the evidence. And their conclusion is, well, if there was anything to see here, Barr would have did something about it. He was a Republican. Then you go back to around this period of time in 2020, when I'm literally, you think I'm yelling tonight. I remember an episode where I was fucking losing my shit because there were a bunch of QAnon people in my chat. Trust the plan, man. Bill Barr's a white hat. it was around the time that a grand jury recommended charging Andrew McCabe. And Bill Barr declined. Simultaneously, they were charging Roger Stone right around the same time. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And so many people in my audience were Q people like, which, by the way, I don't know why the fuck they're here, because I was never a Q person. I made fun of them. I don't think they're terrible people, don't get me wrong, but it was obviously a psyop and stupid. Obviously. Trust the plan. And I'm outlining, like, here's the fucking crimes of James Comey that I, Joe Schmo fucking nothing, just some random fucking dude with publicly available information. Here's the crimes of James Comey. Here's the crimes of McCabe. Here's the crimes of James Clapper. Where the fuck are the prosecutions? Here's the crimes of Peter Strzok. Nowhere. What is Barr doing? Trump needs to get rid of this guy. Trust the plan, Rob. Bill Barr's a white hat. You'll see. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Now, that same fucking stupid mentality is literally the go-to argument. Well, Bill Barr would have done something right if there was corruption. And Bill Barr didn't do anything. He was appointed by Trump. He's a Republican. Therefore, that shows that despite the overwhelming evidence, beyond all rationale of the double standard of the FBI, just in these two incidents, Crossfire Hurricane versus the mid-year exam, fuck all that, ignore it all. What double standard? God, it is frustrating. It is absolutely frustrating. It is infuriating to be so right and be fucking screaming into the void. And here's the best part. Like, this is just petty asshole. I should have been asleep 3 hours ago, Rob, but here we go. Here's the best part. Many of those same fucking assholes that was saying trust the plan or you're crazy or whatever, they have far bigger audiences than me now. Thanks, Murgatroyd. I appreciate it. God, it is frustrating. Yeah, of course Barr covered up the Epstein shit. Of course. Hey, you want to cheer up for a second? I got something for you. This will get my fucking video demonetized, but whatever. No one watches anyways. I got something for you. I've been so obsessed with this song. So like, I would call myself a rap fan, like a 2 out of 10 maybe. Man, this song, these guys, Pete and Bass. I will be going to bed after this. A little come down here. Get a little heated, little come down. You know, and it's so funny. I get fired up about this shit. I don't get and then people. Before we get to what I was going to do, so you can see how intense and fired up I get about this shit, right? You see how I get about it, right? Then the Democrats that want to dunk on me, they'll do it when it's like, oh, Republicans didn't do good in the 2022 elections. Oh, Trump got kicked off the ballot in Colorado. Look at you seething. It's like, no, I'm never seething about that shit. I'm like, yeah, that's what I expect. In fact, there is part of me that's smug and arrogant that's like, fucking told you. Told you. Yep. Who would have thought if we don't deal with the corruption, it will keep rearing its head? So I almost never get that. And I don't mind it. It's fine. The left wants to come in and dunk on me. I'm like, okay. If they really wanted to say, like, dude, you're fucking unhinged, it'd be a show like tonight. Not when Republicans are like, oh, Trump lost. He got locked up. He did this. He did that. It's like, if tomorrow Jack Smith's like, by the way, someone we found a loophole, we're doing the trial today, and the jury's just like, whatever, just get through the motions, guilty, bam, Trump, you're in jail for 5 years. I wouldn't be this animated. I'd be like, well, here we go. But it's that shit. It's when you're right there, and it's like, there's all the evidence. There it is. It's right there. And slips right through the fucking fingers. The Burisma shit. That's the stuff that frustrates me. I outlined the case for Burisma. I'm kicking ass on it over and over. Probably top 3 person in the country with the knowledge of the facts of the Burisma scandal and shit like that. And arguing it and debating it. I go on Destiny's show. I get massive numbers, right? Tim Pool's people are talking about me on the show. So close to getting on a platform. And I'm arrogant. And I would love to personally have a platform. But more importantly, a chance to explain this story in a clear and honest and easy way to understand to tens of thousands of people. And maybe move the needle a little. I don't give a fuck if I say it and then Tim just repeats me over and over and never mentions my name again, but it starts to move the needle. I'm so close and frick kaput. Nothing. By the way, I messaged Ian Crossland again today. I don't hear back from him. Yeah, man, we should have this guy on the show, Rob Noerr. Talked about me 2 shows. Never fucking heard a word from him. Never. Oh, well, what am I going to do? Like, fucking hassle him? Okay. What can you do? I don't even know. So that's the shit that really frustrates me. That's the shit that, you know, that's, and again, I'm not even that worked up. I'm more worked up, obviously, about this shit. About going back and re-watching this. Oh my God, I remember the day, like, God, 4 years ago, I remember watching this, just like fucking losing my shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, I've never called into Tim Fool. Maybe I'll call in on the after. I don't even know about it, but yeah, I'll try to call in on the after hours show. You know, like, it'd be like, you know, like you tell everyone, like, you know, oh, I saw this fucking, you know, out in the woods behind our camp, I saw this fucking like 20-point deer, you know. And everyone's like, bullshit. For 2 years you talk about it, and then one day it's there. And you're sitting around with all your friends like, there it fucking is, man. There's the 20-point deer. And they're like, shh, we're watching the game. And you're like, just turn around for a minute. Shh. But it's right fucking there. Shh. What was that? It's gone now. That's the frustrating shit. Anyways, a little come down. What's up, old head gamer? I hope you all appreciate the fucking insano. Going insano here. We're going to do a little come down exercise because I do need to get to bed here. So I'm going to play a song. And I found this on Twitter. And I brought it up to some friends in my fantasy football league. And a couple of them knew these guys. Their names are Pete and Bass. Now, let me give you a little brief annotated history of, I think, what I can find. I think my gut feeling is they started off as sort of a joke. They're like these old British guys rapping. And then what happened was they're better than like 95% of rappers that exist today. Now, that's obviously subjective, and I certainly wouldn't deign to call myself any sort of rap expert, but I'll leave you judge for it. Not only are the lyrics to this song and the aesthetic of the video and stuff just incredible, but I just think that it's just a fucking, I think it's a bop. I think it's really a bop. Let's watch some Pete and Bass, right? Oh, wait. We got to start over because I have the speed up. Maybe it would sound cooler that way. I don't know. Let's go back to regular speed, shall we? Insane in the membrane. There's a little Cypress Hill. Look at these guys, man. These some gangsters.
Stepped into the building, changes swinging on my neck, cold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, still see me with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like, oh, vintage stick, still blast from the bars, cold rings clip when I pass in the clothes, just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like,
if I'm even 5% as cool as these guys, like now, I would consider it made in life. These guys, I don't know how old they are, but damn, we'll rewind a little, just.
In the bars, cold rings clip when I pass in the clothes. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like Dubai trips on a jet plane, bar railings for the watch and the neck chain. Though I drinks when I land, I'm a sip of chai tea, cause a fly give me neck pain. Mumbai go for the wire, she's smiling. I had a notch on a bed frame. Italian suede in the seats of the brand new motor. Quick little squirt of the Hagerwood, ooh for Mozambique. Got a tailor suit with the bros on feet. I'm in Casablanca, blowing Jack Aranda with the AC blowing in the driver's seat. Talk to the platinum ears, I'm a timepiece boy, cause the face ain't listening. Shining, glistening, look at these diamonds dance while I stepped inside of the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist. Tucked into my waist, still see me with a clip. Big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like, oh, vintage stick, still blast from the past.
I mean, am I wrong? Wait, am I just out of bounds? Did I think this song's awesome?
Quick neck band to the strip, got gold in my wrist and a side bag pack full of clips. Strapping up my back, would get that lit, then pass that round to the left like this. Smoke in my lungs, toting a gun, I can never be broke, got a load of the funds. Cash in the bank, antiques in the yard, make money when I speak, you're lucky I don't charge. Right, bigger than a bar, big dough, time ticking on a mile. Wristwatch, did a break from the bar, chip shop, side chick sitting in the car, worth pissed off. Let me me tell you something, bad boys like us, we ain't here for the chit chat. You can tell we ain't here for the games by the way we look when the boys stepped into the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, something on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip.
I'll link it.
Glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past. Gold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like.
That's it. And they have like albums, like many albums. That's my favorite song I've heard of them, but they certainly do. Now, I know I just did that, and I know that I'll get demonetized, and they'll, whatever. It's called grunge in the UK, okay. But that's okay. Go check out some Pete and Bass. They're the shit. It always makes me happy, too. These guys are cool as shit. Like, seriously, it beats the mumble rap shit you hear, right? And actually, like, if you pay attention to lyrics, they're pretty clever, pretty badass. Anyways, that's it. I've been listening to that song lately. It puts a smile on my face. So after a night of yelling and screaming and looking at all this corruption, it feels good. Feels good. Yeah, I think seeing who it is really cool. Actually, seeing the image. Old Ed Gamer says, "What do I think of the Supreme Court ruling?" I talked about it for 3.5 or 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know that I have the energy to get into it as I'm ending here. I think it's shit. It's obvious corruption. But if you're bored, you can go back and check out this video. Skip ahead like 40 minutes, and I start talking about it, and it goes on and on and on and on. We start at like page 96, and we go to the end of the document. Read every word of it. Oh, no, man, don't apologize. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. But yeah, I don't know that I got the energy. It's shit. That's the Cliff Notes. Blatant corruption. All right, let's see if someone's streaming. Give him a read. Oh, man, I'm too tired. I'm getting silly. I'm going to fall right to sleep. I believe I'll watch some Seinfeld on my journey to bed tonight. Oh, here's a shame. No, the BX. We'll do BX. Here's a shame. Tiberius T. Seems like a nice guy, but man, me and Tiberius T had a fucking fallout because he supported lockdowns and, I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm like bipolar. Sometimes I'm the nicest guy in the world, and other times I go crazy. Tiberius got the brunt of it one night where I'm just like, man, fuck you. Call yourself a conservative, you support that lockdown shit. I don't think it's funny. I think it's fucking horrible how many of my friends and family got fucked over by that stuff. So we're not raiding Tiberius. I do wish him well, though, but I don't know. It's so arbitrary. It's like, it's like Destiny. Everyone's like, why aren't you shittier to Destiny? I don't know. I kind of find Destiny quirky and sort of like him. Now, he's a fucking sack of shit, right? His political views are garbage. But I like him like I like Pisco, where it's like someone that can go back and forth with me and I think's at least on a similar level of me, that can engage in a coherent conversation. It's a decent debater, The difference at this point with Pisco is right to my face, he is engaged in the most bad faith bullshit, obvious fucking Paul Bowman was trying to get out the lure. So you go watch me destroy that go from last week. All right, man. All right, so I will say this real quick before we do this raid. I don't know when you'll see me again. Won't be tomorrow. Won't be Friday. Maybe Saturday night? It should be the 23rd. It ain't gonna be Christmas Eve. It's not gonna be Christmas Day. So if you don't see me Saturday, you will see me Tuesday the 26th. And probably not. I can't do shit. I haven't seen my wife and kid for so fucking long. I haven't seen them since Saturday morning. It's killing me. Every day, man, it gets worse and worse. I talk to my kid on FaceTime, and he's starting to get old enough to not want me to be away, which is cute, and I love it, but God, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. So I came in early Saturday morning, so I've been here Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's Wednesday. Tomorrow, around 2 o'clock, I'll get off Thursday. And then I'll get to spend about 2 hours with my wife and son, and then my family's coming up, which will be fine. I'll hang out with my family. Then Friday, I got to drive out to the work office. I'll probably work for about 4 or 5 hours Friday. And Saturday, I come in Saturday morning. Then I work all day Sunday. until late at night. And then my coworker's coming in so I could go home late night Christmas Eve. Maybe Santa Claus will visit, and then I can hang out with my son Christmas Day, Monday, for 2 hours, and then I come back into work. I'm here Tuesday, I'm here Wednesday. Finally, I get off next Wednesday. Next Thursday will be the first day that I literally have no work. So I don't know. I just don't know if I'll find time to do a Twitter space with John. I don't know. Maybe I could be talked into it. It's not going to be Thursday. It would have to be Friday. And unfortunately, it'd probably mean I'd be driving to my work office. So you'd hear me while I'm driving. And that's always a crapshoot. So what's up, the kilt pant? Unfortunately, I'm leaving, my friend. It's too bad for everyone. I had a great show. This show was great. Every other show sucks that I do. This one was great. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Great. Good stuff. Awesome. Charismatic. Before I leave, can you ask me something? Sure. Go ahead. Final question. Here we go. And Merry Christmas to everyone. For real. I really appreciate it. Do I believe in God? Yes, I do. I do believe in God. I consider myself a Christian, albeit a bad one. Non-denominational, and I don't go to church, but I should. Thank you, old Gamer X. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub, man. Or lady. I guess there's a chance. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, my wife's birthday is New Year's Eve, which I'll also be working. Oh, Mark Murda, what's up, man? Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't talked to you for a while. Good to hear from you. So, Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm Catholic. My son will probably be raised Catholic. My wife's Catholic. He's going to go to a Catholic school, which one of the reasons I'm working so hard to save money up for that. I want to send him to some trash public school. And I don't know that I'm in a position to homeschool. You're Orthodox Christian? A lot of those lately. I respect the Orthodox. I do. More committed than me. But, anyways. Enough sappiness. Let's read BX. She's always up to something. Some drama or... God, she gets into the weirdest stuff, man. Give her the business. Ask her, like... She's always like... Somehow BX attracts the scummiest people on online platforms. Like predators. And I don't know how she does it, man. It's probably a blessing and a curse. So, she's probably talking about something like that. Anyways, thank you guys so much. Maybe I'll see you Saturday. If not, I'll see you Tuesday. If I don't see you, Merry Christmas. You guys are the best. I know I come on here and rant and rave. It's cathartic. I really enjoy it. I hope you guys get something out of it. And really, and I'm not just saying this, for the views or anything like that. Like, you guys do make my day a lot. So thank you so much. All right. We'll see you later, everyone. As always, have a good one.